Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to episode 29 of Ken's Counseling Couch, and a very special day for the channel. Today is Supporter Sunday. So this is me trying to give back to you guys for all the support you've given me, especially over the last few months, not just over the last year. There's been a lot of people who've shown up out of nowhere, who decided to jump in and, for better or for worse, be a part of my life and part of my channel. But the people who really matter, the supporters, you guys are here, and you guys have helped me through moral support, financial support, all of that stuff. And today is the day where we're going to start putting this channel on the track towards more content and more perks and stuff for you guys. And so this is a taste to see, do we like this stuff? Do we want to do more of this stuff? And I really want to do what I can to provide the right kind of content, the right kind of engagement that works best for everybody. And to do that, I need your feedback as always. And one of the things I like about doing this content is, I had this discussion with someone recently, is how much help I can do in this kind of sphere, right? So I am able to make a video or do a stream, and it's not just to one person. It's not like I'm spending my time talking to one person for an hour or for 2 hours or whatever it is. I'm spending my time, and I can talk to dozens of people or hundreds of people depending on the platform. I mean, hell, I did an interview. I was on Nic's show the night before for like an hour and a half talking kinks and fetishes with someone who I gotta finish reaching out to, but that person seemed interested in coming on my stream and emailed me. So I'll be reaching out to him, and we'll be doing that discussion at a later date as well. Because I think, going more into that, I'm a very sex positive kind of therapist and a person in general. So I think being able to get the background and experience of someone who does have one of the more quote unquote out there kinks would be insightful, helpful, interesting. And today we're actually going to get to talk to someone who is a very controversial subject in not only the UK, but in the US as well and in other places because of what he does. Contrary to popular belief, he does not live in his mom's basement. He is not this gross, sick, old guy making and selling these inflatable dolls to people. No, that's not what's going on at all. So today you're going to get to meet the man, the myth, the legend of not Dr. Phil, because that guy's a fucking fraud. You're going to meet Dollhouse Phil. Dollhouse Phil is the shit. I love Dollhouse Phil. And this stream is not sponsored by Dollhouse Phil, though I wouldn't say no to a sponsorship. So I'm going to go ahead and bring Phil in. Phil, welcome to the stream.
Hey, how you all doing?
Good. And Phil has a couple guests with him. Do you want to introduce those fine, lovely ladies with you?
Well, this one here is a Cyno doll that has been made up to look like the infamous Belle Delphine, 𝗞𝗖𝗖 𝗦𝘂𝗽𝗀. And on this side, this is one of my personal dolls that I named Penance because it's good for a man's soul to do a little penance from time to time.
I think we can all agree with that one. So we were talking a bit before the stream earlier about the goals of this stream. So I've always found what you do interesting. And I've found it interesting how you got into the business anyway, and kind of almost accidental. And that to me is some of the funniest thing, is how people can end up accidentally into a career field or end up into a business, and it's not even their intention. Because I know you've mentioned your background before. I think you have a master's degree in something, or even a higher level degree than that. So
yeah,
you're very
I have a master's
educated.
in computing. Yeah, my first degree was in pharmacology, but I never practiced that. To be fair, I looked at the wages for practicing pharmacologists. And I just thought, it's not enough. I want more than that. So left all of that behind and then went on, do a master's, ended up in computing, being like a web and financial applications programmer for a while. I went through that whole year 2000 switch and all the rest of it, all the lies associated with that. But I suppose just after a while, I just got tired of working for the man. The stereotype of computer programmers is fairly real, and that they'll get like a real hard-on like for the new language which has just come out. It might not be any better or any faster or anything like that, but they want to learn it just because it's new. Whereas I was of the taking the perspective, they're like, oh God, another language. Do we have to learn something else now? So I knew I was going to get out at a certain point. So as I had money in the bank, I just kind of took a sabbatical, sat on my backside for a good 12 months and did nothing. So after 12 months of that, I thought, well, I am going to have to earn some money at some point. And I don't want to go back working for the man. So I thought, well, the business seems to be the way to go. I've been a freelance IT guy. So that means you run yourself as like a limited private company. So I knew the ins and outs of it. And I thought, right, well, I can build a good enough website for myself, stuff I used to do for corporate entities. So I can do that. So I can sell to the consumer. I'm going to like go to the customer rather than business to business. And I want to sell something that I don't have to sell many of in 1 week to get by. So it's going to have to be expensive, but not expensive as a car. So something that you could buy, say, like maybe 2, maybe 3 times a year at a push. And I'd already had a sex doll at this point because anyone who knows me knows my 𝗞𝗖𝐿 background. I've kind of like turned my back on the whole relationships issue.
So for those uninitiated, because, well, some people might know what 𝗞𝗖𝐿 is. Some people who follow my channel don't. So what is 𝗞𝗖𝐿 in your perspective and your definition of it? How do you practice it, so to speak?
So men going their own way, MGTOW or 𝗞𝗖𝐿, which sounds very Germanic, but it's not. You'll hear a lot of them saying, we're walking away from the plantation. The plantation is the original idea that men work all of their lives to serve their wife so that they can have like a family and stuff like that. And they always seem to be they get last pickings at the table. They do all the hard work and they get no thanks for it. And now if you're straight white male guy in today's society, you're almost the social pariah. So it means there are no benefits to actually getting involved with women, certainly in terms of marriage and procreation. And that used to be the modus operandi of the 𝗞𝗖𝐿. No cohabitation, no marriage, no kids. But with Me Too, that's made that even more dangerous. So you can't even have like a one-off dalliance with women. You know, they can say 10 years ago, he made me feel uncomfortable. He raped me. No evidence or anything like that. So, and then you've got to prove your innocence. So it's easier in the long run to go 𝗞𝗖𝐿. Now, a lot of 𝗞𝗖𝐿 still have girlfriends and stuff, so it's not verboten. But like I've gone 𝗞𝗖𝐿 ghost, which is just, right, I'm checked out. Women could, Victoria's Secret models could prance around me naked, and it's just, I'll have a good look, but like I'm not going to get within arm's reach. There's just too much that can go wrong. So it kind of makes sense. It almost sounds as though it was an orchestrated thing to get into dolls. And I was just looking for a business. I mean, the fact that it happens to be very 𝗞𝗖𝐿 centric or compatible was just a freak of luck, nature, that kind of thing. And I've advised young 𝗞𝗖𝐿s to look, if you're going to start a business, don't do it to be like the top of the 𝗞𝗖𝐿 pile or something like that. Just do a business to make money. And that was the attitude that I was taking with the dolls at first. I ran it for, I think, about 9 months as a proof of concept to just see if it would work, because you start off with no one knowing you. No one knows about your business. You've got to market the business. Then you've got to start getting customers in the hope to get repeat customers. And it all worked rather well. So just from a business perspective, none of it 𝗞𝗖𝐿 or anything like that, it worked. I mean, my father, I remember telling him, my father's quite supportive in things, and he just kind of went, oh, yeah, okay, so you're going to start that business. And he told me afterwards, he thought it was a terrible idea and it was going to bomb out. Next time I saw him, which was about 12 months since I tend to see him at Christmas time, And he said, how's that business going? So yeah, I've done about £100,000 worth of business. And he's like, what?
Yeah, that's a
And he
bit of
just
money.
couldn't believe it.
Put it lightly.
I mean, that's turnover. That's not entire profit.
Oh,
but
are you still there, or did I lose internet?
I can hear you.
What's going on here? Say, is the stream still going? Did I lose the stream?
I can hear you.
Okay, say you froze for a minute. I wasn't sure if it was me or say it's not you, it's me.
So what did I freeze on?
You were talking about your dad being surprised about making 100,000 out of the 12 months.
£100,000 worth of turnover. So consider that like about $140,000, like in the first year, which was,
that's a good first year for a business.
So that proved the concept. So
okay,
I just
what
thought,
the hell
well,
is
let's
going
just
on?
carry.
Let me undo that. Okay. Uh-oh. Okay. I had to unplug it. I've been trying to get Ethernet cables rerouted in my office, and apparently none of it's working. So I'm just going to have to go wireless today for some reason.
It might have been me. I've just killed my VPN just in case that was getting in the way.
Okay. So if it's me, I can probably fix a couple other things too. So
okay. With all that, then it was just a case of proof of concept proven. So I just rolled it on. Now, what tends to happen in the UK is you get a lot of businesses that start out and they manage to get to about 2 years and they suddenly begin to fold. And I think this is a result of the way the tax laws are in the UK. You kind of trade for a full year and you don't pay any corporation tax on the business.
That's nice.
And then it runs for another year, and then it kicks in. So around about 2 years of trading, all of a sudden you get slapped with a corporation tax bill. And a lot of people, it catches them unawares, and then they go bankrupt. But what I had done, I took the absolute minimum out of the company that I possibly could to just live on. And as a 𝐕𝐞𝐽, it's fairly easy to live frugally. And so when the bill came along, I'd left all the money in the company. So I just went, there's a check, there you go, done, paid. And from then I've just kind of rolled on in that manner. I mean, I've had a lot of people asking if they can buy shares in the company because everyone seems to think it's such a fantastic idea or a great money spinner.
So, and because I ended up at one point doing a business, and when I was in my undergrad, I did like a business pitch competition for something of mine, and it was a great experience because I ended up winning it. Surprisingly, I didn't expect to win it at all. But during the whole process lead up, the people who were selected from each of the schools, because the school had satellite campuses, and each winner from the satellite campus got like a mentor from the industry, like in business. And like these are some really big names, surprisingly. And like we were having like weekly phone calls or twice a week phone calls with these people for a couple months, like learning all the back end stuff, doing all the business planning. And there's a lot that goes into business, and it's easy to screw up, and it's easy to not plan ahead, especially for taxes too. If you have a situation like you're talking about where you can have all this income and no taxes, if that's the way the UK is, and the next year you get hit with a big bill and you don't plan ahead for that, it could screw yourself out of a business. But you seem to be doing well and planning ahead for those things.
Well, there was a certain degree of luck involved, I suppose. When the first idea sparked in my head is, should I run a doll business? I mean, I asked myself the usual questions. Do I really want to be a sex toy vendor? Because there's a certain social consequence to that. The guy that perhaps people don't want to speak about in polite conversation stuff. But as a 𝗕𝐽, you learn to like stop caring what people think of you. So that wasn't really an issue. But I did a little bit of market research, and there was one other guy that I could find on the internet who was doing this seriously. So I thought, well, that's a perfect opportunity to join in right there and then and become like, very easily known within the UK as like one of two people in the country who are actually selling these things. And a lot of it became more complex than just drop shipping, which is, I take the money from the customer, I order from the factory in China, they then deliver to the customer. There are certain tax, import tax issues that go with that, so I had to correct that. But it's a very simple model. And with the question where I'm asking myself, do I really want to be a sex toy vendor? It was a case of, if you let this fear grab a hold of you, you'll let this opportunity pass you by. And I've let too many opportunities pass me by as a younger man. So this one, I just thought, that's why I ran this as a proof of concept to see if it would work. And then once everything was in place and everything seemed to be working great, there was no reason not to do it. The only fallout I've had to deal with has been perhaps what other people will think of me, like people who you know and stuff like that. My mother was desperately embarrassed over the whole thing, which was a bit of a plus for me because I actually like winding my mother up. My father,
okay, it's kind of funny. I'm sure your dad's like, oh, it's not too big a deal. And then mom's just embarrassed. So what was mom's, let me kind of do like a little psych digging for a minute. So what was mom's biggest embarrassment about it? Like, oh, my son's this pervert, or my friends will think my son's a pervert or something like that, or was it something different?
I mean, I don't know if this is a mother thing or just a my mother thing, but she always wants to wax lyrical about the successes of her kids, kind of idea. And she would tell like family members and friends that like, oh, Phil's got a business, but she wouldn't say what it was or anything. So, oh, I don't know. It's the word had to spread from my father's side of the family back over to my mother's side of the family. So everyone knew, even though my mother wasn't saying, so that now she can actually talk about it. I mean, my father was of the aspect, as long as it makes money, I don't care. As long as it's not illegal or, drugs or something like that, then it's fine. Whereas my mother's a bit more sensitive to the social aspect.
Yeah, I could see a mom being a bit worried about this, because if you think about like the social group for the mom and people in her arena, they would potentially look at that as a negative thing. And I don't know if you've watched the show the other night with Nick at all, where I was on.
But yes, with the diaper fetish guy.
Yeah, with the guy he doesn't have necessarily an infantilism. He has what's more of an object fetish for him. So it's not the other stuff, but just in that one thing, and it's just focused on the object, not even the other stuff. People were labeling him like a pedophile and other stuff, and that's just from this biased point of view, and it's not even going off of actual facts and things to, really, there's no true understanding of the situation. And so I could see a mom making those leaps and jumps in her head. So I'm not telling my friends this because I don't want my son to be labeled this. I don't want to be attached to it. And
yeah, I mean, it happens
with
all
fair.
People, actually, because in a similar manner as you're describing the guy with this the fetish, people will immediately leap to what they've heard of in the mainstream media, which is of course child sex dolls, and say, "Oh my God, is he supplying them?" Which of course you can't do in the UK. I mean, unless you want to break the law and go to prison. But it's the first thing that everyone thinks of when they're talking about this. Now, as silicone and TP sex dolls are becoming more mainstream in social media, people are becoming a bit more aware. So it's becoming a little bit more accepted, like in polite conversation. So it's getting better rather than getting worse, which was something that I wouldn't say I worried about it, but I thought it could go in that direction where like sex dolls go down into a darker place. So like you have to go to very specific sites to get them. Whereas you can actually get some sex dolls in some like chain sex toy stores these days.
I mean, I personally, like I've said before, and I said on Nick's stream the other night, in my view on sex and kinks and all of that, I don't care what you do. And this is from a personal and the professional standpoint, is I don't care what you do as long as it doesn't harm another person and what you're doing doesn't have a significantly negative impact on your day-to-day life. So you could have, say, a very minor sexual interest or kink or whatever, but if it's impacting your day-to-day life because of what you're doing with it, then that's a problem versus something, say, hardcore in depth, then you're fine. Then
yeah. I think I adhere to the same perspective as yourself. I don't even consider it kinky if it doesn't involve anyone else, because what you do in your bedroom by yourself is up to you, as long as it doesn't harm anyone else. I'm only going to consider it kinky when it's something you have to do with someone else, and you have to take into account somebody else's desires and wants, that kind of thing, because then a kink could become a problem if not like no consent has been given and stuff like that. That's when it can become an issue. So you can be as sordid as you like by yourself. I don't care. I don't even think that's too out there.
My issue is when I look at it from like the therapist side of things is, if you have an interest in it's overtaking your life and it's becoming such like if you had, say, for example, using the dolls as a thing, because I know there's the argument with dolls, is people have said to me and in discussions on dolls, and I've seen people in comments people have made about dolls, especially targeted at me recently and targeted at people like you who sell them, is that, it's like antisocial behavior, it's misogynistic, it's these other things. And I don't necessarily see it that way, depending on your reasoning for doing it. If you're using
the
it,
misogyny label gets used far too often, and I don't even think people are thinking when they use it. It's misogynistic, because it usually gets a very quick reaction from people. People will shy away. They use it almost like an ad hominem, as opposed to the actual meaning of the word. And it, from a straight man's perspective, you're buying sort of like female-looking dolls like these. If you hate women, why would I get myself an effigy of a woman?
That's a good point.
If I was truly misogynistic and I bought one, it would be to use as a punch bag if I really hated women. So it doesn't make any sense.
That's an expensive punching bag, to be fair, because I know those things are pretty up there in price. So
yeah, but if you truly hated women, that would be a great activity.
But you could also make the argument. Oh, go ahead.
I was saying that there's so few men that I think actually are misogynists, like truly hate women. You might dislike the political stance of where women are today and stuff like that, but it doesn't mean that you hate them. Especially if you're wanting to like get intimate with a woman, how can you hate something you actually want to get close to?
That's pretty true to that. I'd agree with that. I can also even see, if you did hate women and you did want to use a doll as a punching bag, is that would technically be a probably more healthy and therapeutic outlet than hitting an actual woman. Like, so, I could run 1,000 different ways with it. And to me, that's what is kind of sad and funny all in the same regard, is there's not necessarily anything wrong with the doll in itself, or even having that be your primary sexual partner, which I know a lot of MGTOW guys have done. They've moved away from engaging in any type of sexual activity with women because they're afraid of I know there's that strong fear of being labeled an offender or getting the Me Too happen. And that's a big fear for a lot of guys. And I don't think it's necessarily irrational. There has been a lot of cases of Me Too happening, some legitimate, some not. And if you're in a position where
you get your alpha bros out there, just you've just got to be able to behave in a certain way and have all of this confidence and stuff, and it just won't happen. They're closing their eyes to the fact that you don't actually have any control over the situation as to whether somebody wants to #MeToo you or not. Then that's where I think the thinking man thinks deeper on this one and thinks, well, if I can't control this, then they can bring out this card at any time. It's just not worth it. It's Russian roulette in a legalese sense. So a lot of guys who've thought deeply about this is thinking, no, I'm just tapping out on this one. And then they try to just kind of go no fap and stuff like that. And then after a while, the biological need gets them. And then they start looking at websites like mine.
Yeah, there's only so long you can ignore the sexual need, the sexual desire, because as humans, one of our core things is to reproduce. So at the base level, you're always going to have a sexual interest. And it's very hard when you don't outlet your sexual interest to, manage it. And that's one of the discussions we've had specifically on the child doll issue, is in that whole argument, is having the potential outlet for that sexual urge. Because as much I can do therapy for hours a week with someone on that issue, right? And I can teach them all the coping mechanisms. But if they still don't have a place to put that urge, and they don't have a way to, because they may be able to cope with it when it comes up, but it's still coming up, it's still coming up, it's still coming up. You will get overwhelmed. You're going to have, every person who's going through something, whether it's anxiety, depression, you're going to have ups and downs. You're going to have really bad times. That's a situation where your really bad time could be really fucking harmful, and illegal. So if this is a method to help, that's why in my thought processes, think it's a decent idea to pursue. And
yeah,
I think that's
I'd rather just open the conversation on that one. At least let's have a conversation about it. Whereas a lot of, let's consider them normie types of people, usually traditional conservative types, who'll just say, no, we need to ban them because it's obscene. And they think if they ban these things just outright, the problem goes away. And it doesn't. The problem just goes underground and it becomes more difficult to track. That's the thing. Like pedophilia is not going away. That's the thing. And if this is a tool to deal with it, even if it has to be, say, prescribed by a doctor or a psychologist or a psychiatrist or something like that, I'm fine. But don't take the whole thing away if it may help. I mean, it's probably going to require some sort of clinical study on this to see if there is actually a benefit to it. And I could be completely wrong. It might go the other way. But at least then we would know. But we've got to open the discussion before we can actually have the clinical trial of these things.
I mean, my state banned sex dolls, child sex dolls. And they banned it in such, I don't know if you know of that, but the way the law is written on that ban is incredibly vague. And there's no actual definition in the legislature. And there's no, to my understanding at this point, there's still no rules or regulations that outline exactly what it is. Like I could pull it up and read it. It's pretty vague.
It's like the UK. They've done that. They're using a 200-year-old law, which was originally drafted to stop the very new hardcore printed pornography that was actually coming in the country. Whether that's text-based or like image-based. This stuff was really new at the time, so they wrote this law specifically for that. But they just called it obscenity because it was pretty much the only obscene stuff that you could get as a product at the time. And they're using that against dolls now. And I don't mind if you want to keep it vague, but we're going to need something in addition to say, well, if something is obscene, I need the criteria so I can look at something and say, no, I can't bring that in the country because that will be deemed as obscene. I know you want us to ban all of them, but you can't ban the effigy of a fully grown woman because that's not obscene. Whether it's got, sexual holes, dare I say, or orifices, is neither here nor there. I mean, a truly lifelike mannequin will have all of the sort of parts of like a female or a male. And we could be talking about male dolls as well. But it's funny how the male dolls never seem to be considered obscene. It's only the women. So there's some sort of political machinations at work there. But as they've kept it that vague, and I've had a doll seized. I
was about to ask you about your legal issue that you've been dealing with.
That's this one. It's 150 centimeters tall, this doll. And that's just shy, like a fraction of an inch underneath 5 feet. Now, I know women in their 30s, like now, who are like way less than that in terms of height, and we don't consider them children. But this is because originally, when I first had some skirmishes with the British authorities over this, they were just deeming a doll to be a child doll simply on height. So there's no such thing as a miniature adult doll to them. They're just, no, it's there for a child because they want to see that there's a crime. So with that, they tried to bring charges against me. They had them dropped because I didn't have any questionable materials on my computers or phones or anything like that. So they were looking for basically pedophilic media, if you like. And as there was none, they dropped the case. So I don't think the dolls were so much the issue. They just thought if you're a doll owner, you're likely to be a pedophile. So that one kind of went away. Now with
that's
this
a disgusting, to me, that's a disgusting kind of jump, right? Because that, and I know the UK has different laws on speech and on things like that, but to make those assumptions, and that's why I hate people who jump to conclusions like that, like the whole child doll thing itself. People, when I made, because we've talked about it before, and people have taken and listened to that and out of context said that I support the dolls where people will order dolls that are a recreation of a child's face or of a child they abused, and it's like I've never said that. I know that that's happened and people have ordered dolls like that, but that's not anything I've ever backed up.
I mean,
and I hate those.
It sounds dark when you bring it like that scenario up, but if you actually just push into the darkness and go further into that rabbit hole, so to speak, would you rather that person who has these unnatural tendencies slake their sexual thirst on a doll, or go out and find themselves another child that looks like the original one that they abused and then go and abuse them? So this is kind of the argument that I need to bring up.
It's really dark. It's really one of those discussions most people don't want to have.
Yeah, it makes people very uncomfortable to actually bring it up, but it said we need to have this conversation because this problem is not going away. I mean,
I agree.
Back in my parents, my grandparents' era, these were the times where if you were a pregnant, unmarried mother, they would lock you up in a mental asylum kind of idea. This is because they were so worried of what people might think and stuff like this. And they would bury stuff like incest going on in the family. So that's a family issue. We don't get involved. That was the general attitude of people back then. Whereas now I think we're a little bit more cosmopolitan in our thoughts, and we're able to, I suppose, sociologically actually have this argument now. Yet some people would rather keep that at arm's length and keep everything in a nice sort of happy, smiley, clappy world where everything's fine. But we know in our heart of hearts there are still evil things going on and we need to address them.
Yeah, and there's a lot of evil in the world, and there's a lot of evil that goes into, that subject in particular. And like I've said before, I don't like it. It's not something that I enjoy it's not like I enjoy this discussion on. We have to do something better than what we're doing, because what we're doing now isn't necessarily working.
Yeah, I mean, well, harking back to that legal issue that I was mentioning, at the minute, it only seems to be me, certainly in the UK, who's pushing against this, because I had that 150 or just shy of 5 feet doll seized because somebody just said, no, I think it looks young. They didn't give any reasons, they seized it. And I'm challenging the legality of that seizure. So I'm taking Her Majesty's Revenue and Customs to court over this. And I've got a professor of pediatrics who's actually going to testify. It'd probably be remotely, but that doesn't really matter. He's going to be the subject matter expert. And he's already got his evidence in place to say this is why this is an adult doll. And he'll go into all the medical reasons. So I think I've got this one sewn up, unless they've got some rabbit in the hat that I don't know about. But I'm the only one that's pushing this. All the other vendors, I mean, I said to them when all this came about, I said, look, now I've even got a professor of pediatrics. Now are you all going to stand behind me and support me? And no one came forward. So they're all ripe to be picked off one by one until there's no more industry left. So there's only me actually fighting the good fight.
Yeah, and it's a hard fight to fight because you have to put yourself out there effectively. I
was the first of the UK vendors to kind of put my face out there, and I would put my phone number on the website, which you'd think would be almost a legal requirement. Yet people weren't doing this. They were hiding behind their websites. No one could see their face. There was no person to talk to on the telephone. So there's a lot of trust involved when you're buying dolls. So when I kind of came out, a lot of people, certainly older people who were used to dealing face to face with people rather than just through the faceless internet, were very happy to actually just drop by one day so they could actually put a face to the name rather than just see me on YouTube or whatever. And it created a lot of trust in that respect. But you would have thought the industry itself would have addressed this issue, but still, and it's not so much a sex doll thing. I think it's a societal thing where people are still very afraid of what other people might think of them. And I think as an adult, you have to let that shit go. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to like evolve into the next level of humanity.
There is a lot that can be gained from, and we were talking about this before the show as well. There's a lot that can be gained from letting certain things just let them go and let them slide. And like I've said before, one of the things I learned growing up, I got bullied a lot in like middle high school. When I learned to let that shit roll off my shoulder, for lack of a better way to describe it, and just roll with it and enjoy letting, because like they would try to bully me and get a reaction, and when I would take all away from them by them calling my mom a slut, I made her out to be the biggest slut in the county. And I won that argument. I won that fight. And I took away the argument. But with this, it's almost, I think a little bit harder to do when you get people coming after you and not just saying, oh, you're this or that. They're coming at you with these horrible accusations. Like, the assumption that just the ownership of a doll or the selling of dolls has some connection to child pornography. And in fact, in some of the research I did for this, one of the things that happened a couple years ago in the U.S. is a Kentucky man was charged. He had ordered a sex doll from China, a child sex doll from China, and they tried charging him under child pornography laws. The case was dismissed against him. He didn't end up having the charges.
That's a strange angle to take, to say child pornography.
Yeah, the police argued that it was, from what I'm understanding, is the police argued that it was somehow child pornography because
that must be the only avenue that they have in Kentucky. Then, but hasn't Kentucky actually? Oh, I see. Okay.
So they were saying that I think looks like the prosecution was trying to make the argument that the doll was constituting a portrayal of a sexual performance of a minor, right? So you have that, and the state and the judge dismissed the case against him. I think he won. I think the guy ended up winning that as far because it was a criminal charge. They were trying to throw him in jail for owning an inanimate object.
Yep, well, that's what they were throwing at me the first time when I had a doll seized. They were saying, "Oh, it's a child sex doll," and I was like, "Yeah, you can call it what you want. It's not illegal." And this was the National Crime Agency. This wasn't your average police. These are like the top bully boys that we send in against sort of like illegal gun factories and like people smuggling and stuff like that. And they're coming after me, and they had nothing, and they knew that I knew that kind of idea. So even when they were like interviewing me, trying to get me to say stuff, and I had a trump card up my sleeve anyway.
What was that? Can you say what that is, or you still have to hold that back?
Absolutely. When I started the business, I'd heard like in some newspaper articles that some of these dolls were getting seized, and they were the tiny ones. They're like 3 foot tall. I mean, they've got like impossibly large breasts and they've got like an anime face and stuff. But, people were saying it's so small, it has to be a child. So that's why they were getting seized. So I wrote away to the UK Home Office because technically they own Border Force, which are like the Revenue and Customs people who will actually seize dolls if they dislike them. To say, I've seen these stories in the media. Can you just let me know what is legal and what is not legal? Because I'm starting a business here. I don't want to break any laws. And they ignored me. So I sent it in again. I complained, formal letter of complaint, and they did nothing. It got forwarded to the UK Ministry of Justice, where it just delayed and they did nothing. Now, when I was almost arrested by the National Crime Agency 14 months later, I'm mentioning this in the interview with them, and they were like, "What? You did what?" So they went off to the Ministry of Justice and queried this. Then 14 months later, like within a day, I got a response from them straight away, and they just said, "I'm sorry, we couldn't possibly comment on a case, but these things can be deemed illegal." I was like, no case was mentioned. I wasn't querying any case at all. So I just wanted to know what's legal and what's not legal. Now, if you go to the top powers of the country and say, "Can you tell me how to do this legally?" and they won't do it, but they will queue up around the building, around all 4 corners of the building, with guys ready to arrest you if you do something wrong. But they're not going to tell you how to do it wrong. They tried this with a customer of mine. He just came back home one day and he found his dolls had been seized. He had like a letter from the police and border force and stuff. And they seized his stuff for like, I don't know, 9 months or something. They dropped the charges, give him everything back. And normally a lot of people would just like let it lie and say, I got lucky there. And he hasn't let it lie. He's the only one other than myself fighting the good fight. He's been using freedom of information requests to try and find all of the information on him that they've got, because he just wants to find out, well, let's suppose that, you know, everything I did was legal. I need to know what is illegal. And he likened it to imposing a speed limit on the major roads in the UK. But we're not going to tell you what that is, but we will prosecute you if you break that speed limit. So how are you supposed to stay within the law? Do you then drive on like, so the major freeways at like 30 miles an hour? You'd probably get arrested for inhibiting the traffic flow. So you need to know what the law is if they can prosecute you for breaking it. And this is kind of the argument that I'm kind of using in my case. I mean, I'm going to say that the doll in question that was seized is adult, and I've got like a professor who's actually going to testify to that. So that should just be a done deal. But the bigger question is Revenue and Customs, I need to know what's legal and what is illegal. Now, I'm quite happy to do all of the work. I'll compile all the lists and images of all the dolls if required. And then you can kind of give me a yay or a nay on each of these, like for the heads and the bodies and so forth. But it's going to involve some work. We can't just have people getting like locked up for things that you will not tell them what is legal and illegal. So you can see my argument, right?
Yeah, and that's what I was pulling up real quick to show, for example, why having a vague law like that's dangerous and why it's scary, because you can basically criminalize anything at that point. And where is this stupid law at?
Well, that's what they did in the UK. They'll just say anything that is deemed obscene. So that, you know, if a member of an officer from Revenue and Customs decides this full dining set of knives, forks, and spoons is somehow phallic, I think it's obscene, therefore it's illegal. Now, what you've effectively got there is Revenue and Customs writing the law. And I think that should be a felony in itself.
It's no different than the different agencies in the states that aren't part of the legislative branch making laws. And it sets so many dangerous precedents, in my opinion. And
well, I'm not trying to make this religion based, but
that's fine.
We've got a big push in the UK, as everyone knows, like immigration and whatnot. And like, if you're Islamic, it's almost like you can do no wrong. And there'll be reasons, political or whatnot, for whatever's behind that. But let's just take that as an example. I mean, it could be in like an uber Christian, but let's take a Muslim, for example, because to have effigies of the human form is against the religion. So if you have an officer of Revenue and Customs who happens to be Islamic, it's well within their faith to say that this is obscene. They're not lying. They would find it obscene. And then somebody could end up going to prison for ordering like a 5'8" doll with full breasts, full hips, all the rest of it. Arguably looks 28 to 30 years old. But because somebody dislikes it, and this, one of the major arguments I use on this is we're descending into 1984's thought crime if we go down this rabbit hole, and it has to be stopped at the very inception.
Yeah, I don't. To me, thought crimes they should never be considered a thing. Is, you know, if you're doing something in the privacy of your home and it doesn't hurt someone, I've never seen why that should be, you know, because, for example, if we take that same leap of argument, right, you can make the argument that, you know, if I have fantasy, for example, for hypothetical, if you have a fantasy of, you know, a non-consensual encounter with someone, of raping someone, you know, and depending on your country, if you have the laws in place, if you say wanted to put that fantasy into like literature and you write it out, that could be, you could twist that and then use the same type of laws again.
I think somebody has been prosecuted for that in the United States, I believe.
In the United States, it's and this is, people have come at me for this because I've literally pointed out the law is that it's legal to write sex stories about anything basically. Fictional, like it's protected speech unless it's defined as obscene under the obscenity test. I think I don't remember if it's I forget. I think if it's the Miller test or if it's another something like that. So unless it meets those the three requirements for that, it's pretty much legal. And so I may not like it. You may not have to like it, but that doesn't mean it should. It's going to the level of a crime, because no one's been harmed with the writing of a story. No one's been harmed with a personal sexual fantasy, unless it gets acted out against someone or harm done to someone.
Well, in that respect, it sounds perfectly reasonable to say that. And this is, if you expand that, that's when it starts to get a bit sticky for certain people. Because then if you say, right, well, this guy's having all sorts of pedophilic fantasies while having sex, if you can consider it that, I consider it more masturbation because there's only one person involved, of getting involved with a child sex doll, right? No one's being harmed. You're not propagating any sort of media like, distributing child porn, which then creates more of a demand for the media, and therefore more children get interfered with. None of that's happening with the child sex doll, and it's all happening within the closed confines of a bedroom or someone's apartment, whatever. So then does that then become fully legal? I mean, I'm kind of okay with the idea, because if we start saying what you are doing in the confines of your own home makes me uncomfortable, then there's just no end to that. Everything can be uncomfortable, and then everyone can be prosecuted for almost everything.
Yeah, it's very easy to make those logical jumps, and I don't believe in punishing people for things that don't harm other people. That's why personally, I don't care if people decide to use substances, as long as they're doing it in a safe manner. Now, there's the argument to which substances are safe and stuff like that. Like personally, don't care about marijuana, but from a professional standpoint, I have to consider, like if I'm doing therapy, or if I'm working with a family and I find out someone's using, like I have to consider, well, is this something I have to make a report about? Even though personally I don't give a shit, I have other obligations because of what my job is. And sometimes I don't like those conflicts, because if they're able to be a parent and it's not interfering and I can tell, but if I don't report, it falls back on me if something goes wrong, because I failed to make the report. That's why every allegation of abuse I have to report. If there's a suspect of a suspected child or elder abuse, I have to report it, because if I don't, I can be held liable, because that's the way the law is written. So if I don't report it, I can be held liable. I can cost me my job. It can cost me my, ability to practice and all that stuff. It's deep. And so as the professional, and this is also part of the discussion we've had, is effective treatment methods, is you really can't, as someone who's dealing with certain issues, go into a therapist and trust that your confidentiality is going to be maintained, because you could go in and say, well, I have this issue, and the doctor, the therapist can go, well, I think you're a danger to kids, even though you're not showing any, and report you, and then shit just goes haywire. And so there's really no safe way to do it. There's really no safe way to get the treatment. So what do people do? They keep to themselves. They don't seek treatment. Shit gets worse. It's no different than someone trying to deal with depression themselves or deal with anxiety themselves. You don't know how to deal with it if you don't know the background and the experience and the shit that goes into it. And that's okay. It's okay to not know how to deal with it, because no one expects you to know. I don't expect people to walk into a room to do therapy and have all the answers. If they had all the answers, they wouldn't be coming to see me. That's kind of obvious. Same with this. If you're going to come in, I want you to feel comfortable. And so I always, any situation I have to make a report, I always analyze the shit out of it to make sure I'm doing the right thing, because I don't want to fuck up someone's life, especially over something like that, because that's a huge deal. And just saying those words will ruin someone's life, even if it's not true. Like our original, why people go the 𝗡𝗂𝐽 route is people are afraid of being Me Too. People are afraid of the fallout from that. People are afraid of, I just want to have a relationship with someone, but I'm scared to death of, this happening to me. And I would say you could probably argue for some it's an irrational fear, but it's also depending on how you're making it out. How can you justify it? Because that's going to be the way I challenge it, is how can you justify to me that your fear is rational? Because I can pull up all the cognitive distortions and ways are you making a mountain out of a molehill? Are you doing these other things? And if you can show to me that you have a solid foundation for your belief, then cool. If not, then okay, then maybe we can address it. And then is this actually the right route for you? And that's one of my concerns we've had before, I think, about was TFM with the way he handles his pursuit of, I think, the MGTOW lifestyle and his investment with his dolls and his, I think, AI he's built for his, I forget what his girlfriend's name. To me,
Celestina.
Celestina, yes. So that's where, and there's a lot of background to that, and I won't try to describe that all today. But for that situation, for that
the
person,
TLDR of that one is because he was effectively abandoned by his mother. He has mother abandonment issues, so loyalty is very, very important to him. So the fact he's been cheated on by every girlfriend he's ever had, that makes Celestina quite special to him. But it's perhaps because of his issues that kind of thrusts him in this direction. Whereas I tend to take a bit more of a sort of pragmatic view of dolls. They're just a thing to me, whereas Celestina is a who to TFM, even though she's not real. So you can sort of see the difference there.
Yeah, and that's where my concern is this being done properly? Is he using, if I'm looking at him as an example, is he doing this in a way that effectively deals with his issues, or is this an avoidance, or is this an obsession? Because I got into an argument the night before about the person who had the diaper fetish that was on Nick's show. There was a couple discussions back and forth in the chat about whether that was an addiction, or it was something else. I was arguing with something else because at face value, you can't take that as just an addiction, because there's way more things that go into it than, just because someone has gone through and they feel like they're doing it even though they feel like they don't want to do it. But when you're talking about one of those more obscure sexual interests, the social stigma that goes into it, calling it addiction.
Isn't an addiction, though, something that is effectively harming you in the grand scheme of things? I suppose, because we could say we're addicted to food, but if you eat sensibly, I wouldn't consider that an addiction. It just depends on your perspective of what you mean by addiction. Now, if you're overeating and you've got some other issues going on, which is causing you to overeat, you could then, because you're at risk of congestive heart failure and all of the other sort of physical ailments that go with that, then I could perhaps then start to call that an addiction.
And that's where I would, I say, my concerns is for that person specifically. And I'm going to have them on the show again, or I'll have them on my show, so I'll get a second chance to talk to them and get more background. But I don't know at face value if I can call it an addiction without further information, because as I was trying to explain, and it's hard to type in chats and explain things in YouTube chat. You get 200 characters. And when you're talking about complex psychological stuff, you're limited. So being able to talk makes it so much easier, because when you have obscure kinks and you have obscure things, and there's a lot of kinks and stuff where people go through cycles of purging and getting rid of their objects or getting rid of their sexual interests of desire. And that's 100% normal for that. And that's expected for that type of kink. That doesn't mean that they don't like it, that they don't want to do it. There's a social stigma that comes to it. There's self-esteem. There's other things that you have to address really before you can say, are they doing it? Are they truly doing it because they want to do it? Or are they more embarrassed about it? There's a lot that goes into it. That's why I don't think you can just name it an addiction right out the gate. It requires more analysis. And I've tried to pull up my fucking DSM real quick to see if I could find my addiction section, just to get a good kind of foundation for what is an addiction. So if I seem a little bit distracted, that's what I'm trying to do. So I apologize for that. But I like working from like having something solid to work out of, like a definition or a diagnosis, because even though I don't like the labels that can come with having like a diagnosis attached to someone, it can be helpful because it gives me a place to start from. And so if I can see symptoms of something, I can know, okay, this might be more, leaning in this direction. You can always change it too. It's not like they're stuck on there once you diagnose. It's not like you can't change it. Okay, here we go. I found the appropriate section. So alcohol, opioid, sedative, stimulant, other or unknown substance, non-substance related disorders. Here we go. That only took like 5 minutes to find. It's like a 1,000-page book, so it's a little confusing to get through sometimes. All right, so let's see here. Let me pull this up. I'll screen share this real quick so everyone's on the same page. So share screen, and let's do window, DSM, and share. All right, so pull this up real quick. Oh, that's gambling. Damn it. So while I look for the right section on this. Oh, really? That's it? That's interesting. There's actually not a section for non-substance issues that are... So the DSM only has sections for substance-related addictions, and then the only non-substance-related disorder in the addiction section is a gambling disorder. So that's interesting. I could have swore there was a section on it.
Well, I suppose that would be just because there's so few cases with reference to substance-based. That's where 99% of the cases are going to be.
Well, because if it was like a food addiction, that would be more of like a food and eating disorder. So I think there's a section like you can, because there's always, for every major section, there's always the other unspecified or other unknown disorders, which is great because you could just label everything.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're dealing with substance addiction, you can deal with the substance as a physical entity and deal with that and actually deal with the addiction at largely the same time. Whereas if it's a food addiction, there's usually something else at play there. It's not the food itself that is making you addicted. You've usually got something else going on, be it comfort eating or whatever else.
So yeah, this is why calling it addiction is not fair. Like, so for example, I will pull up this real quick. So this is a fetishistic disorder. So this is what you would diagnose for someone who has, and it goes into the detail here. You have symptoms present for at least 6 months, recurring and intense sexual arousal from either the use of non-living objects or a highly specific focus on non-genital body parts as manifested by fantasies, urges, or behaviors. The fantasies, sexual urges, or behaviors cause clinically significant distress or impairment in social, occupational, and other important areas of functioning. The fetish objects are not limited to articles of clothing used in cross-dressing, as in transvestic disorder, or devices specifically designed for the purpose of tactile genital stimulation, so vibrator. So you actually couldn't diagnose under this rule the use of sex dolls as a fetishistic disorder, because this would fall under one of the exclusion categories.
I guess that makes sense. I mean, to be honest, though, I mean, I know we're considering it a toy, but if you take away the actual human as such and say, give me the next nearest thing that we have at this point in time is the doll, right? Because I mean, the blow-up dolls they were always awful things. They were mostly gag gifts, if nothing else. But the new silicone and TPE dolls, they're the next thing nearest to, and they actually feel very fleshy. That's the thing, if no one's ever actually touched one. It's surprising just how real they feel. I mean, I remember them coming from Chinese kind of height, and then they started to produce more Western heighted dolls. And I had one which is a WM doll, so 161 centimeters, so 5 feet something. So it was a reasonable height rather than seeming like a dinky little thing. And because it was a heavy doll, I had to kind of put my arms like almost like an embrace, and I would kind of have to put my arms underneath the armpits and grab the shoulders and lift it like that. And it actually almost gave me like an electric shock. It just felt so real.
Dang.
So for all that we're talking about that they are toys, that, in terms of shape and feel, they're very, very close to the real thing. So it might even be a misnomer to actually call them a toy as such. I mean, a simulacrum of the human form would be a much better term, really.
Yeah, I think the way that people, because like we've talked about this before too, is the dolls aren't necessarily a sexual object. Is we've talked about how they can be used for people who have, say, been rape victims, and that can help them become, they're afraid of physical contact. Because you can't. I believe you said you can do both male and female dolls to certain degrees.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so if whether you're a male, female, some other gender, whatever your identity is, you've been a victim and you're trying to recover from that trauma, you can now, in a controlled environment, one where you have the power to define the limits, decide, am I going to get in bed with the doll? Am I comfortable being clothed or being, less clothing with the doll in bed? I can go this far if I need to stop.
Yeah.
I know I can stop, and I don't have any force. There's no way that the doll can force me to go further. And so that gives you the ability to build your confidence, build that safety and trust back up to pursue human sexual contact again.
Yeah,
I think that's a powerful way to do that.
Definitely considered that scenario. And as you said, so like rape victims, and I'm not talking about the rape victims where like they changed their mind. I mean, I'm talking about the real sexual assault rape victims. And they've got like multiple traumas going on inside the head and stuff. So like you'd start off with just the doll in the furthest corner of the room. And you keep on doing that until she can actually stand to actually have the doll in the same room without breaking into a cold sweat kind of idea. So it's a means for treatment, if you like. Now, yes, it might have been a sex toy, but it is like, the human form and stuff like that. And you could even get like a similar head to like the aggressor at some point to see if they can actually overcome the fear of the person who did this to them, kind of ideas. There's thousands of different ways that these things could be used in a therapeutic way. But of course, everyone just wants to see the crime because they like to see the big bad wolf. And if we just shoot the big bad wolf, everything will be fine again. And life wasn't fine to start with. So,
and like someone in chat saying, "Call shit here," says, "Guys with low self-esteem and low confidence could also use adults to help with them recovery." For example, you have incels. So for those unfamiliar, incel means involuntarily celibate. So basically,
I don't know if these are true. I don't know if I've just been trolled by some journalist, but I've had Germans usually, and they're speaking English on my little chat facility on the website, and they've been talking to me like for hours at a time. It's usually the same sort of scenario. They've got their sort of like 17, 18-year-old son, and they don't want him to get led astray by women because they know what like young girls are like. And whether it's true or it's not, if you take the scenario and think STDs being as rampant as they are, that there's a danger. Me Too is a danger. Pregnancy is a danger because if she doesn't want to give it up, then that's his life over kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
From the parent's perspective of actually having a young boy, these would be a fantastic way because, I mean, like, he can be as, I suppose, just Hulk smash, Hulk smash, Hulk smash, like 10 times a day.
Fair enough.
Because what teenagers are like, they can go at it like rabbits. But it's in a completely safe manner. So there's no risk of STDs, pregnancy, or Me Too, or anything like that. So, I mean, if you take away the social stigma of it and just think of it pragmatically, it's like, it's a really good solution. And if, let's say the kid in question is, thinking, he's fairly normal, he's going to find a wife, he's going to have like a family and stuff like that, he's actually, as a teenager, actually going to build up quite a bit of sexual technique. So he's kind of be like ready to go if you actually find some girl who's wife material. So just looking at it like that, it's not degenerate or anything like that. You're actually making him a better guy.
And I don't know if, I think it'd be interesting to see how the law would look at whether or not providing a doll to a minor would be considered legal or not. I don't think it would necessarily.
I did ask that question for Germany, and they said, yeah, it's fine for over 16s because that age of consent there and stuff like that. So they're okay for that. But yeah, I mean, obviously that's the thing. So just assuming that the kid's 18, the young man, or young woman, I suppose. Perhaps she doesn't want to go on the cock carousel, but she actually wants to get some sexual experience. She can ride a doll 5 times a day to find out what she likes, what she doesn't like, stuff like that. So it's not all male based.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways to use the doll in effective and therapeutic ways, or as, fucking like a sex rabbit, like rabbits with sex with your doll, or, anything can be used for good or bad. For example, therapy. Therapy can be in a tremendous good. It can also be a tremendous bad. If anyone's ever heard of the satanic ritual abuse shit that went on during the 80s and 90s, where people were basically getting ideas implanted in their heads, accidentally or on purpose, about being, sexually assaulted by groups of people as part of satanic rituals. And because of the way that therapy techniques were being done, it was causing people to recollect things that never necessarily happened. So even therapy can be bad. Therapy can lead people astray. A bad therapist could cause someone to kill themselves if they did things right. If someone's depressed, you say the right things, you can convince them that that's the right way out. That's the right way to deal with it. So, everything has the potential for abuse. And so targeting one thing, it to me is something that I don't like seeing it done that way, because I don't think it gives a fair assessment of the situation, a fair assessment of the pros and cons, because everyone is coming into this with a kind of biased view, for lack of a better term. So here's that law I was wanting to read through. I know we digressed a little bit. So, and that's the show. If you've ever watched it or participated, you understand it. That's just what happens here. There's nothing we can do about it. I've tried. Just the ability to focus is in tangent is just what I do. So we're going to dig into this real quick. So I brought it into a PDF document. This is from Florida 2021 statutes, chapter 847, under obscenity. So this is 847.011. The section is prohibition of certain act in connection with obscene, lewd, etc. materials, and the penalties for it. So the one, let me highlight this just for reference. There we go. And then the section we're looking at is down here, is under 5A1. It says, let me bring this in and do a different color. So I love highlighting, which apparently is not working. That's weird. So a person may not knowingly sell, lend, give away, distribute, transmit, show, or transmute. I love that. Transmute. Offer to sell, lend, give away, distribute, transmit, show, or transmute, have in his or her possession, custody, or control with the intent to sell, lend, give away, distribute, transmit, show, or transmute, or advertise in any manner an obscene, childlike sex doll. 2A, except as provided in subparagraph B, a person who violates this paragraph commits a felony of the 3rd degree. So it's a 3rd degree felony to do this, and is punishable by these sections in the Florida statute, which I think for the felony 3, it can be up to 10 to 15 years under those sections. It's ridiculous. And so under 2B, a person who is convicted of violating this paragraph a second or subsequent time commits a felony of the 2nd degree, I think is what it says. Yeah, the 2nd degree felony if you do it again. So if you do it a second time, it goes to a 2nd degree felony, punishable by these paragraphs. And then under subsection B1, except as provided in subparagraph 2, a person who knowingly has in his or her possession, custody, or control an obscene, childlike sex doll commits a misdemeanor of the 1st degree, punishable as provided in those sections. So it's a first-degree misdemeanor just to have in your possession the doll. So literally, God damn it, literally possession of a doll is a misdemeanor.
I mean, there are arguments sort of for and against all of that, but at least they're writing that down. It's not that vague. Now, the question the question I would bring up though on this is, this is a childlike sex doll. In one case, if you seal up the vaginal anal orifices, is it then just a mannequin and not a sex doll?
So you want to know the worst part about this?
Go on then.
The term childlike sex doll has no definition.
Yeah, that would be it. So, because that was going to give rise to my second point where, you see, I know there are states where the age of consent is 18, but there's a lot of states where it's 16, but you're still a child until you're 18. And that's where you kind of get this gray area. Because if you can actually have sex with a real 16-year-old girl, in your particular state, but I'll bet you're still not allowed to have a 17-year-old look-alike doll, because that would kind of fall afoul of the law. And I think that's what they're trying with me in my case, because they'll say, child sex doll could be like 17 years and 300 days in terms of the way it looks. So, well, and technically, yes, problem. It's a child, but then we allow child sex in the UK because the age of consent is 16.
Well, that's like the states too. A lot of states, the age of consent in the states ranges anywhere from 14 to 18. But then you also have, if you take a picture of yourself in a sexual position and under the age of 18, you now you've manufactured and distributed child porn. So like the laws are always at odds with one another. And you have this law here that if that's the second thing I highlighted here, is if you get convicted of possession a second time, so just possession of it, you're not distributing them, you're not a Dollhouse Phil affiliate or vendor, not that I'm one, but you would be convicted of a felony offense just for possession of it, for something you do in your own home, no one's watching, no one's seeing. That's scary.
So I wonder what the law would be then for, let's take FedEx, for example, because they don't own it. They don't actually possess the doll, although they're transporting it through that state where it says it's illegal. Is that then going to be a question?
That's a good question. I don't know if that would fall under the law or not, because, that's a really good question, because it says, person may not knowingly sell, lend, give away, distribute, transmit, show, or transmute, and then having his or her possession. So would you call a shipper having possession? Because they have to possess it to...
Well, even if they say no, but they're producing it for someone else, though, aren't they?
You could totally nail FedEx to this potentially, and or anything like that. Like, that's to me what I don't like.
I mean, I know why they've worded all of this like this. We're not going to outlaw them because we'll get absolutely creamed in court if we actually try and do that. But we're going to make it such that anyone can potentially get arrested over this. But we're not going to tell you exactly how.
Yeah, it's outlawed, but they won't tell you what a child doll means. And this law was signed into law, I think in 2020 or 2019. I think it was 2019 it was signed into law and it went into effect in 2020. But so it's been almost, I think, 2 years now. And there's, to my understanding, no definition yet. And I don't think they're planning on it, on what the hell it means.
They will have to be careful, though, because, I mean, if you're thinking outside the box, you can push this back against them. So there's a very popular vibrator that's been around for years now called the Magic Bullet. And you could say that's the dimensions of a 12-year-old boy's penis. So is this obscene? Because again, they're not defining what the child doll is. But I mean, if that's representative of a 12-year-old boy's penis, we're definitely getting to the realms of obscenity here, surely.
Well, that's just one example of the ways that the court can totally misuse this, the way the system can usually screw it up. And then there's also another law they're trying to pass, I think federally in the United States. It's called the Creeper Act. And I'm not joking, that's literally the name of it. It stands for, where the hell did it go? So Creeper Act to be reintroduced after Florida's girl's likeness used for a child sex doll. So that's what I was mentioning earlier, where someone had taken the likeness of a child, had it manufactured onto one of the dolls, and had a doll manufactured in the child's likeness. And so this law, and I think I quoted this to you before, in as far as the text of this Creeper Act, it's talking about like crazy robotic dolls, and I'm like, no one has that capability yet in dolls, to my understanding.
If that's the case, that's definitely been pushed by feminism, because feminism hasn't really railed against dolls too hard. They're kind of okay with it. It's just kind of, oh, yeah, it'll pass. But the robots, they are all up in arms against the robots, because they say it's going to like train guys to rape, and it's going to like promote misogyny, all the rest of it, which in my experience, it doesn't. Because I go to annual doll meets where like I see like a lot of my customers and like other companies' customers, and we all get together and we nerd out with our dolls and lots of photo shoots going on. But they treat their dolls, and there's a lot of these guys who are divorcees, and they've kind of been through medium to nasty divorces. So they're not all incels by any means, but they've all kind of had their thing, and you know the reasons for like getting dolls. But they treat the dolls better than they actually did their wife, because there's no negative feedback from a doll. Whereas they all kind of talk, you know, kind of jokingly, as like married men do, about the wives and stuff like that. How there's it's the ball and chain and stuff like that. There's always consequences to actually being married to a woman. All of that sort of joking stuff. They'll talk about that, but then there's almost like a reverence when they talk about the doll, stuff like that. So I've never seen any instances of misogyny with regards to dolls, and it'll be exactly the same with robots, to be honest. I mean, I've had TFM pull me to one side in his Discord server back when he had one, because he had a little bot that was like talking as Celestina. And I said, well, as your grandfather, you keep on giving me that cheek, girl, and I'll put you over my knee. And TFM pulls me to one side and says, you wouldn't talk to another man's wife like that, would you? It's like, Jesus Christ. So it's, you know, a lot of guys are really attached to the dolls, and they give them a certain reverence. And I've seen to the point where some guys have dolls where you can't even use bad language around them. They think so highly of the dolls. And they never did this with the wives or anything like that. So it's this whole idea of robots training men to hate women, I just think is laughable. But it is something that feminism is railing hard against. I mean, there are societies of women and feminists who are like organizing money and stuff like that to actually campaign against sex robots. Yet they seem to have left sex dolls somewhat untouched.
So one of the things I think is interesting in this is you have, with the way your business is set up, you tend to have a lot of connection with your, you know, you talk to your customers quite frequently, or you get a lot of feedback, and there's this level of engagement you might not have in any other business. And that's, to me, unique, because you get, as not only a business owner, but as, you know, someone who owns a doll and you know, lives the lifestyle, sort of, so to speak. You know, you get feedback on how people are doing this, how people are actually engaging with it, versus how the perception from the outside world is. So you have the social perception as a whole from the United States, from the country, from the world. This is what dolls are. This is why they're bad. Then you look at the flip side of it, you get, and I think to me, there's just so much stuff that would be great for like doing research on, because you have access to a lot of information. You have the potential to have access to, you know, people who would be willing to give their details and accounts.
Funny enough that you bring this up. There's a team, I believe they're based out of Leicester University in the UK, and they keep on rearing their heads every now and then. And they'll approach us on the UK Love Doll forums or the Doll forums, which is more international. And they want people to kind of like fill out like questionnaires. But of course, you know, there's going to be certain details that you put down on there. And there's been a number of us who've kind of gone through the questionnaire without filling it out, and like you just like see what kind of questions they're asking. And there's a hugely pedophilic slant over the whole thing. So you can see what conclusions they're trying to draw from this questionnaire before you even fill it out. So there's a certain level of distrust. But I mean, if you can produce all of like be your intended conclusions or something, your methodologies and stuff like that, and just be very open and transparent with them, they'll be good with you, because they understand that the community, as they call themselves, needs some sort of backing from some scientific area for this to kind of prove that they're not all degenerates. Because there's a lot of the guys who still, they're very pro-dole and all the rest of it. They understand how it's all very good for their lives, but they keep it very, very secret from like work and stuff like that, because, you know, that can be a firing if that's the public gets to know of like what they do at home.
Like, to me, that's, I hate that. I hate that idea that you would lose your job, that people are going to ostracize you from your family, from your friends, from your social groups, because your focus is a doll.
I mean, I understand from the job perspective, if that's the way it is, and like, you know, people have mortgages to pay and whatnot. But beyond that, everything else, I still think, and it'll start with men, I would think, that you've got to stop giving a shit what everyone else thinks of you. If they think you're a degenerate, it must be shit to be them, because they're the ones with the negative thoughts, not you. So if you can manage to get past that, I mean, it's easy enough for me. No one's going to fire me, so I can be an open degenerate as far as anyone else is concerned. That doesn't affect me in the slightest. But it makes life so much simpler for yourself. I see these people who are so stressed. I can't do this, I can't do that, because somebody might think ill of me. And it must be an awful way to live.
It kind of is. And one of the things, you know, when I've worked with like kids, for example, is helping them, you know, learn how to cope with that, how to cope with those social situations, because they don't know, they're kids, you know, because like I've worked with kids with this. My age group for kids I worked with was basically 5 and up. Like, because I can have a good conversation with a 5-year-old in therapy. Younger kids has just never been my thing as far as, you know, doing therapy. But older, like, because of 5-year-old, I've had, unsurprisingly, with 5-year-old clients and like that younger age range, really great therapy sessions that you wouldn't think a 5-year-old, 6-year-old, 7-year-old could communicate like that, could tell you that much stuff, could really understand. And it surprises me sometimes, where I would have a session with like a 5 or 6-year-old client, and it's like the end of it, I'm like, holy shit, did that just happen? Like, there's no way. There's no way that kid understood that. Because I know sometimes I have to bring my language down to a younger level, change my like, make sure they understand it, because, you know, you tend to talk in adult mode all the time because you mostly interact with adults. So when you have to bring your language down, sometimes I'm long-winded. But I've still had kids walk out of sessions, and then the next week they come back. The parents are like, I can't believe so-and-so, you know, they've been doing so much better. They really seem to have done, they're doing differently since last session. It's great. And I'm like, I don't know what I did, but I'm glad it worked. Because I would never expect a 5-year-old or 6-year-old to pick up that much over the course of an hour. It's because they're 5 or 6, their attention span's short. But they must really get, and I've always been happy for it. It always surprises me when I can get kids to really be invested in the session, because that's where you really get what you need from them and to help them and their families. And so I don't like, you know, going back to where we were on the issue of impact on like work and family, is I don't see why people would necessarily label someone as having a doll being this horrible thing. Because like,
I know, is that just you speaking from your perspective? I mean, you must have before, like your average normie out there is like, oh my god, I don't do any of that kinky degenerate shit.
Bullshit. You're so lying. You're full of shit. Everyone's got a kink to some degree.
That's what they'll say, though, right? It takes a certain level of introspection to actually look inwards and to realize that you're just as bad as everyone else. So pointing the finger is you're just diverting attention away from yourself. That's usually what's happening.
Well, a lot of it comes back to, especially with this topic, is a lot of people are uncomfortable with their own sex and sexuality to begin with. People aren't, especially if they say they're struggling with, like, for example, having a kink or having an interest or a fetish, and they don't know what it means. They don't know how to respond to it. They don't know if they can trust people with that information. So how do because a lot of people don't know how to begin to have those conversations. Whereas, and it's different too, because if you look at men and women separately, right? Women have always been, is kind of like not every woman, obviously, but in general, women tend to talk and communicate a bit about their sexual relations with partners or with spouses, whereas men, that level of detail has never really been there. Like, you might have the occasional, oh yeah, I did that, like the whole like jokey brag thing, but you don't have those like in-depth conversations with a guy.
No, you don't go into details.
You don't, and I think that's harmful in a way. I think it keeps guys, especially, from letting other people know, letting other people in the loop that you're not necessarily doing anything wrong. Like, you're not necessarily wrong for your interest. You're not the only person who has that interest. Because one of the best things the internet has done has shown that you're not the only one with the weird kink, quote unquote weird kink. That everyone's got, there's groups of weird kinks out there. There's forums, there's chat rooms. If you fucking name it, it exists. I promise you. Like,
yeah, pros and cons though. Because yes, if somebody else goes to some forum, you see all these other guys with the same kink, or women, whatever. What that is solving the sore of lack of self-confidence there. Because if you've got the self-confidence, like, I don't care, like, I think I'm possibly the only person in the world that has this sexual kink, but I'm okay with that. Then that's how you get beyond that, rather than like, oh, it's okay because everyone else is doing it. You're hiding behind that.
The goal isn't necessarily to take that belief and thought process. I wouldn't put people into that. As far as, I wouldn't say it's okay because everyone else is doing it. It would be more of, it's okay to have that other people, if you look at other people, they're willingly discussing it, they're openly discussing it, they're able to have back and forth. It's not something you have to feel ashamed of. Even if you have, like Drexel or Nick would characterize as some of those weird, like, for example, furry. Even if you're a furry, not my thing. Totally, people make fun of it, people shame it, but you should, if that's your thing, and that's your thing. Don't hurt other people.
To this yesterday, actually, and admittedly, not my thing, and I don't know much about furries. I just know they kind of dress in these sort of furry costumes and stuff, end up having sex. But to me, I'm just like, kind of, if that's what you want to do, then fine. But everyone seems to have this thing about furries. Is there something else that I don't know about furries that they get up to that no one's talking about?
So there is a perception, and to a certain degree, it's not necessarily incorrect. There is this perception that, because there's been a lot of kind of public incidents where there's been like furries attached to things where they've like interacted with minors, or there's been like an incident with a child. There's been several of those. Then furries tend to, not only because depending on the level of interest and how in depth they are into their kind of fursona, for example, being based like your persona, so they'll take on the identity of the animal that they're dressing up as, or they identify as. Like, so if my fursona is like a tiger or something, like, that's them, and then they do all the other kinks on top of it. So they're doing their kink as their fursona. Again, not my thing, but that's where, like, on
the furry aspect of itself isn't that offensive or kinky as such. It's the other things that we're associating with that. Because as soon as you mention, like, if they're interfering with children or something like that, I see pedophilia. I don't, the fact that they're wearing a furry suit is neither here nor there to me.
Yeah,
I see the crime
it's
for
a
what
separate
it is.
thing. And it is a separate thing, and I can do that too. But I have seen, like, if, for example, there's the there's a amazing video by the internet historian about rainforest, FURREST, and it was a furry convention that was a shit show. Like, they just, it was horrible. It was like you get a bunch of furries together and just all this awful shit happens. Like, they left the rooms in bad condition. They left like stuff laying around. Like, it was bad. Like, it's a great video. It's hilarious to watch. But like, so there's this public view of furries that is negative. I personally wouldn't do it. It's not my thing. But I'm not going to discourage someone from doing it if they're doing it healthy, and they're doing it in a healthy way. To me.
Sorry, I couldn't help but notice in the chat, just gas the furries.
Yeah, I saw that too. Say, I could understand why people would take that. I don't necessarily support that. And, you know, there's also the whole, the MAP thing, the minor attracted person, which is a common thing you'll see on Twitter and other places. I don't know if you've seen their...
Again, I take a pragmatic approach to that. You can be as attracted to all you want to children. If you don't do anything about it, no crime has taken place. But a lot of people would want to shoot these people just because they're attracted to children. That's not the crime. It's actually interfering with a child that is the crime.
That's actually one of the biggest things I have pushback on Nick and Drexel for in that, because there is a lot of effective ways to help treat people who have pedophilic disorder. There are ways to deal with it. There are ways to treat it that involve healthy ways to do it. But a lot of it ends up being getting the people there to access it, and then also dealing with other pieces of it, which I think the doll discussion is a part of. But I don't think, you know, because I've done digging on the subject, and some of the, like Michael Seto, SETO, he's a very well-known author and researcher in the child sexual abuse stuff and on pedophilia. And the guy and others have basically come to the conclusion that it's sort of almost a sexual orientation to a degree. It is, but it's not. And one of the reasons they won't label it that is because of all the backlash it would get. Because, I mean, if you call it that, then people will argue, you know, well, then you're going to want rights and you're going to want people to be able to be able to legally have sex with kids. No one's arguing that. The issue is, I think properly identifying something is helpful. Like I said earlier, for treatment. So if I know it's X, then I can properly treat it as X. But if I know it presents in this specific way, so if it is, say, an orientation where it's an immutable characteristic, it's not something you can just change. And I think people miss that. If it's someone who has a genuine attraction, that's not something you can just, you know, Mike Pence out of them. You know,
yeah,
you can't electroshock therapy. Yeah.
Like before, we have to have the discussion on this to actually identify and then treat. So, I mean, if you want to eliminate the crime which is happening, with children being interfered with, we have to understand it, right? But if we just make things so verboten that no one can even bring it up in conversation, it's just going to happen behind closed doors, as it always has.
And one of the things I think probably would scare people is, yeah, you see people get arrested for this shit all the time. I would probably guess that's about 1/10 to 1/4 of overall people who engage in the behavior. Because if you look at the stats on how many people get abused as a child and all this other stuff that involves this topic, there's got to be way more people out there that aren't being identified, who aren't getting arrested, who know how to stay under the radar. So in my perspective, I would rather, because like I said earlier, right now it's not possible for someone who's struggling with those feelings to truly know that if they come to a therapist and say, I have this issue, please help me, that they're not going to get a CPS report on them just because they have kids, even though they don't want to harm their kids, even though they don't want to harm their relatives or anything, or anyone. They recognize it's an issue. They want to get help for it. But right now, there are therapists who have reported people who've come for help and saying, well, you're a danger because you have kids. even though that's not, they're literally trying to avoid that. But yet they get pigeonholed into this. Well, you have it, you have kids nearby, it's obviously you're going to fucking do something. And I'm like thinking it from the therapist's point of view, that's a horrible fucking perspective, and you've just made the situation so much worse. If you're that concerned, if they're coming in there and telling you, I don't want to do it, I'm trying to avoid it, or I know I need help, you've got someone who's willing to take the steps that a bunch of other people won't. And by taking that one person and making a report, that's probably going to end up doing more harm than good, not just for that person, but they're going to tell every fucking person they know who might happen to be dealing with the same issue, because I guarantee you, they've got places where they can communicate with people and say, I went to go see a therapist and this is this awful outcome. And it makes it impossible for anyone to want to really come out and get help, because they're going to be afraid of the same fucking thing happening. And that's what pisses me off, because if you had just taken that client in and say, okay, let's talk about this, let's really dig into it. You can put in place a safety plan. You can put in place other things. You can say, if you're having this urge, you fucking call me. I don't care what hour of the day it is. You call me and we'll deal with it. I want to make sure you can stay in your home. I want to make sure you don't have to have your life upended. But you set a very clear standard at the beginning. You can do that as part of it. And if they don't want to engage, then that's on them. You're not the person who drove them away because you made a report. Like, to me, that's where I think harm is being done as a profession. And,
because we won't engage in the conversation and have the debate as to what really needs to be done.
Because there is enough, there has been so much research done. There are cognitive behavioral therapist techniques. Like CBT is one of the most effective therapy techniques in a lot of shit. There are techniques specifically designed for that. But you can't do it if they won't come into the room. You can't get them to start treatment. You can't get them to recognize the ways to move forward, the ways to deal with it, the ways to help, if they're so scared to just step foot in the door. Because maybe they do have kids. Maybe they do have, minors in their lives. That doesn't mean that they're automatically going to go out and abuse. I promise you, more people are pedophiles and don't abuse than that are, because most child sexual abuse isn't done by people who have a sexual attraction to minors. And that blows people's minds. Is the majority is not people who have an attraction to children. It's people who are doing it for other reasons: power, control, jealousy. There's a bunch of other things that go into it. But those are the people who do the most amount of it.
But nobody wants to talk about that. Now, if we manage to get that conversation out in the open and it became common knowledge, we might be able to actually take a step further towards, treating the issue at hand. It's a big step for a lot of people.
And I'd swear one of the things I have issues with is, and people have criticized me for this, and I'll take it to some degree, is that mandated reporter stuff where it's every allegation has to be reported. To me, if it's a situation where, because I can see where there's situations where the reporting isn't necessary to a certain degree, right? It's been dealt with, or it's something like this. But if I don't know it's been dealt with, or if they're I should have the ability to take the opportunity to, engage a little bit more. To maybe I don't have to report that same session that same day, or or very soon afterwards. Can I have a couple weeks to make sure, it's something, because maybe they said it near the end of a session. Then I've got to sit there and go, well, shit, are they going home to this, or or is this something that's in the past? Because if it's in the past, say the abuser died, but it's never been outed until now, right? Now I've got to upend their life. Like, say it was Uncle Bob. Uncle Bob's been dead for 5 years. Ain't no way Uncle Bob's coming back. And now I got to deal with, a a preteen or a young teenager whose life is going to be upended, whose family's going to be having CPS come in to investigate, even though it'll end up being closed, it still has to happen. And then all the shit that goes into that. I don't ever want to see CPS get involved unless it's necessary.
Is that Child Protection Services?
Yes. It's different.
Okay,
it has different acronyms.
Just CPS means Crown Prosecution Service in the UK, so I was thrown slightly off there.
My bad. Yeah, I don't want to see Child Protection Services or Department of Children and Families or whatever the other ones are, because I've seen the good and the bad. I've seen very good case managers and case people. I've seen awful ones. I've seen people who really advocate for the kids that they're wanting to help, and I see people who do a shit job of it. I've seen it with dependency cases when I was doing guardian ad litem stuff. You had people who were case managers who were fucking amazing. I could make a phone call and say, this kid needs health insurance. And they would get them health insurance by the end of the week. They would get they would pull strings, they would get the paperwork in because the kid needed to see a doctor. But I also had one that I had to pester for months and shit never got done. So why do I want to put someone in that environment if I don't have to? So I believe there should be a little bit more discretion. But I get shit on for that because people think I want to hide people getting abused. No, I want people who are getting abused to get help.
They're
getting it through therapy. And that's one of the things with the whole treating pedophilia. People take the simplistic approach and just putting a bullet to their head. If they haven't offended, they haven't done anything wrong. Now, you may morally not like the fact that they have that attraction.
Well, again, it harks back to thought crime, because that's all it is at that point.
It literally is. And I think we had this discussion with Tim and Drexel before. I think on their show, and I don't think on mine. It is.
Well, again, I mean, that their aspect, the perspective that they were taking was like, anyone who has feelings like that, we just have to put them up against the wall and shoot them. And yeah, it societally, everyone will say, yes, great, fantastic. But that's not really the way to go, because, somebody has one thought one time, do they have to die? Kind of idea. I mean, if Drex and Tim were actually going to pull the trigger, would they do it? I mean, Drex is more likely to, because he's got a daughter, and that tends to change people. I would say I've got a more objective approach to that sort of that dilemma.
What would your approach be, you say?
Well, I just kind of look at it and say, like, they can be thinking all sorts of horrible, sordid thoughts, but until something is done, I mean, you might be able to put some preventative measures in place, but you can't prosecute somebody for something that they thought, because if that's the case, let's say we've got laws in place at the minute about child pornography, right? And now if we're getting to a point where drawings and paintings and stuff done on computer can actually be taken as child pornography, but no children were involved, then a film such as Saving Private Ryan, with all of the death and destruction that goes on there, that's got to be murder then, right? And so you've got to take it to its logical conclusion. You can't just say, oh, well, this is child pornography just because it makes me feel better. You've actually got to look at it very pragmatically. Now, when you've got kids, you tend to think a lot more emotionally than objectively about these sorts of things. You kind of get like a knee-jerk response to the question, and people speak immediately without any thought. It's just pure emotion coming out. Whereas you need to sit down and actually ponder this, like for a day or two before you can actually come to some real conclusions, or workable conclusions anyway.
I agree. There's so many ways we can approach this, and we don't have, I think, anything in place to really do it. And just like with the doll stuff, and it's one of the things I wanted to touch on too, is where the hell did it go? That law that they're trying to pass at the federal level here in the States, that Creeper Act, which I think is just a fucking dumb name. Here is, let me pull this up. So And this is why I take it, and this is again relating to child dolls. But if the doll isn't defined, if it's not defined what it means, what the actual definition is, what it's supposed to kind of, because if as you as a vendor, as a business owner, how do you know which dolls to stock if you don't have a definition? If you don't have
Exactly.
if it doesn't meet this criteria, if it's, because if I were to put in the law, if it's below this height and these certain features, like if the feature, for example, do you know what the Tanner scale is? The
I've heard
development.
of it. I've gone through it, but like I don't understand it intimately.
So it's basically for boys and girls. It's like the level of puberty development. So like Tanner stage 1 is like no real development to the genitalia, versus like Tanner stage 2 you start to get like pubic hair, like wisps of pubic hair, and then there's like 4 or 5 stages for both boys and girls, and that's how you just kind of define puberty at the medical level. So if you had the definition of, if it's below this height and it's below the description of like the certain Tanner stage for the genitalia and for the the sex characteristics, then it's considered a child doll. You can properly stock your stuff and get people the stuff and make sure they're within the law. But if it's a vague thing, you put your ass on the line every time you make an order.
Well, indeed, that's why I want the the bodies themselves to be judged independently from the heads, because let's say we've got like a 13-year-old girl's body, and then I get a 35-year-old woman's head and put that onto the doll. Is that still a child, or is that somehow then going to pass because of the face? Or do we do it the other way around? And then do we put like a child's head onto a mature body? Does that then become a child? That's why I want these judged independently of one another. And then we can just say, like, well, these heads are not allowed. They're child heads, so get rid of them. These are child bodies. No combination can we use that, with any heads. And then we kind of know we're dealing with a definitive list then.
I think with that idea, I can see what you're going at, but because of what you're talking about, the nature of it, you're going to have, it's going to be more likely that the body is going to be your major defining characteristic. Because if
I
you
would
had
like to think so, yeah.
An adult female body with a child head wouldn't really necessarily, to my best guess, be the most enticing option.
Well, the thing is, this is how it was done. I said back in the day, like 4 years ago, kind of thing. You would have like this doll. One of the ones I got seized, it's kind of got like the whole sort of like shapely hips thing, small waist, big breasts, but it kind of had this sort of cherubic sort of look to the face, and the customs officer just deemed that to be a child. Now, the fact that it was 4'7", 140 centimeters wasn't helping, but when you look at the body without the head, you suddenly start to see the mature aspect of it. It's when you put this cherubic, sort of like big-cheeked face on the doll, it kind of changed people's attitudes towards it. So, I mean, like if that head was to come off the list, like that would be productive for me, because then I know what not to sell. That's kind of why I would say to all the UK authorities, I'll do all the work. I'll compile everything. All you guys are just got to like put either a check or a cross against each head, each body, and then everyone, we're all singing from the same hymn sheet then. There should be no need to arrest anyone. I mean, I'm quite happy to have the on the commercial invoice that you have to import something into the country, have them definitively use a particular code for a particular model of doll, so the customs officers actually know exactly what they're dealing with. So they could just actually look and say, already, that's a no-no. I mean, they might want to open the box up to just double check, but like, if I've sorted out the industry itself, and like the manufacturers don't want to get dolls seized, the vendors don't want to get dolls seized, it's only going to be the odd person who's trying to get a doll direct from the manufacturer, trying to slip one past customs. And that would be like 1 in 100 these days. So that should make customs' job a lot easier. So I'm trying to make everyone's job a lot easier and make the customers feel a lot more confident in what they can buy and what they cannot buy. But we'll see how this goes.
Because I mean, I would think that, you know, if you're willing to do the work, then why the hell aren't they supporting you doing the work? But apparently, not so much. But
Well,
also,
if they won't do anything, then it suggests to me that it's come from like the highest echelons of politics, that they want to discourage everyone in the doll industry from doing it. So they're just going to keep on pushing with these grey laws, which don't define anything explicitly, to make it so difficult to trade that people will just leave the industry. But like, I've just got the bit between my teeth now and say, like, I'm going to force a legal precedent out of you people, even if it's doll by doll. So I'll just slowly win all of the cases against them. If needs be, I'll go ahead and do that. But I'd rather just get some sort of statement from them so we actually know where we're all operating from.
So there's a question kind of in the chat about someone saying that they imagine it would be difficult for someone of a small stature to order a doll to suit their size. I think that's a good point.
Interestingly, as I mentioned before, when Custom started doing this, they were just basing it on height. They're seeming to take a bit of a better approach to this. They're looking at the shape of the face and the look of the body, breast size, hip size, stuff like that. They're getting better at it. I wouldn't say they're good at it yet, but they're a lot better than they used to be. So again, this is why I want to have the conversation with them. So like, what criteria are you using? I could give you some suggestions if you're missing some of the major ones. Because what I'm also putting together is a set of tests that you can run through for any manufacturer's doll. And it starts with the head and it graduates to the body, and it does all of these sets of tests, and you get a pass or fail for juvenile or mature. So if they were to adopt that, then that would be great as well. Then we don't even have to have a dedicated list of accepted and non-accepted dolls and heads. It's just one test that you apply to all dolls. So we'll see if that happens. And then that doesn't matter about height, because it's more defined by the head size to the body. I don't know if you've ever seen how like artists do it. They call it like the number of heads. So if you take the sort of the silhouette and you just take the heads, and it should be 7.5 for an adult woman type of idea, 7 to 7.5. And if your doll is within that, there's no question that you're dealing with a mature doll.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I used to do a bit of art when I was younger-ish. I just like to draw and do certain paintings.
So like there's the position of the eyes and the head, which actually also denotes juvenility as well. So there's a whole host of these things. And I'm just going to like do it almost like a flow chart. Test this, then this, then this. And if there's any fail at any point, it's out. So we'll see if they accept that, though.
If I can ask, how many dolls have you had like seized by customs?
Oh, just the two.
Just the two at this point?
There was the initial one where they seized it. And what happened was it just kind of dropped off the tracking. So I queried the manufacturers and they said, yeah, it's disappeared. We'll send you another one. So they sent another one, and then that just whistled through customs and got to the customer, and everything was fine. It's months afterwards, then I had the knock on the door by the authorities. Went through all of that. They didn't find any pedophilic media on my machines, like telephones, computers. So they dropped the case. So that was a nothing happening. And there's the one where they seized one which was en route to the customer, and they've said that that's a child doll. But I'm querying that, and I've got the subject matter expert, and it looks as though I'm going to win that one. So
that's good.
So it doesn't look as though anything they've tried to sling at me is actually going to stick.
So it is kind of dumb to me to see the people freak out about this, because there's just so many ways you can argue that if this is a standard, so much shit we have already in place, you can just outlaw with the click of a button, basically. And with that law I was talking about, because it's again targeting child dolls, and so let's go through this real quick, just because I want to see your thoughts on it, because it's incredibly dumb. I think it's just poorly labeled. So it's HR 73, to prohibit the importation or transportation of child sex dolls and for other purposes. And then if we go down here, this act may be cited as the Curbing Realistic Exploitative Electronic Pedophilic Robots Act 2.0, or the Creeper Act 2.0. For some reason, I find it funny they called it 2.0 because I feel like they're versioning it like a software. Like, well, this version is better. Like
But then
this,
we're going to need a definition of what constitutes a robot, because there are dolls where they've got sound. You kind of shake the doll a bit or move it, and it starts to make kind of groaning and sounds and stuff like that. Does that qualify as a robot, or does it need to have moving limbs?
so here's what part that bothers me, because I don't think they actually cited their sources. But so section 2 is findings. The Congress finds as follows. And then let's read the findings of Congress. There is a correlation between the possession of the obscene dolls and robots and possession of and participation in child pornography. 2, the physical features and potentially the, quote, personalities of the robots are customizable or morphable and can resemble actual children. 3, some owners and makers of the robots have made their children interact with robots as if the robots are members of the family. 4, the robots can have settings that simulate rape. 5, the dolls and robots not only lead to rape, but they make rape easier by teaching the rapist about how to overcome resistance and subdue the victim.
That's pure feminism.
There's more. 6, for users and children exposed to their use, the dolls and robots normalize submissiveness and normalize sex between adults and minors. Now,
How does one equate to the other?
Apparently, normalizing submissiveness is a crime, and I'm going to go ahead and say that this is Congress kink shaming, because there's nothing wrong with submissiveness.
Well, I mean, if you go to the original 1950s wife, the wife followed the husband's lead. So we would say that the wife back then was naturally submissive. I mean, whether that's natural or unnatural, but like at the point, that does not normalize sex between adults and minors. I mean, where's that come from?
That's the thing, is I don't know where their research is coming from. I have to dig a little deeper on this. Maybe it's in the old act somewhere. 7, as the Supreme Court has recognized, obscene material is often used as part of a method of seducing child victims. 8, the dolls and robots are intrinsically related to abuse of minors, and they cause the exploitation, objectification, abuse, and rape of minors. So
citation required.
Yeah, I need the little XKCD citation needed meme right now, because that's perfectly what's needed right now. Like, so their goal of this is to basically ban. And so let's see, any child sex doll. So we have a potential definition here. And by adding at the end of the following in this section, the term child sex doll means an anatomically correct doll, mannequin, or robot with the features of or features that resemble those of a minor intended for use in sexual acts. So that's not vague at all.
Yeah, that covers a lot, because let's just say I did a copy of, oh God, what's that singer called? Ariana Grande. And she's been like termed as looking really young. So you could say, well, that resembles that of a minor, even though she's 28 years old. So does that then become a child sex doll? You see how it's all relative to actually who's viewing this. And it's all like, I don't like it, it makes me feel uncomfortable, therefore you are breaking the law. And it's all based around thought crime, all of this.
Yeah, I don't like that at all. That's what bothers the fuck out of me, is because there's so many ways to interpret this. Because technically, if we want to get real technical right now, right, and this is probably getting way into it, is a 17-year-old is a minor in the States, right? And so a 17-year-old can be all the way through Tanner stage 5, full development, right? So they have pubic hair, their genitals and secondary sex characteristics are maturing. They're at full levels of development, or almost full levels of development. And that looks like an adult, effectively, for sexual purposes, for sexual acts, as the law is saying. You could outlaw that under that definition, because it is the features that resemble a minor. It doesn't say anything about pre-puberty or anything like that. So say the act was wanting to target like people who were attracted to prepubertal children, so younger children that haven't reached the age of puberty yet. It's not specifically targeting that. It's talking minors in general. So minors at some point reach a level of development to where they're no longer minors, but children also reaches the peaks of sexual maturity before they reach the age of legal adulthood in a lot of cases.
Well,
So,
as TFM's kind of said, I mean, females are usually done with the whole puberty thing by 16. It's like boys becoming men that takes that bit extra, usually pushes towards 18. So, you know, anything over 16, I mean, she's kind of done, like with puberty and like all the rest of it. So
oh
it
yeah,
should be a
girls.
done thing, but like technically still a child. And to me, this just smacks of politics to get men back on the plantation. It sounds very MGTOW, I know, but
Just a little bit. No,
if
no
men,
offense.
yeah, if men start checking out on all of this, like society begins to fall apart because women aren't going to like hold it all together. They need someone to
No.
do all of the work and pay for shit. So it's what they're using is like the whip to kind of get men back into place and like to get those women pregnant, get divorced, pay for everything that she wants for the rest of her life and for the kids, and then you go and kill yourself after everything's been done, and you wonder why men are checking out.
So let me just pull this up real quick to give you a perfect example of why. To show you, and not to, I hate to play the "this is why I'm right" card, but let me, because I think we're both right in this. So let me pull this up. So I found this real quick because I knew where to look. So this is, damn it, go back up. So this is sexual development chart for girls. So you have here the different ages where they hit peak growth. So this is kind of average for, I think, American girls and American boys on the next page. So like you start around age 11, puberty will kick in, but it can start anywhere between 9 and 11. You hit peak around 12, 13, and then you hit like, because here's the Tanner stages. That's where you see the 2, 3, 4, 5. So for girls by age 15, you've got your 5th Tanner stage, your pubic hair. You've already started your period in most cases. Your height, like you're developing, like you've already peaking out in height. You're growing, at the most by that age. So you're kind of slowing down by the age of 14 or 15. By age 16, you're not growing much more.
Yeah,
I mean, there's a
you're
bit more,
done.
but so that's for girls, and then for boys, it's a little bit later, but you're still talking. That age growth is, oh, I hit the wrong button. You have that age growth where, again, height starts to grow. You start to really hit puberty around 11 for boys. Genitalia starts changing around that age. Pubic hair starts developing around 11, 12. And then by 15, because like 14, 15, you've hit sperm arc where, you can ejaculate and you have, sperm present in your ejaculate and all that fun stuff as far as development goes. So by 15, 16 as well, you've hit full development. So a full body can be, a fully developed, sexually developed child looks like an adult effectively, and it still would fall under the definition of that law. So in a roundabout way, you can outlaw dolls overall just by using this kind of, legalese, the stretching of terms, right? I could make the argument that dolls are still showing that this is, because they're making it out like they're not children, but they are, because look, they're still in the development. They're still. I could go psycho, nuts, crazy on that argument, and make a point, and convince enough people to say I'm right. It's a dumb argument. Effectively, I think it's a stupid way to make the argument, but you could make it, and I don't think that's right because menarche squalshade is when girls start their period. So for those who are unfamiliar with the term, sorry I didn't clarify that. Where'd it go?
And Tim, you hear concerts in the UK are a real blast. That's dark, Tim.
Oh, come on, Tim. So let's see here. Let's get back to this law real quick. So trafficking in child sex dolls. So I think we're going to talk about Dollhouse Phil real quick. I'd love if they had a little mention of you in here somehow. That'd be fucking hilarious. I don't think so, but like if there was some sort of like slot, like that'd be amazing. So trafficking, whoever knowingly buys, sells, delivers, distributes in interstate or foreign commerce any child sex doll.
So that
Two,
covers FedEx then.
yep, possesses a child sex doll that has been so bought, sold, delivered, or distributed, or possesses such a child sex doll with the intent to engage in any conduct prohibited by paragraph 1. So I'm assuming that. So let's see here. Or no, maybe paragraph 1 was above. So here we continue. Shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 5 years, not more than 5 years for possession of a doll that doesn't harm anybody, that just exists. That, to be fair, I don't believe there's enough research out there to say that dolls have this significant connection, because I know the. Go ahead.
I'm not trying to derail the argument or anything like that. I just wanted to quickly interject that.
Go for it.
And where we are like one of the more forward-thinking nations, if you like, because let's think of the land of the Kama Sutra, India. Dolls banned. Doesn't matter what age they are. You're not allowed them.
Damn, that's crazy.
So just with that sort of stuff, I mean, it's just like, you notice how everything's pointed against like men.
And to me, I don't find that fair either. You know, I'm not necessarily of the same perspective as far as, you know, the MGTOW route. And, you know, I think you can still.
What are you trying to?
Well, I mean, I'm a guilty by association at this point with you guys, apparently. That's how I'm. That's the argument that's been made is I can't be a good therapist because, and ironically, I'm anti-LGBT, even though I've been very open about having dealt with my own dysphoria and shit. But somehow that's the thing. That's me funny. But okay. So.
Well, the LGBT thing, I mean, again, I just see things for what they are. It's like, it's all very well being very accepting of LGBT and stuff like that, but you're going to have to accept if you are LGBT, you are a biological aberration. You were never meant to happen in the first place. So the fact that we're accepting you is a big plus in our favor. Don't give me any of this shit. We're not going far enough for you. And I don't understand. It goes against the whole sort of Spock ideal. You know, the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. And at the minute, the needs of the few are defining what the many of society are actually doing and behaving and thinking, which I think is wrong. Just is seen as kind of harsh, but I think that's realistic.
Because I'm very pro LGBT. I'm very, LGBT or gender sexual minorities. I'm very pro that. I've worked with clients who have been that, not only, gender identity, but I've, because like I said the other day, my Psychology Today profile has me listed as, I think, sex positive or kink friendly or something like that as a therapist. Because I'm fine with that. Like, I actually had a client who was in a poly relationship.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with it, but like when it's defining what most normal people can say, do, and behave as. I mean, I'm not saying that normal people or cis people should be able to break the law. That's not what I'm saying. But like, we're now being told what we can and can't think, and sort of like being transphobic is now it's worse than racism. It's worse than all of these, like anti-Semitism, all the rest of it. And there's so few of these LGBT people in society. I think we've got bigger things to be concerning ourselves with.
So I've got no problem with the push for equal rights. It's my problem is, and I've seen it, is the push for more than that. And I have seen that, and I will stand by that. Is I've seen where, and you want to know something really funny, is I have been in LGBT support groups, transgender support groups, and I've been kicked out of them. I've been banned from them. I've been called some really horrific names, and I've got the screenshots somewhere where I'm internalizing, I have internalized transphobia, internalized misogyny. All because I've said stuff that is not even that controversial. I've been kicked out of support groups for people who were supposed to be helping and be encouraging and open. I got shit on really hard for that.
That would just awaken the John Cleese in me. So, oh yes, I'm transphobic. I'm frightened of Transformers. Megatron sends a shiver down my spine. Fuck you. These people,
So
honestly.
so for me, I mean, to me that's to because there was a I think one of the groups I got banned from was after that controversial article came out about rapid onset gender dysphoria, and I was discussing it in the group, and because of that, I like for some reason I was gatekeeping who could be trans, and it was crazy. It was an hilarious discussion, and they were being so like, and I was polite the whole time. Like you've seen me, I can have people coming at me and being mean and cursing and swearing at me and going at me all day, and I'm okay. I can deal with it for the most part. But like I was being polite, I was being respectful, but they were doing and saying some of the most awful shit. And it was amazing to see because it spoke volumes to me about the mindset of some of the people in that community. Because you're not, for a community that's supposed to be inclusive and supportive, you're doing the exact opposite.
Yep.
And is now with their, having now being a therapist to a degree, having seen, seeing that in retrospect, it's kind of sickening to a certain extent. And like I've always been open and supportive. Like I have taken in, like there's a very specific group of clients I won't take, that I won't do. I'll refer them out because that's the only group of clients I'm worried about my own personal biases being involved in. Is any cases where the client's been involved in severe substance use and it involved abuse of their children because of personal reasons. It's the only clients I won't take. Now, if it's anything else, I'll take it. I'll take the most hardcore, horrific shit because I want them to get help. And I know I can do that without my biases or own shit coming up. So I know my limits and I'm fine with that. I set them on purpose. But, and I didn't mean to tangent on that. It's just, I want people to get help. And I see all this stuff like this law here causing more harm than good. I see the banning of an object that is nothing, effectively to some, nothing more than a way to get sexual gratification, right? It's a way to get a release. Or into what you described, and I think is really interesting, is the way you describe people's relationships with their dolls. So if we tangent to that real quick, so I'll pull this off the screen. So you described to me before, and I think you've done on stream, just how in depth people get into their relationships with their dolls. And like you said, they're caring for them. They take care of them. They make sure they're cleaned and that people don't swear in front of them. Like they take a real investment to this, and it's interesting to me.
It's where I think it seems a lot of it seems to come from is that like men want to have someone to love, kind of idea, but what they'd been exposed to from their sort of late teenage years to up until 30s or 40s or however old they are, they just got like so much abuse just day after day after day. It just normalized it for them. So when they could actually have the doll and there was no negative feedback from the doll, they could actually just let everything out. I can kind of be as caring, as loving as I want. It's not going to turn the doll off or anything like that, where it's like your wife could possibly be disgusted by a sort of a caring or maybe a feminine aspect of her husband kind of idea. So they can just kind of let it all out and they just like, be who they want to be kind of thing. So you'll when you get like doll owners and stuff and they've kind of come comfortable in their own skin kind of idea, the new persona of a doll owner as opposed to a married man, you'll end up seeing them, they're talking about hairstyles, like hairsprays, how to like style hair, makeup, all of that sort of stuff, what lingerie works, what lingerie doesn't, kind of thing. And this is not something you would hear amongst married men. And
Yeah,
it might even come across as like a little bit gay or something like that, because like it's not something a heterosexual guy would normally talk about. But maybe men are finding their new normal, to kind of use the new phrase.
And I find that truly interesting. my question in my worry would be is how you consider that as far as like the therapeutic aspect of it. Like, is this an obsession? Is it unhealthy? Like, I could make the argument both ways.
If it starts interfering with like normal life and like they stop leaving the house because like, oh, I can't leave her behind, and I need to keep her company and stuff, then you're starting to fuck with like normal life, and the psychology is getting really out of kilter with where it should be, kind of thing. But I mean, if it's just something that you do, I mean, you might care for your doll and stuff like when you come home, but like work is still work. You go and do your stuff. You might need to go and buy groceries for the week and stuff. And that's just normal. You're not buying stupid shit for a doll that doesn't actually eat anything, strange stuff like that. Then you're okay. It's when you start taking it to stupid levels, then I think it's harmful. I mean, I've said to a lot of potential first-time doll owners, so look, you'll go through your honeymoon period where you just smash the doll like 5 times a day, stuff like that. And then after a while, it becomes spent. And then it ceases to become so much of a sex toy. And then it becomes of like a companion toy. You like having it there. You'll sit next to it, like hold the hand while you're watching a movie or something like that, and at home kind of thing. This happens like kind of a lot of the time with like a lot of guys. And look, I said, Phil, you're full of shit. That's no way that's going to happen to me. This is just a sex toy. But it does progress and evolve into something more than just a sex toy. And weirdly, what a lot of married men will complain about is the fact they only have sort of like sex 2-3 times a month with their wife. After you've gone through that whole process of it becoming, from a sex toy to a companion toy, you'll end up finding you have a similar amount of sex with the doll, and you'll spend a lot more time, say, maybe photographing the doll, dressing the doll, or just doing somewhat more normal things with the doll rather than sexual things.
Yeah, I love that there is a way for people to, because it seems to me that a lot of if maybe not a lot's the right term, but there's a group of people a specific group of people at this point who have been benefiting quite significantly from the dolls, is people who may have confidence issues, who may be able to use this as their stepping stone into, say, dating or the real world, quote unquote, and they're learning and growing in their own right because maybe they've lacked self-confidence.
I've often, on the back of that prior conversation I've had with prospective customers, I said, well, one of the things that will happen, you'll get to your companion stage, but you'll become so intolerant of women's like fun and games that they do with you. When they play mind games with men, and men are just left with like the mind spinning, they don't know what's going on, and the woman's just loving it. You become really intolerant of that, and you start interrupting them. You just say what you mean and stop giving me all this shit. And like a lot of women will be taken aback. The only person I ever talked to her like that was Daddy, and then all of a sudden you start becoming really attractive to them. So I said, just beware of that. If you don't want to have another female relationship, just be aware of that. Or if you do want to have a female relationship after having the doll, then stride in that direction. It'll work in your favor.
See, because like I know people have, and that's one of the reasons I want to do today's stream, is people have this misunderstanding of what dolls are. And, after I know people had taken some of the interviews I've done in discussions on this subject out of context, and they've really misrepresented it. And I don't think it's fair to, because for whatever it is to me, I don't think it's fair to the subject, because we are at a point on this topic where just the right amount of conversation will either be the catalyst to really make it a good conversation, to really make things blow up in a good way for this, for not just, dolls in general, but potentially looking into further ways to help be, a treatment method, the ways it's going beyond just it being a doll for sex, in other ways.
The treatment method thing will actually happen if it happens. I mean, I think that would be a great thing, or at least look into it and test it out. If it doesn't work, at least we tried it. We gave it our best. Then we know. But like, for other people, anyone who's starting to think, oh, it's still a bit creepy kind of thing. If you found out your best friend, your brother or something like that, had a doll, would that change your opinion? of the person. And I'm starting to come across the impression from a lot of people these days that now it wouldn't. Now that they've seen these dolls all over social media, it's not so much a big thing as it was back in the day. People are kind of, oh, all right, so you've got a doll. Wasn't expecting that, but okay. That seems to be the attitude of a lot of people these days.
So it's becoming more accepted from what you've been seeing.
Yeah, from your average person in the street. I mean, in my apartment, there was some plumbing work that needed done. This guy came over, he did the work, and he just started chatting to me like working guys do. So, Phil, so what do you do then? So I'll give you £1,000 now if you can guess what I did. So of course he got his 3 chances, blew it. And I told him, no, I sell sex dolls for a living. And I said, what, those ones that I've seen on social media? Yeah, those ones, the real high-end ones that look good. And he just stopped for a second. He went, have you got one of them here? Yeah, come on, have a look in the bedroom. And he was very respectful. He wouldn't even touch the thing. And, I kind of had it like unclothed for him. And I said, well, don't just look at it. You're going to have to hunk those titties. Otherwise, you're going to be constantly thinking about what it's like. And he actually had it going. He was like, Jesus, they're real, aren't they?
That's amazing. Because I've known about, because I know it's been around for a while, like the cyber skin, like dildos and stuff. That's been a thing for a while. So I know the flesh-like characteristics are pretty real from my understanding of it. And I know you have different materials and different things like that. And I also had seen a question earlier. Someone had asked about, where'd it go? I'm trying to find it. They asked about dolls, I think, in relation to women. Where'd it go here?
Oh, was it Punky Banana who said, do you have many women customers? I was going to bring that one up, actually. I do, actually. It's not a huge demographic, but there's a slight oddity to it. I mean, the most outspoken one I had, she introduced herself to me and said, look, I'm a lesbian and I just want some sex play too. So I'm looking for like a nice girl. I've seen that you've got like exactly what I'm looking for in stock. Is there anything I need to know? So we talked about like doll ownership and stuff. And she had hers. There are other females that buy them who are more anonymous. They just kind of go through like the web form on the website and they just buy it. There's very little in the way of interaction with them. But about 50% of the women who buy dolls will buy a female doll and get the footer attachment. So I don't quite know what to make of that. Now, maybe it might just be down to weight because the female dolls are lighter than the male dolls. But because women are sort of a bit more fluid in their sexuality, they might you could go like for the full lesbian bit if I want to, and I'm not necessarily stepping on anyone's toes. I haven't broken any laws or societal norms. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's interesting. Like you said, women do have a bit more fluidity in their sexuality. I think that's one downside men have had to kind of deal with is they don't really have the social ability to be more fluid and more experimental with it. And if they do, it's normally during their youth. Like, for example, the idea of, girls going to college and experimenting, right? That's pretty common. That's a pretty common idea or theme or joke. But you wouldn't ever think the same thing for guys. Like, it doesn't like really come to mind.
Can I ask? I couldn't help but notice Tim's point there in the chat. Like how Ken said the call-ins would be shortly, just about an hour ago. Is this something that we're doing?
So yeah, at some point I was going to open up for people to call in and ask questions. I know people have questions about this topic, so I was hoping if anyone had questions about dolls or related to the subject, having one of the experts. I think you're one of the biggest sources of dolls. I think
I'm certainly one of the most outspoken anyway. I mean, there are a few of us. There's like Sandra in Germany actually knows quite a lot, probably more than me. She's been around longer, but he didn't thrust his face actually into the public sphere as much as I did. So, and plus with me being affiliated with TFM, that kind of got me known amongst the red pill community, I suppose.
So do you regret coming into the public sphere with all this?
Oh, God, no. I thought this should have just been a matter of course for everyone who's certainly in the UK as a doll vendor. And I expect the same for the US as well. I mean, as one of your guys, Jeff, who runs Boutique Hall Dolls. He's actually very good. We're kind of like two peas in a pod when it comes to like customer satisfaction and stuff. You just do what needs to be done to make the customer happy. Where there's a lot of vendors actually out there who will, this is the way I do it. If you don't like it, go somewhere else, which I don't like as a vendor. That's not going to promote business.
Yeah, because I know someone also mentioned in the chat, dolls are kind of expensive too. Is there any efforts that you've been able to do? I know someone mentioned last night payment plans on the 𝐕𝐞𝐽𝐽 stream.
Well, indeed. I mean, there was one guy. He was a young guy. He's just managed to purchase his doll now. He was giving me like 120, 130 US dollars a month. So we were doing this for way over a year for him to get his money together. And I sent him a PayPal invoice, which I allowed to then be paid by installments. So there was no interest as such. But yeah. I said, I can't ship you the doll until it's paid for. And he was like, no, that's fine. So it was almost like a savings plan for him.
It's like you put it on layaway.
Yeah,
basically.
That kind of idea.
So, and I think that's, because a lot of people struggle with finances. So having the ability to have a quote bill to put the money towards every month, so you're actually allocating it versus trying to stick it in a savings account and then hoping you don't spend it. Like, I think that's, that's a cool idea that you were able to work out with him, because that got him.
I mean, there was an advantage to this one because apparently his mother found out what he was doing, and she got a bit worried that he was just throwing money away. And as it happens, because it's a PayPal invoice, he's covered by PayPal purchase protection. So the worst thing that could possibly happen is that I have to give him all of the money back. So when she calmed down after she heard that.
Sounds like he was a younger guy.
Yeah, I think he was in his early 20s.
Okay, so yeah, mom's looking out for him. That makes sense to me. She's worried that you're scamming him out of good money.
But you go back sort of 5-6 years, and there were so many sharks in the water just waiting to take money. They would advertise a certain doll, and they'd send you something completely different. It took the piss. When I started, you needed to be independently verified by Doll Forum to make sure that your supplies were actually giving you the customer exactly what I said was giving you. So they knew the manufacturers themselves, so they would contact them. So, do you know Phil from the Dollhouse? So, oh yes, these are the dolls that we supply to him. So they verified everything independently. Wow. And that's how bad it was back in the day. It's not so bad now.
Well, I could see why they people are, this is a community right now, like I was saying, that you could have it either blow up or you could have it completely crushed with where it's at right now. When you have like the laws, like with these kind of laws sitting there potentially waiting to get passed, they could completely ruin an industry and completely fuck up people's lives. Because now all these people have dolls that you could label as being a felony. If you can go to jail for up to 5 to 15 years, depending on the way you're convicted for it, just because you have it, the way that could impact people's, and it's not even that they picked a child doll, they just picked a doll, and now it's potentially criminal.
This is one of the reasons why I picked my franchise scheme for all of my other areas around the world. Until we actually get to a point where it gets really, really grey, legally speaking, that any particular doll could now suddenly be designated as child doll. I like to actually have, as I said, boots on the ground in that country. So, like, for example, I've got various US franchises, Mexican franchise, Canadian, that sort of thing. If there's any sort of legal worry, you can have it delivered to the dollhouse in that country. That way it's going to get there. And if it gets seized before then we have to give you the money back. So
it puts the risk on the supplier.
On the vendor as such.
Or
because
vendor.
Your contract of purchase is with the vendor, not the manufacturer. So legally speaking, then you can get your money back. And I think that creates a lot more confidence for the purchaser or the customer kind of idea. Whereas there's a lot of people who, like, for instance, Dolls France, and I'm not throwing the shade on them. I'm sure the guy is actually French who owns it, but he works out of Hong Kong. So if there's a problem in France getting a doll through Dolls France into France, he's not going to be able to help you He's on the other side of the world. Whereas I have somebody in your country at the time who can deal with these things legally. That's why I set up the franchise system the way I did.
So, and that's a smart way to develop it too, because it protects, you're taking on the risk so people don't have to. You're setting it up to where people can get what they want without major issue. And I know that and one of the reasons, on this topic too, I was wanting to have you, is people are kind of unfamiliar with dolls, is like what it is a sex doll, because people have, when they think sex doll, a lot of people think the blow up doll. So what is the different kind of options, and how can I customize? Like, what is it? So if I'm new, I'm a virgin sex doll buyer. I have no idea what it means to have one. I see the pretty lady sitting next to you, but that's my only exposure I've seen. So what is out there? How do I understand what the hell to buy? What are my options? Do I have to get the Ford Pinto version, or can I get a Chrysler Pontiac? Like, what can I? Where's the BMW models?
Okay, I mean, back in the day, there was just silicon, and these things cost a fortune back in the day. Now, after a while, they developed, I should say, what you were calling cyberskin for like fleshlights.
Mm-hmm.
That's actually thermoplastic elastomer, or TPE, as we call it. That's this doll here. She's in TPE. This one's silicon. Okay. Now, back in the day, you were paying sort of like $6,000 for a silicon doll, and then TPE kind of came out, and they were coming out for like $2,000. So I've often called it poor man's silicon. Now, there's pros and cons to it, stuff like that. It stains more from like clothing dye, stuff like that. Although
so the TPE stains or silicone stains?
The TPE does.
Okay, TPE stains. Okay.
And there are other issues that, like TPE, for all that it's a kind of plastic, it is still very, very slowly porous. So if you've got a doll that's been used by somebody else, you've got to actually spend like a couple of days kind of disinfecting the doll. Whereas with a silicone doll, you can just wipe it down with a cloth and disinfectant, and it's done in minutes. Okay. So it just depends what's up for you, because I mean, you're saving a lot of money these days going for a TPE doll, and they're getting very, very good and realistic. But you might be able to see from here that it's kind of a very matte quality to the TPE, whereas there's a bit more of a shine to your silicon, and they're dealing with that anyway. But in terms of customizations, because everyone thinks you can get just what you want. How we develop dolls is you'll have a doll body mold, right? So it has a particular breast size, hip size, leg length, arm length. Now the heads are molded differently, and then you just kind of connect them both together, right? So you can select the head, usually what you want. There's very few dolls which have a fixed head which you can't remove. So by and large, you can select the head that you want, so you can go for the look that you want. But the body defines like generally the breast size and the leg size, and circumference of the thighs and all of that sort of stuff. But you can select fingernails, toenails, dare I say the labia color, the nipple and areola color. You can select the eyes. The hair is generally different wigs, so you can buy multiples of them. So you can get different styles, that kind of thing. There's an enhanced mouth that you can buy on a lot of the TPE dolls, which kind of has a tongue inside the mouth, which will kind of go backwards and forwards as you use the doll orally speaking. And beyond that, there isn't an awful lot else other than that. But, it's enough that you have to think of these things. What kind of vagina type do you want? Do you want an insert that you can pull out of the doll and just walk to the bathroom and clean that out after you've done your thing? Or do you want it fixed, much like the human form? And then you've kind of got to move the entire doll to the bathroom to give it a clean and stuff. But it feels more solid, I'm told. So it depends what works more for you. There's a standard foot, as you would expect. It's just silicon or TPE on the sole of the foot. Or there's the standing foot, which has 3 bolts coming out to the bottom of, like, say, like the ball of the feet just alongside and the heel. and that bears the entire weight of the doll. With the standing foot, you can store the doll standing for months at a time without any issue. Whereas if you lie the doll down on its back, and therefore its backside, if you leave them like that for months at a time, you can flatten the backside, and no one wants that. But that'll give you a good idea. Now, there are other things like soft inner thighs, extra soft gel breasts that you can buy, and other bits and pieces, but that depends on which brand that you're talking about. So there's a lot of customizations to bear in mind.
Yeah, I was trying to pull up a couple of good examples that are safe for YouTube or censoring them to kind of give people like an idea that, because I know you've got your dolls there, but they're a bit far back. So I'll blow up a couple onto the screen here if I can and see if that'll work, because, you know, it's hard to, to me, I want people to get the, and I'm going to crop some of these in a certain way. So I'm not trying to like make your stuff look bad. I'm just trying to make sure YouTube don't yeet me.
Yeah, sure. Because TFM actually got a strike for just linking to my website.
Yeah, that's why I'm not linking to it. No offense. So let's do that. So copy and exit, and then I can open it over here. So let's do that. Can I open this? So here's, I think this is one of the silicone dolls. You'll probably know the name off the top of your head because you remember all this stuff. So
I try.
So this is one. I'll blow this up full screen. So this is what, a silicone doll, I believe.
Yep, that's a Sino doll. So it's platinum grade silicone. Yes.
So like a higher quality silicone versus like, what is there a difference in the silicone type? Like for those who...
It's based on the catalyst that they use to cure the silicon to basically have it solidified. There's the original stuff, which was tin-based silicone, and that has a tendency to shrink in the mold, whereas platinum cured silicone tends to not shrink. It's more expensive, but then if you're going for full realism, you don't want any shrinkage at all. So that's why pretty much all silicone dolls are platinum-grade silicone.
Okay. So, and I think I got a couple good, where'd it go? TPE dolls here. Trying to remember all the lingo. Let me do the edit to this one as well real quick, and we'll pull it up. And in that realm, so if I'm buying a doll, what am I sacrificing if I get, say, a cheaper doll versus a more expensive doll? If that makes sense.
Generally speaking, if we're talking independent of silicon versus TPE, the cheaper dolls will have less in the way of detailing. Like this doll that you've got up at the moment for silicon, it looks reasonably good, but you can tell by the bend on the fingers, we don't actually have fully articulated fingers there, which you'll get on the more expensive dolls. You can actually get them on the TPE dolls now, which is very new. But because the fingers have always been the worst weak link of dolls, because in those fingers that you're looking at the moment, they have twisted copper wires inside them. So you can bend them in any direction that you want. But like all wires, all metals, if you bend them enough, the metal fatigues and it will break. And then you end up with floppy fingers. Whereas fully hinged fingers, much like a skeleton, they will last for years and years and years. And they look much, much better. Because if you look closely at those hands, they don't look as though they're in any sort of natural pose.
Yeah, I can see what you mean there. And then let me make sure I did all the edits right on this. So I just made a few small censoring to this, so it's going to look silly, but I figured it's the best way to protect that, because God knows YouTube will hate me for this. So this is a TPE doll, I think. So you'll, like I said, you'll know. It's like my spouse. She's very good with like we used to breed parakeets, budgies, and she could tell you all the mutations. There's like 100 and some mutations of color and stuff, and she could just list them off, like just looking at the birds and stuff. I'm like, I don't fucking remember like 5 of them, like, and you know, it's telling me that you know your products well, you know you're invested in.
God, I've got hundreds yet that I've gotten the agreement with the various manufacturers to actually list on the website, and I just haven't gotten around to doing it. I think I might have to pay someone to do it for me, to be honest.
Yeah, it's a lot. So here's a TPE doll. So
Yes,
right.
this is 6YE. Yes.
So you get just to give you an idea, and I'm not trying to just show off dolls for the sake of it, but to give people an idea of what it looks like to have a doll, because it's not
Yeah.
the
So
image
bear
of a
in
blow
mind,
up doll. It's way different.
yeah, that horrible old face. But like, because we've got the torso right in front of us, you can actually see the indentations of the various areas of like the abdominal muscles and stuff like that. And you've got like this whole like realism going on. And this is one of your cheaper dolls. That's how good they've gotten compared to the old blow-up dolls, which were just a disgrace. Um, and as you can see, you can have the factory do that belly piercing if you want, or you can do it yourself. Not very hard to do, but just out of the box, like put the stockings, some French panties on there, and a sort of like boob tube kind of thing, and it's already looking really, really good. And this is one of your cheaper dolls. This is not a high-end doll.
So what's the cheapest doll you sell?
Oh god, it's probably a TP torso. To be honest, it should be about like £700 to £800, which would be close to like maybe just over $1,000 kind of thing, which is a lot of money. I understand, but like this isn't just like some blow up doll they're going to use for like 20, 30 times with the right amount of care, because these TPE dolls, the reason they're so very soft is they actually have a lot of oil in them, so they sweat a tiny amount of it out over a month. So every couple of months or so, you should really just rub the doll down with some baby oil or mineral oil, and it just kind of replenishes the oil in the system, and it gives the doll a nice sort of glisten, sort of like sweaty, sort of gym girl sort of appearance, if that kind of thing turns you on, because you can also use the mineral oil as lube as well, and it cleans the doll down beautifully. So
That's interesting.
all of these things to bear in mind. I mean, TFM's been banging on for a long time that people have complained that like, oh my God, like every month or maybe every 2 months, I've got to oil down this doll. It's like, and TFM's argument is sound in that if you were going out with a Victoria's Secret underwear model, would you bitch and moan like a little girl that you have to oil her down and massage her every month? No, you wouldn't. And it's the same thing with your doll. Chances are you're doing the cleaning down with the oil, and you're giving it a good old rub down, and give it another 30 minutes and you'll be like balls deep inside that doll, because it just gets arousing.
And that's one of the things that I think, like on a serious note, funnily enough, is there's a somewhat of a realism here that most people might not expect when you look at a doll.
Yeah.
Like when I first saw your dolls, like when I first like discovered you through however I don't even remember how I fucking discovered you, but like I went to the hyphen doll hyphen house.com because
Yeah.
I can't put the link in the description. So if you want to check these out in their untouched and unedited glory, that's where you can find them. There's a shitload of them, so you'll probably spend some time there looking through them. And there's pictures and all the options. Like you can see just how customizable this is, and if you're interested in it or something you want, it's pretty much doable to my understanding. There is limits, but you can do a lot of customization to where you have a unique person. It is a it is a person, and I could see how that's where it goes from being just this simple standard run-of-the-mill doll that you can kind of just, it's this object in the background, it's a toy for pleasure, versus this thing that's unique to you, where it has its own image, its own, where you can give it a personality and you can give it all that kind of stuff.
I can give you a link to the UK site where I've done a up-close personal video of one of the high-end silicone dolls, so you can see the texture of the skin and stuff like that. But I'll have to, if I give it to you, I'll have to give you a doctored version so the human would understand it, but not YouTube.
Is it on the website, on the UK website, or
it's on the UK website? Yeah.
So what, .co.uk or
no, just .com is the UK site.
Oh, okay. I thought that was the US site. My bad. So, where's this video at? How do I find it?
If you go to brands, and then
Brand. Wait, where's
o-
that at?
on the second along in the menu,
Okay, so brands. Okay.
and then the last menu item there should be in stock items.
Okay. Got it.
And then if you're in there, then you're looking for the second doll there, which is in a red bikini.
The 𝗞𝗖𝗖 Extreme Maya.
Yep, that's the one. If you click onto there, you'll see the photographs as you normally would. Scroll down to underneath there, and then you'll see a video.
To the bottom. Okay, I see the video.
And then if you kind of go through that, I do some like real close-ups, like on the skin and stuff like that, and you can actually start to see the level of detail which actually goes into some of these high-end dolls, because they're about sort of like $4,000 these dolls.
These are the high end ones you said.
These are
Or is this
what you call the top Sino dolls. The Sino dolls just do a regular silicon doll, and these are the ones which
okay?
what they call hyper realistic. They have extra layers of silicon on there. They've got like veins and moles and stuff like that, and there's a texture to the skin. All of the hands are all fully articulated, so you can't put them in an unnatural position and stuff like
Oh
that.
wow. So how much does it? So I know that the dolls come with. For those who are unfamiliar, the dolls come with like a metal skeleton,
Yes,
and so
steel
that they
skeleton.
articulate, or steel skeleton, so that they can articulate and all that
Yeah.
jazz. So how does? So let me do this real quick. I would have to do this in a very specific way so I don't fuck it up. So I'm gonna share my screen, but I'm gonna share it intermittently as I go through,
So you
so
don't
that
show
way
any bad
I
bits.
don't. Yeah. So this here is like the belly button area, so you can kind of see the skin. I know it's YouTube quality, but I've got the video like all the way up, and oh, there we go. And so like that's kind of giving you an idea of the texture of the skin on the stomach area, and then let me see where else I can, because I gotta make sure I avoid those specific bits. Definitely can't
I mean,
show
the
that.
thing is, even if
Oh,
YouTube did catch you on this, they give you a strike, but you appeal it, and then when you actually say to a human being, say it's a doll, and you can tell, and they go, "Oh yeah," because I've had a
here we
few
go.
like that where I've even had private videos given just to a customer to demonstrate various things on the doll, and the algorithm's gone through and searched through my private videos on my YouTube channel and given me a strike for that, and I've appealed and I've won every one of them.
So here's a better close up of the skin. You can see the texture of the skin. Like it's really actually kind of incredible to a certain
Well,
degree.
now what usually happens with silicon is you get almost this glass-like quality or surface to the skin. It almost has like a gloss-like sheen. So they have to work a lot harder on silicon to give it a sort of textured appearance and feel, which they've done really well with these top Sinos. Um, and you get the matte quality of TPE, but with all of the extra detail. Now, if you're asking me like, well, what's the detail that you're talking about, Phil? If you were to look at, say, the face of this, like a particular top Sino doll, the lips, the eyes, stuff like that, the texture around the nose and stuff, it actually looks like a photograph of a real human being. Whereas you can tell with a TP doll, that's a doll. It's never going to be mistaken for a human being. Another good brand to look for on the dollhouse is Gynoid as well. Their dolls are like, if you like your Oriental looking dolls, they're scary good.
They and it does it like this here. When I saw that close, I don't think I've seen this before. But that close up, just the skin, like if you would put a picture of, and I think it'd be interesting. It's almost like the is this a real woman? Like real woman versus quote bio woman versus trans woman. Those quizzes, if you've ever seen them, they're kind of
Yeah.
funny. It's you could almost make your own version of that with dolls to see if people could tell the difference between like skin texture and different. That might be a fun thing to do. Is like a little game to see if people can tell the difference. Uh, I'm trying to okay because there's no head on this. It's just a body. Okay, but yeah, I don't think I can show. But I think that was a good kind of display of the up close in the skin. I hope that was helpful for people to see that. I'm not just trying to, like I said, not just trying to show it all off for shits and giggles. This is trying to be educational. I hope it's educational. That was literally the point of this. Even though Phil's a fucking awesome guy, great, very intellectually in-depth person. Like, you've seen the conversation we've had today. He's not just some creep sitting in his mama's basement like people make you out to be. So, but real quick, while I've got you here before, let me see. I think I got a couple super chats to do, and then I can put the open up the call-ins for everybody. So let me do that. So I've got a couple super chats here real quick for today's stream. I got 10 Canadian funny money from Lost Bullets. So hi, Tim. Tim says, I, Ken Jennings, am super straight and have no unusual kinks. Missionary is my favorite position, and I, Ken Jennings, cannot disavow the previous statement or I become Maddox. I only have sex in the missionary position for the sole purpose of procreation. Anything else is just awful. We also have $5 from Viden. Nicole one says, hey, Ken. Hey, Phil. Caught you on Flashcast. Always good to see you. Nick and Drex and Ken are good guys. Say, I agree. I always love having and doing shows with Drexel and Nick and Phil. Always.
Well, we kept it underneath 8 hours yesterday, which was good.
That was amazing. I actually fell asleep near the end because I was just tired and I was like getting other things prepped for today. And
I was flagging. I mean, it was very.
I don't know how you.
Very early in the morning. It was late morning.
You were quiet. You were quiet for a stream. I was actually. You were just kind of hanging back, just like letting these fuckers talk. I'm just gonna see here. But, so let's do this part now. So I'm gonna post in chat and I'm gonna pin it to the top of the chat. Is the link to come on to the stream. So call in time. So let's do that. So call in link. So let's do that. So if you want to come on to the show, click on that link. This link here, it's in the chat. It's pinned to the top of the chat. Come on, ask myself, Phil, any questions.
Release the autism.
That's definitely a potential with this stream, with this topic, and with some of our friends in chat. So we'll see if any of the people watching would like to participate, because I know there's people watching that aren't in chat that might be, I don't know if they're necessarily going to be engaging or not. I hope that if they did decide to watch or snipe me, that this was something educational for them. But I
welcome all viewpoints, because, and bear in mind, I'm kind of used to people who just think I am just evil and full of debauchery and all the rest of it. So if you want to come on and say that, then that's fine as well. We welcome all viewpoints.
I'm pretty, so Tim, there's your link to get on. I know you've been begging to get on. Say, I need intros for certain people who come in. Yeah, I do. I need to, because I'm gonna probably add this to my intro rotation. But I made for my I made about a minute-long video previewing today's events, because after the interview with you, I've got the Q&A in the Discord server that I'm opening up to people, and then doing a game night. But as part of that, I made an intro to that video that is basically a knockoff of the Pornhub intro, and so it was amazing. Because one of my favorite, one of the guys commented on it after watching the video. He says, "My whole house heard that intro," and I just died. It was the funniest shit to me. I'm just like, that's amazing. So I might just end up adding that to my rotation of stuff here, because that was just too funny. I just couldn't help but laugh.
Well, we've got Evil Bunny here actually in the comments, but I am a creep sitting in my mama's basement. Yeah, and.
Bunny, stop being mean.
It's cheap. Oh, no, I know he's not. I'm just saying that just be happy in what you're doing. You're not paying rent at the minute, so.
I mean, if that helps. I mean, you save money on expenses there. So real quick, because I mentioned it, let me see if I can. I'll play it real quick, because I really want to play it, because it's funny. So this is that intro I was talking about. So I did that as part of the video. So I'm gonna probably mix that into my my show intro for some reason, just because it's funny. I just find it hilarious. So we got our first caller waiting in the background. Let's see. Oh no. Punky, if you want to call in too, call in. You can ask Phil a bunch of questions about this. I know you had some questions in chat. You can ask him as much as you want live. So let's go ahead and bring Tim on. Say hi, Tim.
Hey, everybody.
Welcome.
Hey, Tim.
You had some things you were wanting to say earlier. Still up for that or no?
Oh yeah, absolutely. So, you actually debated who would be more likely to pull the trigger if there was someone on the wall. See, and you speculated that because Drexel has a daughter, he'd be more likely to pull the trigger, but I would argue that he also has more to lose.
Because?
Well, because then his daughter's raised by a single mother.
It's a good point.
And
well, if he gets shot over that, but I mean, I'm speaking from a perspective of that he manages to shoot the pedophiles and there's no societal fallout.
Oh goddamn! I would pull that trigger so fast. Could I pull it twice? Could I pull it 3 times?
Tim's like, pick me.
Now, are you talking about people who have done something or people who just have tendencies towards that and have not done anything? Because that was the distinction that we were making.
Okay, well, let me lay the foundation for this argument first, because there's a lot of evidence to suggest that sexual orientation is determined genetically, right? Predetermined. It's I
couldn't hear you over that.
You learn, or it's not a choice, right?
I'd probably go with that because it's not. We've seen the impacts of things like what the hell is it? Like gay conversion therapy. Like it just doesn't work. That's not effective. Yeah. It's it's actually damaging.
That's actually interesting because if homosexuality has a genetic component, don't you think it would have been bred out of the human species at some point? You know, because homosexuals don't breed, at least nowadays.
I mean, can't say.
It raises another question, though, like what is a true homosexual? Which you'd think, well, it's fairly self-explanatory, right? But the whole trans thing has been pushed so hard on kids these days. They all want to believe that there's some sort of trans or LGBT persona, and I don't think that they are. They're just kind of gone through a phase, and they'll actually become normal once again once you take them away from these freakazoid teachers.
Yeah, if there is a genetic component to this, then I mean, the only cure to pedophilia is death.
No, that's not necessarily. The goal isn't to cure. The goal is to treat. There's a difference in the definition. Just like you can't.
No, we want a cure. Well, so what is what?
But you can't have a cure though. That's the problem. You're wanting something that's not possible.
To society, then.
Why is just someone? Because is that working under the assumption that the pedophile has nothing to contribute? Because you could have someone who's a Fortune 500 CEO that has an attraction that they just want to deal with, that they don't like having, but it's something that exists and they want to deal with. But look at all the shit they're contributing to the world. It doesn't mean they're not of value to society.
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez would disagree with you on that one. Fortune 500 CEOs contribute nothing to society. In fact, they are oppressing society with their capitalism.
You take that shit out of here with the.
But she's a horse, so it doesn't matter.
Yes. So
the foundation for the argument is that this can't be something that you can fix, right?
It's something you treat.
But what drug will treat this?
It's not about treating it with a drug.
Because I can treat schizophrenia.
You don't need a drug to treat something. It's no different than treating. You can treat depression without drugs. You can treat anxiety without drugs. You can do a lot of things without drugs. It's a.
Well, this would be psychology based, right? It's like, say you had a foot fetish and you're going to treat them for that. You wouldn't use pharmacology.
It's a psychotherapy thing.
Well, it's suppressing your entire sexual instincts.
Well, because you have to remember, there's several types
of component of your biology.
Well, there's a couple different ways you define that issue, though, right? It's not just. So let me see if I can pull it up real quick while I'm talking here. Is you have a couple different ways that you define your interest. I think there's three according to the DSM for pedophilic disorder. Is you have, solely interested in minors or prepubescent. You have interested in prepubescence or not, or where the fuck is it? I want to make sure I'm not misstating this. So let me pull it up. Pedophilic disorder. Okay. Yeah, it's attracted to males, females, and then there's exclusive and non-exclusive type. That's what it was. So just to put on screen so I can make sure everyone's on the same page.
So we could actually do like a Putnam Square or something, right? Wait, is that? I don't think that was the correct term, but I'll go with it.
I think I know what you're trying to say, but I don't know if. Oh, come on!
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that wasn't correct, but whatever.
Tim, while we're waiting for Ken to get that just brought forth, I just wanted to say about your avatar. You've got a fantastic O face going on for considering we're talking about sex dolls.
Yep.
There's a couple things you could put inside.
I will get a male sex doll of me done, ladies. If you want to have a piece of the producer of your favorite podcast, just hit up Phil. He'll get you a doll cast in my likeness.
I've told Phil if he wants to sponsor the show, he can sponsor the show. I will do a show focused solely on the dolls. I'll pull out the camera, show the doll skin up close and shit, but I would need one present in my house to do that. That was the downside.
Hey, Phil,
I'm sure the wife would have a problem with that.
Yeah, you think there might be a small problem with that? I don't know.
Hey,
it's
Phil,
purely
if
it's
you-
educational purposes.
Depends on would I have to supply it with the footer attachment for her?
We'll talk details later.
If you think the face is suggestive, wait until you see lower down.
All right, so I think I have my.
Do you have an in-ear or an outie?
It gets more outy by the second we keep talking about this.
God damn it! So that's weird considering the conversation. So with pedophilia,
God damn, that was terrible timing.
I did that on purpose.
Oh, that was horrible timing.
Yes, it was. That was bad. So this is what I was saying about. That was amazing.
Wait,
I could
is
not
there
have.
a disorder? Is there? Okay, so Rule 34 says if it exists, there is porn of it, right?
Yes.
Is there a fetish of being attracted to pedophiles?
Or how do you identify a pedophile by just merely looking at them?
I don't know.
There's the pedo stash.
I don't know if there's a formal.
I assume that there has to be someone out there who's attracted to pedophiles.
So then is the question: is the attraction to the pedophile because they're also attracted to children and wanting a mate, or is it they're just attracted to the act itself? Because if they're just attracted to them doing the act, you could probably frame it in the idea of like a power and control kind of thing, or another. There's a couple ways you could frame it.
Actually, two pedophiles meeting each other and having kids is a very disturbing prospect.
Why would that necessarily be disturbing if there's no intent to harm?
I mean, okay, so again, the only way that you would possibly come up with that, God damn it. God damn it.
That was an accident. I hit that button.
The only way those two partners would be aware of each other's orientations and still be cool with it, I can't imagine that there's another purpose.
Not necessarily. I mean, think about it.
How would that come out, right? How would that come out in conversation?
So here's my question: are you biasing the question and answer results here based on your personal perspective of it? And it's not. I'm not being a dick to you. I promise. I can be a dick to you any other day of the week. Is in respect to this is when
it's okay. I know how to deal with small things.
We know you do, but that also doesn't work considering the topic either. You might want to consider that phrasing too. Just saying.
Oh, where the fuck's my soundboard? Damn it!
You definitely need it. But
hey, phrasing.
So, with that do you really think it's not possible for two people to either potentially accidentally end up discovering that they have it? For example, if you have two people who are interested in one another, who have a sexual relationship or are engaged or married or whatever, and they're comfortable enough with each other, one of them opens up about their sexual interest because they're trying to be open and have full disclosure, and then the other person did have that interest too, but for fear and shame, they were.
I really can't. Like, how?
I mean,
you have to be so comfortable with this person to really give up that information to them.
I mean,
the other thing too is the statistical probability of such a thing occurring. There you go. The percentage is right there. The
3 to 5%
probability.
That's a lot, dude.
I mean, that's a lot of people, yes, but you're asking for 2-3% to meet
Is that extrapolated, or is that of what we've actually already discovered? Because if that's all that we've discovered, then there's going to be way more than that.
Well, it says the highest possible prevalence, which
I would guess it might. I would honestly guess it would be higher because of just the way human. So, for full disclosure, if I haven't mentioned it before, I've done human sexuality in both the undergraduate and graduate level, and both are extremely interesting classes. And in the subject itself, it's interesting. Humans are a sexual being. Like, we have a core desire to reproduce. And so with that in mind, look at the age of sexual development and maturity. Look at, look at kind of common themes in people's sexual interests. They tend to be certain things. Even for legal stuff, it still tends to trend towards, look at like the barely legal stuff. Like, that's been a thing for a long fucking time. Like, that is a category of porn that's been very popular for a long period of time. So I would honestly guess this number's higher. The question is
but then it also says that the prevalence in females is a small fraction of males. And I don't have a problem with that statement. I think it's probably true. But the statistical anomaly of those two people meeting each other in circumstances that don't have to do with the disorder. Remember, if a couple meets each other, I don't know, they met each other at trial or something. I don't know. Fuck. I can't think of a scenario where a man and a woman would meet each other and it would be immediately obvious they're both pedophiles.
I didn't say immediately obvious. You could end up in a relationship with someone, and as part of your relationship, you say, "Oh, hey, I have this attraction. Yeah. I just wanted to let you know I'm dealing with it. I'm in therapy or whatever." Yeah. And they end up saying, "Oh, I have that too."
But
it's rare. I mean, you could have people specifically seeking it out.
It is a statistical anomaly to the point. It's almost like the mirror of the abortion debate, right? Well, what about cases of incest and rape? Well, okay, you're talking a very minor, small percentage.
Well, with that in mind,
and you're trying to argue from that small percentage, and I'm saying,
I'm not necessarily trying to. It's just where it's kind of at this point.
But if we change the language in this prevalence paragraph here, the population prevalence of pedophilic disorder in females is even more uncertain. But if I just change the word, but is probably a small fraction of the prevalence in males, I think that's a better way to describe this, because it's just, I'm just pulling this out my ass here. It's just because that's what I like to think. I'm not basing this on anything. There's no evidence to actually suggest this.
Yeah. It helps my
bear in mind
argument
the amount of female
teachers
teachers at the minute who are doing their students. We have to say there's at least as many female pedophiles as there are male.
Well,
I mean, you could compare rates, and the thing is it's hard to do a direct comparison of
really skews that, right? Because every teacher gets a news article.
Well, part of the issue is you also have to consider, like I mentioned earlier, just because someone's arrested, charged, convicted for that abuse of a child doesn't mean that they are a pedophile. Like I said, the majority.
Indeed, but we're basing the numbers of male pedophiles over.
I was talking. I
know what you mean, and I think you're absolutely correct. But the amount of men that get charged on this, then therefore that's dogmatic numeracy at work, and that's what we're basing a lot of the male numbers on, or the percentage. So, if we just judge apples for apples rather than apples versus oranges, then I still think the percentage will be approximately the same.
Say, I think you would probably be somewhere around that because, like we were talking earlier about, female sexuality is pretty fluid in ways, and just like you know, there's this stereotypical image of males being attracted to certain types. There's the same in the opposite direction. Young, fit guys. It's part of, if you look, it goes back to a certain degree, like core evolutionary traits, core parts, like you want a mate that is fit. And because remember, we didn't used to live that long, not that long ago either. So, I mean, your age of reproduction was during those years that is now seen as socially unacceptable and legally unacceptable. So you have now this period of time where it's like, well, shit, because we've advanced a shitload as far as how long you live, social expectations, all in the matter of a couple of 100 years versus the existence of our species. The evolution hasn't caught up yet, if it ever will. So you have to factor that into it too. It's not as easy to just say, well, it's now not socially acceptable and we can't expect there to be no biological implications for that. No core evolutionary things for that. And so that's where I'm saying is I think there's a lot more to this digit for men and women than meets the eye. Just like the amount of people who are actually engaging in abusive behaviors against children is probably higher than we would like to see.
I would actually love to see the numbers for the LGBTQ community.
As far as what?
What is the percentage incidence rate?
That would be interesting because
sort of touched on it.
We all know it's going to be higher.
Word. It's the unspoken word that they love them young.
Well, so that, because I know Milo had his whole incident where he got like in quote trouble because he was talking about his sexual experience when he was a child with an older man. But I think that got taken out of context too for him because he was kind of talking about his sexual coming out and that for him, the experience was a positive one, even though the behavior was illegal technically, but for him, it wasn't abusive because for him it was, and again, that's his perspective of it. You can't really take that away from him. So even though you may disagree with it,
he actually got canceled on both sides of that because the conservatives were like, you're normalizing pedophilia, and liberals were like, you're impugning the gay community. Right? He caught it from both sides on that one.
Yeah, it was. I think he got a raw deal on that to say that. I know.
Oh, I did not. Someone clip that.
I didn't mean to do that, but don't clip that into it either. But there was an accident. I tripped. But
help me, step bro.
Yes, but I think for that the possibility it exists because the it's rare, but it could happen. And even if someone is seeking someone, going back to the original point, even if someone is seeking someone out, it doesn't mean that they're doing it necessarily maliciously. They might just want a partner that understands their sexual interests and understands, I have this attraction. I want you to be okay with it because it's something they have to deal with. And that's a big deal because that's something you have to live with. If you have the attraction, you really just can't undo it. It's been, people have tried, if you could,
I think it's important to contextualize where I come from in this argument too, because we were assuming the scenario that I have no consequence for pulling the trigger, which is not true, right? If I went down to Florida and tried it right now, I might be facing the death penalty.
Why'd you pick Florida?
Well, yes, but I'm guessing this on the assumption
Ron DeSantis is awesome.
If you're okay to pull the trigger on these people and there is no like legal or societal kickback
I could
on
even
that
deal
one.
with the societal consequence. Like if AOC is like, no, pedophile lives matter too, I'd be like, yeah, okay, bitch.
So I'm gonna make an argument that they do if they haven't done anything wrong.
Well,
I'm probably going to be.
This is where we were coming from, though, because if you're talking about somebody who's attracted, like the maps, as they call themselves, we know what they are.
Yeah.
But they haven't done anything. And then you've got the burglar who's gone and like really upset someone by like getting into their personal space and stealing their stuff. Who's worse? So who are you going to pull the trigger on?
Well, and that's the thing too, is you absolutely can, as an officer, you can pull over someone who's got a mask and a crowbar in one hand walking down the street in work boots who claims they're just jogging.
But you're going to line them up on the wall and shoot them, though, because that's why, I mean, which is worse? The guy who hasn't done anything wrong or the guy who has done something wrong?
Now, I think it's very important to realize, too, I do believe in the death penalty for a lot of crimes that we currently don't assign the death penalty for. I think, and that's, you know what, that's
fine to a degree, though.
Any felony crime can be punishable by death if the circumstances fit. Like even as much as running over a dog, if you did it on purpose to spite like a disabled child.
So I'm going to push back on that. So under that logic, if this Creeper 2.0 Act passes, then you can kill someone for owning a sex doll because it's a felony.
Or perhaps even thinking about it.
Child sex doll, I'm sorry.
Well, but no, to be honest, the way that law is written, if you have an adult sex doll, but you're thinking of actually having sex with a child, that makes that a felony in itself.
Okay, you couldn't possibly get that.
To prove that is very, very difficult, but that's where this law is going. That's the thing. Now,
but think about the average jury.
If they can imagine that, right? Because all you got to do is, like, as Ken is saying, is convince the jury, and that just means you just got to have like a good lawyer.
Yeah, right? And I think any lawyer would push back on that one and says no, because if clearly a miscarriage of justice has occurred, the judge can overrule the jury.
What if it's someone who's stuck with a public defender and you have a prosecutor who's out to fucking nail this person to the wall?
If it's been politically motivated, you get a lot of pressure from like big, heavy people.
Yeah,
that's my point.
That's the system. That's the system.
So you're willing to execute someone who owns a sex doll because they were politically targeted. That's the reason that I would push back on that, is because that's policing.
You're killing me here, because I'd be dead in a heartbeat if that's the guy.
This guy's got so many bullet holes, it's unbelievable. By
the way, I'll see you on Swalloween, Phil.
Oh, God damn it.
If I'm still alive.
Yeah. But
we'll dig up your corpse. We'll put you beside one of the dolls.
My issue, Tim, is though you're pushing at the issue that there's no intrinsic value to a person who has pedophilic disorder. And I don't agree with that, because I think that just like anyone who has any other mental health condition, they are a person. They have good and bad in them. They have good and bad. They've contributed to society, to their family, to themselves.
God, your contributions have to, like, look, if you're gonna go,
but if they've never done anything wrong,
I am sexually attracted to children. I haven't raped one yet, but maybe I will in the future. We don't know, because no one can predict the future.
We don't know if you're going to go down and knock up a 7-Eleven, though. You could go knock up the 7-Eleven tomorrow because you want to.
Although, if I have a history of knocking up 7-Elevens, and if I've said I support,
but they don't have a history of abusing children, is the point.
But they said they support knocking up 7-Elevens, and then a cop sees me with a crowbar and a mask, and is like, "Okay, I think you're about to knock up a 7-Eleven."
I can support a ton of shit and not ever want to do it. I support people deciding to if they want to, as a personal point of view, not a professional one, not from the therapy point of view, but my personal political view is, if people want to use substances, they should be able to put what they want in their body. That is up to them. I think it's stupid, but they should be able to. That doesn't mean I'm going to go out on a coke bender at the end of the show. Like, it's different.
Yeah, but the philosophy of it is neither here nor there. Can both of you please define what crime is?
That's a good point. It's basically a social expectation.
Believe, I've said this many times. I'm not actually a libertarian. I'm a pretty staunch conservative. I do believe there is an objective morality and that it can be enforced.
Is there objective morality, though?
I know you're going to push back because you're probably more libertarian, right? So that everything is.
Does anyone really know what I am? Because no one really knows what I am.
Morality in itself.
Ken is a sexually dimorphic being.
But morality is a man-made construct, right?
True. I get it. I understand the common criticisms of it. And at the end of the day, your political belief system is a faith system more than anything else.
Mine?
No,
How
like
so?
everyone's
Okay.
political belief system is a faith system by a different name.
Indeed, but as people are different, then we're all going to be working against one another in that respect.
And we often do. We really do.
So we have to take the faith system out of this and just deal with an objective set of rules, which, whether they're right or wrong, is largely irrelevant. But if we all agree on them and say that this is what we're going to work to, and hence what is a crime? To me, a crime is something where we break the rules when it's done, not when it's thought about or it's intended or anything like that.
Oh, there are several crimes that you can think about, right? Conspiracy to commit is one classic example.
That's all very well, but how do you prove that?
Hang on. And let it be known that there is a ridiculously high standard to meet to be convicted of a conspiracy, right? To be convicted of hate speech, right? Which is often incitement to violence. That's why they're not going to nail Donald Trump on the insurrection, because he will not rise to that extremely lofty standard. And I'm okay with that very high, lofty standard.
But hate speech is still something that was physically done in the real world. It wasn't something that was virtual.
Well, it was words.
Thought about.
It was something. It was words, right? Words are not actions. We know this.
Then thoughts, but then thoughts are not actions under the same.
Yes. Yes. I agree.
So a person who has the thoughts but no action to, relating to the original topic, then how is that worthy of considering it a crime enough to punish them with death?
Punishment. Okay.
So that's that's the thing I've been trying to kind of get across.
Okay. So differentiating the thought from the action. Now, you were going to go into a deep philosophical debate on what even is an action, right? And,
I don't think you have to.
Well, and how far do you need to take your thought before it becomes an action, right? Are you in the planning stage of your action? Have you crossed the threshold?
If you masturbate to rape, have you committed a crime?
If you masturbate
to the idea or fantasy of a rape, have you committed a crime? No intention.
Is it a rape of a specific person?
It's a rape. That's all I'm saying.
Well, let's say yes. Let's say yes.
It's a rape, and
let's say it's someone specific that that either I saw walking down the street, or maybe it's a former partner, or maybe it's something.
If it's a former partner, oh fuck, that's it's a lot closer to yes than any other scenario you listed.
So only in that one.
Again, I don't know if the circumstances meet the threshold. I want that threshold to be very high.
Yeah, but if you think about something and nothing is done about it, it's neither here nor there.
But are you preparing, Phil? So again, we come back to what steps have you taken?
You cannot prove this, though, can you? Unless you've done something to prepare for this.
How are you going to put me on trial or put someone on trial for something like that, though?
Well, again, you're looking at the beyond a reasonable doubt as opposed to the balance of probabilities.
Even at a balance of probabilities, how do you put me on trial for that? How do you go up there and sell to a jury or of my peers or to or even a judge and say, this guy masturbating to this is so dangerous that we must give him the death penalty? How do you justify that? Because that's what it's going to come down to. It's the same argument for pedophilia.
I mean, it is really easy to justify I'm killing pedophiles.
I know, but the scope for abuse is beyond thought.
But we're talking about
to apply the rational and non-circular logical argument to something that is inherently illogical, right? Raping children is not something that comes logically to any
I didn't say it was a child that was going to be raped. I said it was a person that was going to be raped. That doesn't mean it's a child.
I'm trying to go back to our original debate. Like, we're trying to kind of constantly reframe and reword, and I think we've lost the.
Is there a difference between the two?
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
No, there isn't. No, if you're thinking about it, nothing's happened.
Until you decide to act, until the action occurs or the steps are taken towards that action.
You asked if there was a difference between thinking and doing, and I said that yes.
How's there a difference?
A difference between thinking and doing.
Sure.
Okay, yeah. So very clearly, the action of doing is now inflicting the harm upon someone else, right? Whereas thinking about an action or planning an action is a potential harm, right? It's not a harm that's occurred yet. It's a potential harm.
So ergo a non-crime.
Well, potential harm is a crime.
What?
Yes, yeah.
I can,
yeah,
I can potentially kill someone
cite,
tonight. Do I need to
yes,
get locked up?
Attempted murder is a potential
crime. That's when you did something and you didn't actually manage to
you shot and missed. You shot and missed.
But no,
but
that's
there's an inherent action there.
Crime.
What if the person didn't even know the bullet missed them, right? Like we're talking a sniper over a kilometer.
That's neither here nor there. They still did something.
They took an action towards the person, to the target.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying.
Jacking off in the seclusion of my home is not taking an action towards a target.
Okay.
Now, if I was outside their house or their window
of potential harm, right? Negligence is a good example of potential harm, which is not a crime. You're right. Negligence is not a crime. It's a tort.
So what's the difference then between the non-crime and the crime is?
Maybe it's a tort. Maybe I could sue you for thinking about raping me.
But if you can prove that, then that would be great. Then we would need to have some mind reading.
Well, and that's the thing
equipment.
is you can't prove it. And I am okay with that.
The reason I bring this up, right? If we're going into the area of, be it thought crime or thinking of doing crime, right? Pre-crime, if you like, on Minority Report levels, we're going really down the 1984 rabbit hole there. And it doesn't end. That's the thing. Everyone gets locked up because everyone's guilty of something.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd agree with that one. The problem, though, is that we're starting to enter fantasy realm because we're not, reality is now and today. Minority Report is not a thing. 1984 is not a thing. We're close. We're getting closer every day.
Yeah, we're talking philosophically about this, yes. Yeah. But what I want to do is make the distinction between what is a crime and what is not a crime. And we seem to be torn on this one.
And I do think that some things can be crimes given a set of circumstances and not a crime in another set of circumstances. And I do... And that goes back to I support the death penalty for a wide variety of felonies if the circumstances would meet an absurdly high threshold, right? Again, committing a felony crime for spite or as revenge against someone should be punished a lot harsher than a crime that was committed, in the spur of the moment. So, of course, we classify that as first and second degree murder. Right. First degree is premeditated murder or capital murder, right, against a police officer, someone that we deem to have killing a police officer, even if it is spur of the moment, is somehow deemed a more serious infraction than killing a civilian in the spur of the moment. Our laws reflect that. So I generally support that fluidity of our laws. Much like Ken supports the fluidity of gender.
I mean, it's not necessarily about support. It's just it's about what it is. And I know that's its own argument, but
I know I was making a joke. Come on.
I know. I'm just to try and because I get what you're trying to say, but the thing is there are so many ways that can go wrong, because if you put the one standard in place, you have to start applying it across the board, because people will fucking argue for it, and the push will end up there. If it takes a couple years for another party to get in charge, once they'll take advantage of it the moment they get a chance. Once you put something like that into place, it is impossible to put the genie back in the bottle.
Also, Twisted Puppet is getting a little too worked
Twisted,
up about this.
Twisted, come join us. Come argue with Tim.
No. Okay, give me a break. I want to go grab my food first. I'm just going to take a 5-second break. If Twisted's going to come in here, I can't be hungry. I'm going to get hangry, and I'm going to say something I regret.
Okay.
So I will be right back.
While you do that, I'm trying to make the point to those who are listening and I think people miss I think a lot of it gets missed in the definition of pedophilia versus offender, because a lot of people wrap them up together, and
Yes,
that muddies the waters really badly. When you're looking at it from my point of view, I'm looking at pedophilic disorder. It doesn't necessarily mean someone has offended, right? They can offend, but that doesn't mean they're going to. If they're seeking therapy, they probably don't want to offend because they know the social consequences from it.
Well, the reason I bring this up a lot, though, about this whole sort of, be it intent to commit crime or, just desire, as opposed to actually committing the crime, because we've got these hate speech laws, right, which imply things that may happen, might happen, could possibly happen. And it's already been designated as a crime because somebody thinks something might happen. And I don't think that's right. I think that has to be stricken from the book.
I think, Phil, the way the current form of it, I agree with you, Phil, because it's used to, it was used to charge Dankula, right? Put
in place your goddamn expander or noise gate. God, I can hear every crinkle of that fucking bag. Dear God, I will put you against the wall for just that.
Sorry,
Holy
I had
shit.
noise cancellation enabled. I don't
no,
know why
you
that
didn't.
came through.
You did not fucking have it enabled. There's no way.
All right.
Not with that.
All
Sorry.
right, here, let me fix that there. I'm all done crinkling anyways. I got what I needed.
Yeah, you're crinkling like that guy on Next Gen the other night.
Well, anyways.
I thought it was funny. My bad.
Oh, okay. While we wait for Puppet there, I got to mute again. I got a phone call.
Oh, so I'll let Twisted come on so she can speak her piece while you're waiting to come back. So Twisted, welcome to the panel. Show,
Hi.
whatever. Because I hate that word. But welcome. So you have an issue with Tim's take, it seems, from what I'm seeing. Just a little bit. Maybe. I don't know if I'm right on that. What would your problem happen to be there, ma'am? How can I help you with it?
It's a flaw that I've found with a lot of people online because they have really dumb takes, and it's this thing where they look for gotcha moments, and they don't actually look into the argument seriously. So they don't pay attention to anything, and then you get arguments like from what we just had from Tim, where you don't take anything into account and you argue stuff from the extremes. And it's a logical fallacy that I absolutely hate. Or more appropriately, I loathe it with every part of my soul.
So are you saying that Tim's not taking into account like the things
he's
that
not taking into account any nuance whatsoever. He's just arguing one extreme with another extreme and ignoring everything else in between. And it pisses me off because he's not the only one that does it. Other commentary channels do this a lot too. Like this other channel called Augie RFC. He does this almost exclusively. And it makes his commentary on anything the stupidest comments ever. It's unintelligent.
Can you give some examples then, just so we know exactly what Tim's talking about?
Okay, so
if you please,
with Tim going all the way to just thinking about doing something and going ahead and considering that a crime. So every single point he was making, I'm like, bro, you're literally going down the points of the entire plot of Minority Report and the society that surrounded the environment of that story.
I mean, he's arguing he's not. So how do you?
He's arguing he's not, but every single point he brings up is literally an example of what that society was about, and even the society that existed in the book 1984, where the guy. There's a scene in that book where the guy is in a corner off to the side because the camera's in the TV and it's listening to everything he does, and he's sitting over there writing in his little journal. And he's, so he can have his private thoughts that are not government regulated. And it's that juxtaposition. That's the type of stuff that Tim is literally advocating for, is getting into the privacy part of people's minds, of trying to figure out what their intent is when you don't know what their intent is and they haven't done anything yet. Like before the protagonist in 1984 actually did anything at all against the party. You know, like before he had sex with the girl in the red sash, before he bought anything from the little shop in the pearls section, before he rented the little room or started doing anything, you know, saying anything at all against the party, he was just in that little corner off to the side, thinking his little thoughts, writing them down in his little journal, and, you know, putting a little hair on the drawer to see if anybody actually got in it as a security measure.
So are we in a position to allow Tim to retort? The election to and from.
I think Tim's back.
Yeah.
Tim, you're back now, right? So
Yeah, I'm back.
Did you catch any of that, or were you still on the phone? Or
Yeah, unfortunately I was still on the phone. It was an urgent call from a client of mine.
Okay.
The only call I take on a Sunday.
So can you twist it real quick, in like 30 seconds, summarize the argument you were making while Tim was gone?
Basically, Tim was saying he wasn't making the logical fallacy of two extremes while making the logical fallacy of two extremes.
Okay. So my response to that one is, I was trying to get Ken and Phil out of the extremes, because we were talking. Well, we got into this whole hypothetical of the prevalence rate too, and we were talking about a very, very small chance probability of something happening. Now, the probability of a pedophile raping a child is also extremely small. Does that mean we don't care about it? No, of course not. What a ridiculous question to ask, right?
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, arguing from the extremes is not inherently, like, it's not always okay, end the debate because you're arguing from the extreme. No. My response to that is there are only extremes.
How is that even possible?
We're dealing with topics and subject matters that have very small percentages of incidents across. Even you can take the United States, you can even take the whole world, right? I think a study found that there's actually a very small difference between the rate of incidents in developed countries across different countries. It doesn't seem to be a culture or a government structure or a societal structure that really makes it more or less likely for these types of things to occur.
So what I had a problem with wasn't that part. It was where you were literally talking about somebody having a thought and you literally saying, yeah, we should go ahead and make them a criminal because of that thought.
Okay.
I think that's a fair statement, though.
That's where I was coming from. I don't know if you're coming from a different angle there, Tim.
Well,
so do you disagree with that statement?
What was the thought? Again, context matters, and that's what I've been saying the whole time. That
the thought,
I want the law to be fluid enough to handle this kind of stuff.
This was why I was asking, like, what actually defines a crime? I tend to think something has to be done to impact upon someone else, you know, whether that's in real life or virtually speaking, and it does impact on somebody else. And I don't mean their feelings; I mean their actual life.
Their rights.
Something measurable. And if not, then it's just thought crime, because people can think I can think the most murderous thoughts in the world, and it doesn't affect anyone. But if that's a crime, any author who's written a book about the Second World War or about a fictitious war is then guilty of murder.
Again, context matters, right? That's why.
How is that?
I do
how is
believe
that
law
not
should be
context
fluid.
mattering?
Well, that means that the law is not blind then. If it context, it's okay when you do it like that, but not when you do it like this, by doing exactly the same thing.
I do think the law being blind has been to its detriment. Maybe that worked once upon a time where, okay, the action in its isolation, but we don't live in that world anymore. We really don't.
That's very female thinking there, Tim. Well, it depends on who, what, and when
Burn.
they say something or do something that actually defines whether it's right or wrong.
Well, and
Because
we
then
live in
you'll
that
find
world to some extent today, right?
I know, but you'll find then as a man
Bill
that you're exclusively wrong all of the time by female thoughts and processes. So therefore, this is why we like to have a blind, deaf, and dumb law system.
Yeah, but
Exactly.
we haven't.
It has to be
That's a-
We have a
applied
law
fairly.
system that persecutes
That's a very good
straight,
point.
straight white young males, right? Putting black males in prison for crimes that other white males, rich white males, wouldn't be in prison for. They may get bail because they had better access to a lawyer. We have crimes against conservatives.
But
Donald
those are
Trump
problems.
is thrown off Twitter,
Those-
but the Taliban are allowed to remain.
We all agree
Those
that
are
that's
measurable
incorrect. Right?
problems that we can fix with a reformative action from just policies.
That's
Not
because
with a new law that won't
we don't
really do
have
anything.
a blind justice system, though.
the goal is to have one, but when you implement a law that you're like a type of law or system you're talking about that at its core cannot be blind, then you're doing nothing more. You are doing worse than what's actually going on, because the current system is a misuse of the system because it's supposed to be blind, but it's saying it's being warped from being blind versus going in with this entire idea that it can't be blind and we're going to specifically target this, and that with all this extra stuff. It's no longer blind, and you set a worse precedent than that already existed, is what I would think. I don't know
There
if
have to-
anyone else.
Well,
There
and
have to
remember,
be
the question
boundaries.
of should something be a crime versus can you actually convict someone of that crime are two very different things.
I'm going to point out right now that you currently have a pastor in Canada that was literally jailed for thought crime. For exactly what you're advocating for.
He was actually jailed for contempt of court, but go ahead.
For contempt of court, created from them basically saying, okay, well, you're spreading misinformation. And he is now literally forced.
That
He's now
was not
literally
why
forced
he
to
was in
preach
jail.
science.
I get it. You want to think that Canada is some sort of communist China wannabe. It's not. The reason he was in jail was because he was holding congregations in violation of the health orders. A judge ordered him, you have to follow the health rules, right? You have to follow the health orders.
Which were
he
not
refused to follow the hey, let me finish, Twisted, please. Okay. They went to court and a judge ordered him, okay, you can continue doing your service, but you have to follow the AHS health orders. He chose not to and was very vocal and public about it. So he was, you disregarded a lawful order from the court. Again, all our laws support this thing, right? AHS has the power to do this thing.
But
you can
why?
disagree with that one, but it exists, and that was what he was charged on. Okay, cool.
He is also being
disagreed with
forced to speak words that aren't his.
Yeah. He's being forced to speak words that are not his thoughts.
He actually has the option of not saying anything on the topic.
Well, that's still
that's still the problem.
Okay.
He's forced to either shut up or say what the government wants him to say.
And he's
that
probably
is
first of all,
crime.
First of all, I do disagree with that. Let's be clear. And he's probably going to win that one on appeal because that fucking lefty judge loses every appeal.
That's still not a guarantee.
That's the problem. And that's also the problem inherent in Canadian society in general, and the fact that more Canadians will defend what happened to him more than anything, because all of you have literally been brainwashed into that from birth. It's not your fault. That's just the way Canadian society is.
If we've come back to the topic at hand, I think what Twisted is kind of trying to get to, and correct me if I'm wrong, is in a summary sense, is that is a system that is not working in the blind sense that, in the way that Phil is talking about, in the way that justice should be enacted. Mm-hmm. And it is taking, biasing, politicizing the system of justice. It is taking and removing inherent rights to humans. It is removing the rights to speech. It's removing the right
Now
to thought.
remember, in Canada, we don't actually have the right to free speech.
Exactly.
Well,
That's
everyone-
also
It's not
a thing I don't
Constitution.
particularly like.
All humans
No-
have the right to it. Your government infringes upon it. There's a difference.
Well, indeed, but I understand what Tim's talking about.
Yeah, I know.
I
Just
don't
clear-
have a right to free speech either.
I know.
The
It's
But that
only
bullshit.
said,
country.
I elect to give myself free speech. I might get castigated for that, but
Mhm.
that's, it's a different thing.
But you have the right and you're using it.
The only country in the entire world that actually has it written out as a guaranteed right is the United States. Nowhere outside of the United States is it
And
guaranteed.
the Republic of Buffalo. And the Republic of Buffalo. If we
What
ever
the fuck
separate
is the
Alberta,
Republic of Buffalo?
God damn it. Well, first of all, learn how to speak. Get the taco out of your mouth.
Hold on.
I got cat hair in my mouth, and that's because I have 2 cats.
Oh, Twisted is a cat lady. Color be surprised. Anyways,
At least I have something I take care of.
I love you, Twisted. Hey, I take care of a very successful podcast.
It's successful not because of you, honey.
I know. Love you, Twisted.
So back to the
Get your
topic
head
at hand
straight.
here. So I don't see. Sorry, I didn't mean to click. I seriously didn't mean to click. I'm clicking between chat windows because I got the live chat popped out of the
Yeah,
actual
sure, you
stream.
didn't fucking mean this.
I actually didn't. It was just I seriously didn't. So, but the
It's a
issue is, it's a Freudian dick. It's I did. Yeah, it's definitely one of those. It's a little weird, but I know. But the issue is coming back to it is you're still talking about at its core a thought crime because no harm has been done. You have no way to tell whether or not that person is going to inflict harm upon another. It's no different than anything else with day to day. And it's not the same as someone who, just because someone has the thoughts, it's nowhere close to the same as someone who is engaging in suspicious activity like a burglar with like the stuff, like you were saying. They're not comparable. They're completely different. And
I
so
do want to say, Ken, I'm having a lot of fun with this conversation because
it's always
if
good to have
everyone
fun.
agrees with each other on everything, then it tends not to be a very good conversation. And I think that by being able to disagree, we have strengthened our arguments in both directions. I can strengthen my arguments, and you can strengthen yours.
I would argue that strengthening your argument actually does more detriment to your argument, though, because of what you're arguing, is because the argument can come back to censorship and infringement of human rights for what you're doing.
There are things I want to censor, right? Now,
why is that okay? Why is that okay?
Whoa, hang on. You understand that if Kamala Harris ever got a hold of my belief system, I would automatically hate it. I do understand that. I get the hypocrisy. I'm fully aware of it, right? Okay.
Then why do it?
I mean, if you go through your entire life without a shred of hypocrisy, you haven't lived a real life.
But how can you make the justification? And I'm not saying that people don't make hypocritical statements or positions, but you're talking about one
our whole society is
well,
based on hypocrisy.
Regardless, is how can you make the argument of something like that infringes on someone's human rights, it infringes on their right to life and speech for something they've done nothing wrong? It is simply a thought you do not like, but yet you want to argue and justify the statements that men are being taken advantage of in the system. They're not being they're not getting their voice, that they're being unfairly punished in the system. It doesn't work. It's too opposing of itself.
Yeah.
To be able to support, it will fall apart.
And I really don't have an argument that can counter that, because it is true. It is true.
Why?
Phil, Drex, and I all talk about how the family court is biased against men. Right.
And I get and I know where you're coming from that, and I get that there's an issue with that, and it needs to be fixed. But how can you fix it when you're wanting to implement something like this? Because if you implement something like this, that only makes it so much easier to fuck over guys in the family court, to fuck over guys in custody, to fuck over guys in all this other stuff.
And
it will only ruin men's rights in the long run. And that
family
is
court
inherently.
in general is just incredibly horrible.
Yeah.
But the point I'm trying to make is
I get the point, and I don't have an answer that can satisfy you.
Then why censor it all?
Say, like I said, merely the only thing I can say in that defense is, well, I'm in charge of it, so I won't do that. That's not a satisfactory response to anyone except me. In fact, it's hardly a satisfactory response to me. But no, I'm fully aware. I'm fully aware that exactly how hypocritical that sounded.
So then how can you justify it then? Because you gotta have a because I can justify I
would do it different. Literally,
but that's not. But the thing is if you're going to implement something, just like if I'm going to implement a therapy treatment for someone, right? Is I can't just implement something and say, well, the way I do it's going to be right. Is if I'm going to implement a treatment plan for something, I need to have the structure in place that and this is no different than like when I was in the military and, we had our mission is that if all of our office was to die, that someone could come in, read the manuals, read the instructions, and be able to pick up where we left off pretty quickly. If I implement a treatment plan, I need that to be able to be something that if I end up having to leave, someone else can pick it up where I left off. That the shit is in place and lined out enough to where I am not the person that has to be in control of the system. I am there to help guide. I don't have to be the thing that makes it fall apart. Right? That's the goal. Yeah. Is because at the end of the day, I want to transition people away from therapy because they may not need it long term. So I give them the structure that they work from, and then they become the people that run it. I can't be the one that runs it all the time because that's not okay. So if you're going to put something in place, by its nature, it needs to be self-correcting and set up to where you don't have to babysit it. Your system requires constant babysitting.
Can you highlight the comment that 𝐂𝐨𝐲𝐽 just put up? So can I say anyone for censorship should go against the wall?
Yes.
Can you put that one up on the screen? I want that recorded.
It's up on the it's up on the screen.
Vito's first on the wall.
So
what did I say that?
Well, no, Tim and Vito together in the 69 are up against the wall.
Hands on the wall.
Can't
Jesus.
fit both on the wall. They're too fat.
We'll make it work. We'll bring in cranes or something. I don't know. But
I'd almost dare to say that Twisted is the heaviest person in this chat right now, and it's not even close.
I'm currently at 190.
How much you weigh, Tim?
You first, Twisted.
238, bitch.
Ha! Yeah, I'm under you.
By how much?
Phrasing, motherfucker. Seriously.
No, you were definitely on purpose.
She is on top and taking advantage of that.
Yep, totally sitting on top of Tim.
So I'm 220.
So he's got one of those like
by 18
smashing
pounds. Holy shit! You're so fat, dude.
Hey! I was right.
You're a manlet.
Look, I will take the W because I've been taking a bunch of L's today.
The chat will. The chat.
Tim is a bottom confirmed.
But that
let's record that for posterity too. We're just gonna leave that one up for a bit.
No, I enjoy these conversations because I'm not in argument.
So then how?
I feel like a starving African here. I'm only about like 80 pounds.
Fuck it, I can bench Phil.
So at the end of the day, Tim, if you recognize, and this is effectively sort of almost type of therapy in a way, in that if you recognize there's faults with your point of view, because if I pulled up and actually, fuck it, we're going to do it because it's worth it.
Oh, it's therapy time now.
Ken, I accept my views for all their flaws.
No, you don't. You don't. Because if you accepted your views for all their flaws and you recognize that there's an issue with it, that you would, what the hell is it? Hold on, I'm trying to find this thing. You would recognize, if you truly recognize it, then you need to recognize that I have an issue with my thought process and I need to change it. So part of that would be changing the thought process, changing your cognitive distortions, changing the issues with the illogical thought process to make it better.
If you want to put me on the
so
couch,
how do you?
We can explore where these feelings come from.
I mean, if you feel like getting off of the casting couch and moving to the counseling couch for a minute.
Yeah, let's do this. Let's do this because I can tell you where these feelings come from.
Grab a Sandy wipe on your way off the couch, though, just to make sure it's all clean and everything.
Just don't put a black light on me, promise.
You didn't notice the black lights when you entered the room? You're fucked.
I don't see color, Ken.
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot.
You look like a glowy for all the wrong reasons.
Yes, he does.
Thank you, Phil, for your
All right.
amazing
Thank you, Phil.
contribution.
Okay, so cognitive distortions, right? So cognitive distortions are irrational thoughts that can influence your emotions. Everyone experiences. This is from Therapist Aid. It's a fucking amazing site for therapist tools. So these are different. So I'm gonna read through these, and I want Twisted and Phil to, and Tim, if you want to take note too of the ones you have based off this conversation and off this topic. And at the end, I'll ask to see if anyone recognizes them, because I'm going to pick the ones out along the way, and we'll see if we all agree. And chat, you can do the same.
I think
it's okay. I already
this
see
list, Ken, I think this list is going to be mirrored to your kink list. The list of things
Probably.
that don't apply to me is going to be shorter.
We'll see. So first one, magnification and minimization, exaggerating or minimizing the importance of events. One might believe their own achievements are unimportant or that their mistakes are excessively important. You have catastrophizing, seeing only the worst possible outcomes of a situation. Overgeneralization, making broad interpretations from a single or few events. I felt awkward during my job interview. I am always so awkward. So overgeneralization of an issue. Magical thinking, the belief that acts will influence unrelated situations. I am a good person. Bad things shouldn't happen to me. You have personalization, the belief that one is responsible for events outside their own control. My mom is always upset. She would be fine if I did more to help her. Jumping to conclusions, interpreting the meaning of a situation with little or no evidence. Mind reading, interpreting the thoughts and beliefs of others without adequate evidence. She would not go on a date with me. She probably thinks I'm ugly. Fortune telling, the expectation that a situation will turn out badly without adequate evidence. Emotional reasoning, the assumption that emotions reflect the way things really are. I feel like a bad friend, therefore I must be a bad friend. Disqualifying the positive, recognizing only the negative aspects of a situation while ignoring the positive. One might receive many compliments on an evaluation but focus on the single piece of negative feedback. Should statements, the belief that things should be a certain way. I always should be friendly. All or nothing thinking, thinking in absolute ways such as always, never, or every. I never do a good enough job on anything. So there's your main list of cognitive distortions, right? So, Phil, did you pick any out here?
Every one of them is can be encapsulated in modern day politics versus
I agree.
Democrats versus the Republicans.
So if you specifically had to apply it to Tim's arguments here that he's been making, how would you apply them? Because he's admitting that his beliefs are irrational, or his stance is irrational to a degree, right? So it's some way these are playing a part, because all this stuff involves irrational thinking and how we make irrational thinking. If we get into the therapy mode for a minute,
I mean, it's the jumping to conclusions. If I do this, if I shoot these pedophiles up against the wall and kill them all, everyone will think I'm a very, very good boy kind of idea. That's where a lot of this comes from. Like, a lot of societal thinking actually comes from this. I mean, everything else in that list is just like a kind of subdivision of what I've just kind of said, because people are worried about what everyone else thinks, what they're going to think of them when they do or think something. I mean, think of the whole idea, the left is good, the right is bad politically. This has been around for like a long, long time. And people do this because if I vote for the right, even though I think it's the right thing to do, no pun intended, people will think ill of me, and therefore it will go badly for me. So then people like reevaluate what they're actually going to do. And it's all based around the same idea.
I actually agree with you on that one, Phil. Okay, so I guess applying it to this kind of this situation, man, it's oversimplification and dichotomy. The false dichotomy, right? Now, there's another thing too at play, especially when it comes to, there is a such thing as right-wing virtue signaling, which often dominates this debate. And I've said it, Ken, Phil, we had you with Drex on our debate stream, right?
The anti-porn stuff does that a lot.
Yeah, and like the anti-child stuff also does that. The fact that you score conservative political points by saying, pedophiles are all bad, we should just shoot them all. without
that
actually
happens a
thinking
lot
about
with
it and
the-
justifying it.
Yeah, that happens a lot with the America First people because, well, they're kind of like their mindset is literal children because they're just wanting to be edgelords, and that's their entire thing is just online edgelords.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you've noticed, Tim, but I might have highlighted a few things.
Every single one.
No, I didn't highlight. I left magical thinking off for the moment.
Oh, yeah,
I just want to point out that I thought we were just talking about our mental disorders, and I'm like, oh Jesus Christ, dude, didn't we go over this already? That I'm clinically diagnosed with major depressive disorder.
We were talking about Tim.
Oh, okay.
This is all about Tim.
Hey, Ken, is this used to diagnose personality disorders?
No,
I'm starting to get a little nervous.
So no, this is for this is something that's a tool used as part of cognitive behavioral therapy. Is that you're trying to again, cognitive behavioral therapy works off the basis that you have an irrational belief system, or irrational thoughts, and the goal is to identify the irrational thoughts and change the underlying thoughts and behaviors. So because your thoughts influence your actions and behaviors, the goal is to fix the irrational thought, which then changes the behavior. So in a sense, it can still apply. That's why I brought it up. So if we look at this,
if you were going to be like, oh yeah, you're diagnosed with narcissistic personality disorder, I'm like,
no,
oh, shit.
If I diagnose you with that, our friend in the chat that's no longer in the chat, Michael, will again accuse me of giving my professional opinion on everything. Because apparently that's all I do is I misrepresent myself and diagnose people, and I give my professional opinion. So I'm not going to do that today.
Yeah, well he
in
can
my
professionally
professional
kiss
opinion,
my
Michael's
big fat
a scumbag.
ass.
So do you see how the ones I highlighted apply to you in
absolutely.
your argument?
Okay, so magnification, minimization. That one's a little tougher.
You were maximizing the things that...
though.
That applies to a lot of people, the magnification and minimization.
So what is the reason I picked that one? So let me pull up the thing. There we go. So the reason I highlighted this one is so again, exaggerating, motherfucker. Why isn't it working? Oh, I gotta make the pen bigger. There we go. Sorry. So exaggerating or minimizing the importance of events. So as it relates to this, right? You're minimizing the benefits that, for example, the pedophile provides to society, and you're maximizing the amount of harm that they do just by the nature of their existence, is one way I'd put it. So that's one way I would look at that. So that's a very big, irrational thought, is you're not taking into consideration that just because someone is doing something, not necessarily, okay, let me rephrase it. Just because someone has a thought about doing something that is something we don't like, is something that makes us feel upset or bothers us or makes us feel angry or enraged, that doesn't mean that their contributions don't matter otherwise. There have been people who've done really awful shit that have still contributed to society.
Would believing that many pedophiles are just offenders in waiting, is that a form of catastrophizing?
You could say that. If we look back at the statistics, again, the significant amount or majority, if I remember correctly, of sexual offenses against children aren't done by people who would be considered pedophiles. They're done by people other than pedophiles, which is confusing to people. And I get that. It takes a bit to understand if you don't get it. But it's the way it ends up working out, is it's not necessarily people who are attracted. In fact, you'll find in a lot of cases the people who do have the attraction, they don't want to see harm come to the kids. That's why a lot of them do want help. That's why they do seek out, support forms. That's why you have things like, I know
Michael
people
Rafferty
don't...
case is actually a pretty good example of that, because
I don't know what you're talking about.
Michael Rafferty was a Canadian convicted
That's why
killer.
nobody knows about it.
Yeah, convicted killer. So he abducted and raped and tortured an 8-year-old and then killed her.
Oh, god damn.
The person who helped him commit the crime was his girlfriend, 𝗂𝐨𝐿. And so this is someone who, okay, so again, the victim in this case, the 8-year-old girl was sexually assaulted, during the torture and then murdered afterwards so that she couldn't tell anyone.
Okay.
Wasn't that her
But
sister?
this Michael Rafferty person was also had a girlfriend at the time. That was Carla Homolka.
Mm-hmm.
So clearly he is absolutely attracted to adult women because they had a sexual relationship.
Yeah, and that's doable. Like it's in the diagnostics as you can be non-exclusive or exclusive in your attraction to children.
But
So
I
she-
wonder
that-
if the especially with the torture and the murder, was it more power than attraction to the 8-year-old?
Again, do we know if he actually had an attraction? That's going to be my question. Just because
This was
he
a
raped-
random crime. It was a random abduction, a random crime. I don't know much about his background. I'm sure it is on the internet somewhere. But that guy's in prison for the rest of his life, so good on us for that.
I looked it up real quick. I'm trying to see what I can find on it real quick.
I don't know the spelling. I wish I could help you.
I found it already. I'm already looking it up.
It was a brutal case. It was very shocking.
I'm
for
seeing
Canada.
I'm seeing that, and I can tell you as I can bookmark this and look into it later, but at the moment I can't say for certain because if it was a one-off, because if it was like a one-off thing, if it was again.
And actually, the reason I bring it up is I do know that in the court documents, it came out that they were planning this for a very, very long time. He fantasized about doing this. He
Fantasized about doing what? Killing
the
her
abduction,
or rape?
the rape and the murder. This was his ultimate fantasy.
So then would you really classify that as pedophilia?
I don't think so. I really don't. I think it was power. I think it was control and power. But at the same time, this is someone who had made their thoughts known to what was otherwise a fairly rational person, and she did nothing. She actually helped him. She actually helped him live out his fantasy, and that that's a whole other conversation of when it comes to manipulating women to do these crimes on your behalf.
I think you're getting the girlfriend's name mixed up with someone else.
Maybe.
The girlfriend's name was like McClintock.
Oh yeah. Was it Terry Lee or Terry Ann McClintock?
Terry Lynn.
Yeah, sorry, Carla Homolka, I think, was Paul Bernardo's girlfriend. Fuck. There's like 2 serial killers in all of Canada, and I mix them up all the time.
You know what we could do?
Yeah, Homolka
is...
and her husband murdered her sister.
So what we could do, I don't think we could do it today, but we could do it as a different stream, is apparently JCS Psychology, Criminal Psychology channel, has the case of Michael Rafferty and has the interview of Michael. So
oh man, that would be a really good one to do.
It's like 57 minutes long. So
like 1/6 the average length of your stream. I'm sure you could take an hour-long video and make it into a 10-hour stream.
Listen, that's not the point. The point is I could do it, but 1, I technically only booked Phil for 4 hours. 2, we were supposed to start the Q&A at 4, so it could go either way. So we're already pushing past time a bit. So I figured I was going to be late today anyway. So I figured things are going to be pushed back. I don't know if I can push that far back without impacting people who, again,
no, I get it. I would love to actually come on the show or even invite Cress. I think Cress may know this.
How about this? Is because my plan for today was to do the show, do the Q&A, and then do game night. And then if game night doesn't run that long or it doesn't end up working out as long as I planned it to be, we could do an evening stream that is that.
Okay, yeah, because Drex and I are doing the bonus episode with Undead Chronic. We're doing that at
what time?
5 Central.
So 6. So you'll be done
Eastern.
after. What time will you think you'll be
2
done?
hours. We're going for 2 hours because Drex has to leave Nick's by 7 Central, 8 Eastern.
Okay, so then you'd be available after that?
Yep.
I figured Phil will be asleep at that point.
Probably.
Probably.
Well, because he was up all night last night too with a fucking Flash.
Yes.
I don't
say.
sleep. Everyone knows that.
I don't.
Phil,
I mean,
Phil
I
is actually
don't
a hyper-realistic doll himself.
say.
He's
I
he's
don't-
the first ghost in the
He is a
shell.
doll. Yes, that is.
That
full
explains
fact.
the size of my penis.
Yeah, a little bit. Say
No, a big bit.
a little. Yeah, it's definitely bigger than I thought. But
Little big dick.
I mean,
Oh my God, we're getting silly now.
The only way I would feel comfortable doing the video right now would be, one, if Phil and you were available, and two, if the people watching are fine with pushing the Q&A back in the game night back, because I would probably push it and just let it play and really not pause and just talk over it, so that way it can play through.
Because there will be pauses in the tape, for sure.
Well, because it's JCS's video, so I'm sure he makes comments.
Yeah.
So, but
So you could probably mute it and then we talk over him.
I don't
know. You figure it out.
But I guess I could put it to a poll in the chat. I just hate to push back the.
You
Now,
could probably
okay.
spend like an entire stream on just that, because he
Oh,
does go in depth
this guy
in a
is-
lot of that stuff.
This guy is a great case study. I'm telling you, he's one of the most prolific Canadian murderers.
Let me
I think
do
he's
this.
only ever murdered one person too. I think that was it. It was just the murder of Victoria Stafford. So he's not a serial killer, but
Hold on.
It was so horrific.
it really was. And that actually happened very close to where Cress lives. So I wonder if she's aware of the case, might be able to offer up any insights.
One second. Or let's see.
Wow, the Patriots just destroyed the Jets 54-13.
All right, so let's do that. So let's do this. So I asked a very in-depth question to chat: is what do chat? And so play the video and push back Q&A, or do video after game night.
After game night.
Well, I'm voting.
We got 5 votes right now. We got 23 people watching. We get some more votes. 11 votes. Oh, it's tight. It's very tight right now.
𝗏𝗏𝗏, Phil actually raises a good point. Would a doll have prevented that murder if he had access to an 8-year-old doll? I don't think so, because it wasn't pedophilia.
I don't know, Phil.
No.
That's a good question. What do you think?
I think that guy was just a psycho.
I mean, possibly, but if he was able to carry out because again, the acts was not just murder. It was rape, torture, and murder of a child.
A child that he knew, just a random child.
It was a random crime. He did not pick his victim.
I think people I saw arguments that he was targeting her. Someone was saying.
Oh,
Well, I mean,
I believe no. I think the girlfriend targeted her. Like, she found someone that she could lure into the car, but the selection of that girl was at random.
Well, I guess it would also depend on if Phil can stick around too, but I don't know if
because I do believe that she the girlfriend stalked and learned that girl's routine. Again, I really now we're getting into the details, and I'm not sure if I'm mixing that up again.
She got a suspended sentence for that.
Yeah, another example of how
Pussy pass.
See,
Yeah.
that's again back to why I was
justice
making the
is
argument to
definitely
you.
not blind in this.
Well, that's
country.
why if
And
we
it
go
should
back
be.
to
because she's
that's
a
why
woman, she got off easy.
going back to the stuff we were talking about before is those things, because I didn't get to the bottom part of the page, but I could highlight. Let me actually bring it back up so we can finish highlighting, because it's been a while since I've highlighted on stream.
My highlighter
also let me do it real quick, because I can't believe it is this happened the other day. I was going through and checking all my videos for whether or not I had them enabled for monetization and stuff, and let me find it. Where the fuck did it go?
By the way, the all or nothing thinking, I have said many, many, many times on, well, especially on our podcast, these are the set of words you should never take seriously from any of us. All, every, never, none.
Do you see what that says? It's one of the few videos I have left privated, but I left it private to see what would happen, and it was monetized.
How can you monetize a private video? I thought you couldn't do that.
I guess
how fucked the system is.
It let me do it for some reason. So the video is monetized. So I'm surprised because I didn't think it would get monetized. Because you remember the
By the way,
stream.
Ken, you should do more
You remember
self-diagnosis.
you remember this stream. There's no.
Fondly.
That was a very interesting stream, and it's been left private because of people using shit against me, and so, and not that I really care about it. It's not that I really care about it. It's that I was
So
wanting to
looking
see
at
if it,
what's
By the way,
happening-
thank you, Stegus, for the shout out in our Discord.
oh yeah.
appreciate
Speaking of the chat, people asking me what's my vote. What am I voting on?
For continuing this to watching the
actually-
video.
Actually, to be fair, GK makes up a good point. This stream is 3 parts: Phil chat, Q&A, and Discord, and game night. And so there's enough going on. This video should probably be another day. I kind of agree with that now that I think about it.
Oh,
You
so the
just
vote didn't
invalidated
matter,
the chat.
just like the U.S.
Listen,
Yeah, just like the freaking November election.
Yeah,
yeah, the
Yeah.
chat
there
stolen.
you go. Your entire argument's invalid, Ken.
You're welcome.
God
If
damn.
that's how you're gonna undermine my argument, I'm sad. I'm really sad for you. I didn't mean to like do it. God damn it! I didn't mean to do it that way.
Thanks, Ken.
But you're welcome. But I mean, to
you
be
just
fair,
made me
it's
relive that entire night all over again.
shut up. But it be
Let's
fair,
zoom into
it's
Wisconsin.
it's almost split 50-50 on this vote here anyway. And I was hoping it would be more.
Or do I have to casting vote?
Yes, yes.
To be fair, I don't know if people, because again, there was a time I did set times on shit. As far as
Well, the chat asked for this. Phil, what's your vote? And
so
if,
I
if
guess
it's,
do we leave it to Phil then?
Yes.
God damn it, you can't. It's all your fault. So let's do this. Let's make another poll.
Damn it. Ken,
Listen,
just
it
make
sounds
a
like the European
decision.
Union. If I'm not getting what I want the vote to go, we'll just do it again.
Damn.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
we're removing it. So who did
I
Ken
feel like
pay
I won
off?
this debate simply because I didn't invalidate an entire election.
All right, who do we let Phil decide? Is the new poll. Right now it's at 100% with 3 votes. Evil Bunny, yes. That is absolutely what's going to happen. Okay, we're at 11 votes. We're at 17.
Is this on YouTube or is this elsewhere?
This is on
Yeah.
YouTube because it doesn't show up in the StreamYard chat. Which, so I was checking out Restream.io's version of StreamYard. It's pretty fucking sick. I'm almost tempted to switch because
God damn it. You just sold me on switching to StreamYard for our 1-year anniversary show.
Say it's nice because it has a little bit more features and the layout's a little bit different, but it's pretty nice to be fair.
Well, demo it sometime. I want to know because I'm looking for a good system because I got to bring in TFM, right? And he does not use Discord because he's permabanned off it. So I got to use something else.
Because
Wait,
it
who
also
got permabanned?
Yeah, no, TFM and Discord do not go together.
Oh.
yeah, a little bit. Say
So I had to use something else. We were using Riverside, but I was like, it's a little expensive. We really don't use it that much.
because I mean, I pay the $25 a month for StreamYard, even though I don't use it all the time.
We would pay the
And
$39 just because
one of the features
we're gonna have
well,
so many people.
Here's what it looks like on the back end. Let me pull this up real quick. So this is what it looks like on the back end. So you still have all the same features effectively. And where'd it go? Let me.
You know
stop
what
Oh,
this
by the
stream.
way,
anything,
Ken,
right?
I was watching an Amaranth stream the other day, and I saw you in there.
I'm pulling it up. Really? Nice. I didn't know I was in there. So
Yeah, it was Ken J.
Oh, that was totally
you thought
not
you
me.
thought you could hide your name by saying Ken J, but I saw through it. I figured you out.
So
He
what I
only
like
uses
about
Jen Kennings when he goes on her stream.
yes, so this is
wasn't
what
there.
it looks like. I'll make it full screen. Is so it looks pretty much similar. Like your guests are over here on the left, like, and you can adjust their audio levels and stuff. They have a few different layouts. I like this one here in the. Let me see if I can zoom in. So, oh god damn it! What it does is this one,
Docs.
like, because StreamYard doesn't have it, is it lets you put a screen in the middle and then your guests right underneath of it, which is pretty cool. So you still have the private chat
a
like you
Zoom
do.
call. We're all trying to figure
but-
out how to reinvent Zoom.
But here's the thing: is you can put the live chat up in the show. Like that's why this is cut like a third of it's over here like this. This is where your YouTube chat would go. StreamYard doesn't do that.
Well, as
So-
𝗏𝗏𝗏 learned, that's actually a bad thing.
I like it, but I also don't like it. So it's a hit or miss for me because you can do like the logo stuff with StreamYard. You could put up the different like bars, like the banners and stuff. It
Sounds
doesn't
like,
do the ticker banner, but like StreamYard does. So you can't have the ticker banner at the bottom, but it's still. I think it's I think I'm gonna try it once I get a little
I love
bit
the
more
ticker that I
disposable
get from
income.
Streamlabs. I really do.
Like I like having the ticker at the bottom, so it's sad that Restream doesn't do it. But the layout of the guests and stuff, because you can do it a few different ways that StreamYard doesn't offer. So to me, I think it has the potential to be a better option.
By the way, Phil is running away with the election. This is like fucking this is Mondale versus Reagan all over again.
Oh, jeez.
It's Phil. Holy shit! I look away to show this real quick, and oh shit, it's 86%. So
If only Brexit passed by that much,
so
Phil.
hold on. We have a good point someone made. Is where'd it go? God damn it. Shortest Mike said, Ken's Constant Cut, should we make another poll to see if we need to do another poll? Possibly.
Oh, my Lord.
As per EU regulations.
Let's
Yeah, part of you.
stop the count. Stop the count.
All right, ending poll. We got 28 votes. That's more than the people that are watching right now somehow. So we have more than 100. We have more than 100% vote count somehow. But
Oh
okay.
god, it's Wisconsin all over again.
Let's zoom
It
into
never
Wisconsin. Dude, I just fucking looked up Homolka.
85% leaves it up to Phil. So it's up to Phil if
What
he
is-
can stick around and wants to
What
do
is
that.
with Canada doing fucking pussy passes?
Just shut up.
How does Phil get a pussy pass?
No, Canada does
Oh.
does pussy passes. Like
No,
fucking
wait, hang on.
Carla
Phil has to
Homolka
decide 'cause
actually.
we're talking about the case.
Yeah, no, this is like Carla Homolka, not the other person.
No,
This
McClintock,
is
okay.
this is the
McClintock's
chick
even
that
worse.
actually killed her sister with her fucking husband.
McClintock is even worse. Look it up.
No,
If
this
you want
chick
to, if
killed
you
her
want to drop
goddamn
your,
sister
if you
and
want to send me your
participated
address
with
in the DMs, then I can come to Minnesota. But
Oh, by the way, yeah, we are planning to do a live show in Minnesota with Drexel. It'll be possibly spring next year, depending on COVID protocols.
so I said that Evil Bunny.
Bro,
I
you're
said
never getting out of
Phil.
Canada.
I said Phil has to. It's up to Phil to decide if he wants to stick around.
You'll have to tell
and
me
if-
what we're voting on. I wasn't listening.
Oh, it was.
Typical
I get that.
uninformed
I get that a
voter.
lot, unfortunately, especially for my wife. Is whether or not you could stick around and whether or not we should do the video. Because
The Michael
your
Rafferty
inputs,
video, the guy who
the
killed
Michael.
that girl.
Or I can stick around, or you can do the video. What's the video?
Well, the video. Well, you would stick around for the video too if you want. Like, because
It's
one, we're
gonna
having
be
a good
analyzing
discussion.
What's the difference?
Interview of Rafferty.
The
guy who
interview of
killed
the
that
guy who
little
killed
girl.
that girl. But it's done by a psychology channel, so it's like his police interview. Whenever he was arrested.
So what are the options?
Well, it's up
so
to you to do.
You can stay,
One-
and we watch.
I
the
know, but
video, or
you're
you
describing
can't
two
stay,
things that are the same.
or you can't stay, and we wait to do the video another time.
So
What was that, Ken?
I said my autism doesn't understand. You got to spell it out a bit more for me.
Okay, so I stick around, or
You stick around and we can continue this debate, or we can watch the Michael Rafferty video if it's an interesting analysis.
so the,
Again,
the
it's
video
up to
could
you if-
happen at any time, couldn't it? Whereas I'm here now. If you'd asked me to come back, we'd have to schedule it. So I might as well stick around.
All right, because I know you've been up, and I don't know how much sleep you got, and I don't want to impose on you more than I've already have.
So once a vampire, always a vampire.
He got 4 hours.
It sounds like
already.
Phil's kind
All
of
right.
tired. It looks like.
Phil does look a bit drained.
He said he was refreshed. I asked him earlier. He said he got 4 hours.
I've managed to have about 6.5 hours of sleep because I slept before the Raketa thing, and I slept afterwards.
Did you though?
Non-consecutive sleep of 6 hours.
Oh well, I was aware because somebody actually got onto the chat of the dollhouse, and my phone was just going ding, ding, fucking ding until I actually answered it. And that's when I realized the times. Oh, I've managed to have at least 4 hours after the stream, so it's okay.
We're being a little mean to Phil.
Are we?
I don't think so. Let's carry on.
No, that was me being mean to Ken earlier this morning when 3 hours before the
so
show, I was trying to peg his ass to get him up.
I had set like 8. That
no,
too.
P-I-N-G. God,
She
now we
spelled
know
it-
what your fetish is.
Who, him?
Yeah, freaking Tim over there. Jesus Christ.
Okay, so, God damn it. So, again, Phil, if
Yes,
you need
my
to...
fetish is Jesus Christ. Nail me.
I'll nail you to the cross, baby.
Well, now you know why I'm going to Florida.
Uh-huh. Okay, now what the fuck is going on? Okay.
Plot twist,
So-
it's Ken that wants to be nailed to the cross.
Again, the list of kinks is shorter. That I'm not...
Very sexual.
Ken is very fluid. He'll take any position. On the cross, off the cross, under the cross
In the
up
cross.
his ass,
In the cross.
the cross in him.
Yeah, all that. So, let's do...
The chat.
The chat's probably like, I hate this. Why am I watching this stream?
Downvote.
Downvoted to death. All right, so I'm going to play it. I'm going to not really pause much unless it's necessary. If you guys need to pause, let me know if you have a comment. But we'll just comment. We'll commentate over it.
Oh, I'm so excited.
Oh, God damn it. I did it wrong. I'm
job.
doing a nick
Wow.
where I'm doing a nick where I forget to click the fucking share audio button. God damn
Okay,
it.
the first screen I saw was you pinning a elementary school.
What? That's not... No, you did not see that.
No, we don't want that link to a sex doll channel.
No, we don't.
There it is.
There, like it is. That was pure coincidence. Someone's gonna clip the fuck out of this.
Part of the video.
I can't help it. No, damn it. No.
See, you
Fuck.
shouldn't have shared the whole
3:25
screen. You
PM
should have
on
just
April 8th
done
of
that.
2009.
Goober.
The
God damn
dismissal
it.
bell rang at Oliver Stevens School in Woodstock, Ontario, and hundreds of grade schoolers were seen leaving the premises. Yet one 8-year-old was captured on surveillance, leaving 2 minutes later than the rest, as she had to run back inside to get her mother's butterfly earrings that were left on her desk. Her name was Tori Stafford, and on that Wednesday afternoon, she never returned home. She was reported missing by her grandmother at exactly 6:04 p.m., and a missing persons investigation was launched immediately. Roughly 7 hours later, surveillance footage from a local high school was discovered, capturing what police say was the missing child, walking side by side an unidentified woman. Tori did not appear to be struggling in the video, and the woman was described as between 19 to 25 years of age, white, 5'2", and about 125 pounds with a black ponytail. The local
She's heavier
police
than you,
made a
Phil.
public appeal for the woman in the video to come forward, and Tori's grandparents offered a $10,000 reward for her return. A Facebook group dedicated to finding her gained over 20,000 followers in under 24 hours. On April 12th, 4 days after her disappearance, hundreds gather in Woodstock at 8 p.m. to hold a vigil for Tori, and her mother makes a tearful televised appeal for the return of her missing daughter. Over the following week, Tori's parents are interviewed by investigators, and each of them pass a polygraph test. Police call off ground searches 6 days after the child's disappearance after finding no clues nor leads. The day after, America's Most Wanted features Tori's case as its top story. On April 17th, the Ontario Provincial Police take the lead in the investigation, and the ground searches recommence. The case was then officially classed as an abduction, not just a missing person. They step up a media campaign by releasing a composite sketch of the woman in the video, and then circulate the image on social media and local
That
No,
media
that kind of
totally
looks like
looks
that.
like a
on
Is,
May 19th, police attain gain information that the woman is 18-year-old Terry Lynn McClintock, who is already in
nothing
custody
like
for
the
breaching a
picture.
probation order for a
No, it's
previous
exactly
drug
the same. I don't know what
violation.
you're talking
She
about.
was
Oh my
transferred
God.
to the Ontario Police Headquarters and interviewed at
Fire
roughly
that artist.
5:30 p.m. by
Oh, I
Detective
remember
Sergeant
that.
Jim
Okay.
Smith. She initially denied being the woman in the video and claimed to know
course
nothing
she
about
did.
the missing girl. But roughly 45 minutes into the
No, I was the
interrogation,
woman in the
she
video.
breaks.
I think it goes right back to what you've said a few times. You didn't want to see it, okay? But that doesn't change the fact that you saw it, okay? And that's what you need to be truthful about. And I know it's hard to talk about. I know it's even harder to talk about than the sex part of it.
Right. Okay. So
But you
she
saw it.
gave him up, which is why she got the very easy treatment. She told them where to find the body.
It's still a pussy pass.
I know.
Bitch should have got jail.
I know.
See it. I can hear her calling my name.
So tell me what happened.
She describes in disturbing detail the abduction and killing of Tori Stafford, stating that she lured the girl into a secluded parking space with the promise of showing her a puppy. She was then forced into the back seat of a vehicle that immediately drove away. In the driver's seat was 28-year-old Michael Rafferty, who then drove to a secluded area about 100 miles north of Woodstock. He then proceeded to sexually assault and then murder the 8-year-old, with the fatal injuries being 4 strikes to the head with a claw hammer. McClintock drew a rough sketch of the area where Tori was
damn.
killed, which eventually led police to discover the girl's remains. She was found with lacerations to her liver and 16 broken ribs, but her eventual cause
It's
of
just a
death
scratch.
correlated with Terry's testimony, as was confirmed to be the result of repeated blows to the head with a blunt object. At 7:55 p.m. that evening, Michael Rafferty is arrested and informed that he is being charged with kidnapping and first-degree murder. He is read his rights and then brought to the police headquarters for immediate interrogation.
So now we're going to see the interrogation of the man who killed the kid.
Yeah.
Allegedly killed the kid.
Oh no, not allegedly.
I know. I just was making sure to cover my ass in case I was wrong. You know,
I mean-
you know, legally, you would have to say that.
No, but he's been convicted. It's
I
not
thought I saw
allegedly.
something. I saw something about appeals though.
Oh God, no. Oh God, no. He's not winning
I think they
appeal.
might have only put one sugar in it. They got it mixed up. And there's a plain donut there for you at a cereal bar. But if you get hungry or anything else, just let me know, okay? Do you have any?
Okay, Ken, pause right away.
You have eaten since noon?
What's that?
Okay, what are you seeing right now? How are they treating him? Okay,
Uh,
you heard
they're-
the details, right? They know what happened to the girl. They found her body. They know what he did, or think they know.
Well, for me, because I know how cops work, I think of it differently than the average person. Because I know cops can lie and they can come in there and say, "Oh, you've lied." Okay, thank you, Stegas, for clarifying that. Just wanted to make sure. I didn't get a chance to read it. I was skimming the wiki, but they're doing that on purpose. Like I could go to be interrogated right now, and they could say, "We found 15 bodies," and I'd be like, "No, there's 17," and you know they could be completely lying. They could not have found the body. So I know that. I know they're possibly lying. I can't trust it. So even if
I know
they're
it's-
close, but for him, depending on his, and I don't know his intellectual level of functioning yet. I haven't seen him speak before. This is my first time seeing him.
Which
So,
is actually good. This is going to be good for you to see this.
Again, I'm not a psychologist. I'm a master's level professional. It's not my all that fun disclaimer shit.
Yeah.
For-
Also,
so-
if you could back up maybe 10 seconds when he comes in a room and he kind of, he mumbles something. It almost sounds like he's sobbing or crying when he mumbles something.
So what I would probably guess is because he might have had the desire to do it, but then there was that remorse that finally kicked in, right?
Okay.
Like
So let's
holy,
see if
like
that
holy
bores
shit,
out
I
in
killed
the
a kid.
interview.
Like,
Yeah.
I mean,
Let's see if that actually bores out in the interview. 'Cause
also
I wanted to
please
get your initial take, but then watch as this goes on.
also no one clipped that either.
Also, did they give him Timmy
Because I
Hortons
just kill a
coffee?
kid. See, that's just a crime.
That's actually, how they said they read his rights? That's one of the rights. One of your Miranda rights in Canada is that you get a Tim Hortons
No,
coffee and donut.
That's disgusting. I'd rather have a Starbucks coffee, and I don't even like coffee. But
Starbucks
All
is
right.
nasty, dude.
That's
it's
what I said.
glorified sugar water.
say, Michael may be somewhere else at the moment, or he may be talking to himself because you can't see him anymore. So, but let's continue.
Have a chair. that'll unfold. So that's a blanket for you there. Okay. Tea. I think they might have only put one sugar in. I think they got it mixed up.
He's not making eye contact. I don't know if anyone notices that.
And did you hear that? It's okay.
If you're hungry or anything else, just let me know. Okay.
Who said it's okay? The
Mike,
investigator?
the killer, Michael.
You eaten since noon?
He
said it.
When
Okay,
the investigator
you hungry now? I
says
get
it's
you
a
a full
tea and there's only one sugar, he gives a very, very squeaky, like, it's okay. So you can go back and pick that up.
That's an act.
Let me see. It's at the beginning.
Yeah,
here?
right there.
Okay, I see it. Hold on. God damn it.
Fold. So that's a blanket for you there. Okay.
Hold on.
Tea. I think they might have only put one sugar in. I think they got it mixed up.
Okay, I heard it.
Yeah, you heard that? Okay.
Yeah, I heard it. He was kind of quiet, but
Very, very withdrawn, right?
You haven't eaten since noon? Okay. Are you hungry now? I get you a full meal if you want.
Okay.
Bacon and eggs, or do you want
I
something
think I'm
else?
too sick to talk.
Okay.
This is ridiculous.
That's okay. You can listen.
Okay.
And,
he's
you
definitely
have any
upset.
questions as
You
we
can
go
tell it in
along.
his voice.
There's no issues there at all, okay?
Okay.
I got a few things I'll talk to you about. As I told you, my name is Chris. My last name is Loan. And I understand your name is Michael. Now, do you go by Mike or Michael? What's your preference?
It doesn't matter.
Okay. I'll probably call you Mike. So unless that really offends you, just leave it with me. I'm going to go over a few things here today. Okay, Mike? Like I say, don't be shy. You'll find I'm pretty relaxed, pretty laid back, because I've dealt with these types of issues before.
The Ontario Provincial Police have a highly trained behavioral sciences unit, and their subdivision of forensic psychiatry is recognized as one of the best in the world. At first, you will see the familiar strategy of rapport development. The investigator will retain a friendly and almost nonchalant disposition throughout the opening phase of the interrogation. The perception of solidarity and respect will make the suspect more likely to cooperate and take things into consideration, while the detective's easygoing disposition will also downplay the severity of the crime, thus making the gravity of admission far less intimidating.
Anytime that you have a question, all right, don't be shy. No,
Yeah, actually, so the OPP, for those who don't know, are like
I
this,
have no
the
issue
equivalent of a
giving
state
you
police
something
force.
that you want.
It's the
I'll
police
get
force
it.
of all of Ontario,
No
where this
problem.
occurred.
I get that for you in about 5 minutes.
Real
Also-
quick, Shortest Mike points out that that's probably a good way to put it. The blanket's part of the friendly act. False sense of security, both mentally and physically, helps him open up. Also, think about it this way, too. You're dealing with the murder and abuse of a child. Blankets are often seen as security items, too. It's like a psychological thing. You could also say that that's part of it, too. Because think about it. You wrap yourself up in a blanket when you want to be safe and warm, or keep yourself, like, think about going back to a kid. You hide under the blanket when you're scared. Like, you know, it could, depending on, you know, you could get a read off of it depending on the person. Again.
And the part where they say that the OPP behavioral analysis unit is one of the best in the world, I do know that they have actually trained. They do train in some states. They also train people. So you know that show Criminal Minds?
Mm-hmm.
It is actually so. The behavioral analysis unit of the FBI in Criminal Minds is somewhat based off the what the OPP does as part of their interrogations. I think you'll notice a lot of similarities.
Yeah, but before you restart it, if you'll notice, his sniffles do not sound nasally, so those are actually fake sniffles.
Yeah, I was going to pick up on that stuff as we go along.
What he's doing is an entire act. The acting meek, the putting his arms in front of him like that is a guarded position.
Well, that's I'm going into it without that bias, just as a heads up.
Also,
well, I mean, that's just
I want to
evaluating.
see.
That's just evaluating his initial body language.
There could be several
mind,
reasons he sniffles like that too, though. So again, in the benefit of the doubt situation for me, I want to give him the best chances either way.
Keep in mind that this occurred in April, which in Canada is the height of your spring bloom season. He could also be having allergies.
Yeah, but like I said, you can hear that it doesn't sound nasally.
No, it sounds identical to Drex's allergies.
Again, that's why I said I wouldn't personally take that as anything. It's too soon. It's too little to work off of. So let's continue.
Well, we'll actually know by the end of the video.
Well, obviously.
Behavioral sciences section, and we're talking about the missing person when Tori Stafford went missing. I know you were following a little bit in the media, and you'd follow some little bits and pieces that there was behavioral sciences people involved, right? And sometimes they were criminal profilers. There's been other members in there as well. Threat assessment, and that's what one of my roles is as well.
He doesn't seem to be making eye contact to me unless it's just my screen or my angle here.
Well, the angle is a little weird.
He's not
Yeah,
actually.
it does look like
making
he's
eye
looking
contact.
down at his hands.
He won't. He's not going to take eye contact. He won't make eye contact much. At least in the beginning, I would assume.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
'cause
looking at the
he-
wall right beside the
So
detective.
what I have to do is assess.
Yeah.
Is
He's looking past him,
what
not
I
at him.
perceive as
Yeah.
a threat. So are you going to go out and kill more people after this situation is done? Okay, that's what my job is, to assess threat level. All right, I already know you're responsible for one death.
Yep, he's.
So that's what my job is to determine. Okay. what's
Okay, so
happening.
they're already hitting him with, we know
Staff
what you
Sergeant
did.
Chris Loam had been a police officer for over
Yeah,
21
they're
years.
they're
and was a
telling him
member of
that,
the
you know,
Behavioral Sciences Unit for the last
we know
17
this.
At the
It
time
might
this
actually be
interrogation took
impacting him. It
place,
might
he was
actually
the head of
hurt.
the analysis section.
Yeah.
This meant he was in charge of criminal profiling, threat assessment, and forensic psychiatry. He indicates that
pause.
his only purpose is to assess the
What's up?
Okay. In Canada, we do not have the death penalty. We do have, and people familiar with Anders Breivik, the terrorist in Norway,
Yeah.
will be familiar with what's called the indefinite sentence in Canada. If you are referred to as a dangerous offender, you can be held in jail indefinitely with no hope of release. No parole, no day parole, nothing. You're there
Wouldn't that
forever.
just be a life sentence then?
Yes, but a life sentence in Canada is entitles you to a parole after 20 years.
See, I have issue with that because that's been used in the States too. In different, there's something like that in the States, like
Yeah.
where you can have like for example, you can have say someone who was like a murderer and rapist, they like kids and stuff, and they can serve their criminal sentence, and then they can be held civilly indefinitely, and I don't like that because I think
so
there's
Canada's
a lot of
got a very
abuse for
similar
that.
thing. It's not civil though; it is criminal. It's not a halfway house. It's nothing. You are in jail for life.
Yeah, it's
you
weird.
die.
It's a whole. I could do a whole show on that, but let's continue.
Okay,
suspect's
but
threat
yes,
level. Yet
so
this variety of
part
threat
of
assessment
this
is only applied
assessment
to less severe infractions. With relation to rape and murder,
is
the
gonna be
serious
for
nature
that
of the crime
eventuality
means that the threat
to
level
make
is
him a
already
dangerous
assessed
offender.
long
I
before any
figured.
form of psychoanalysis takes place. In reality, the investigator's primary purpose is to gain an understanding of the suspect's character and then use this knowledge to try and influence both his reasoning and decision-making.
Before we go through all that, though, my people just don't wake up one day and decide this is going to happen, and I know that. All right, so there's a lot of ideas that go in people's heads at the time, and if I go through and I go through your history and your background, there's not a whole hell of a lot you've been involved in life, is there? Right? You're completely under the radar. Anyways, I'm going to go through a few things with you here. All right, obviously you're upset by what's going on. You're here for a reason. And right back at the beginning, the investigators and the case manager, the officer in charge, said that I'm going to follow the evidence and go where the evidence leads me. Okay? And now you're here because the evidence has led the investigators to you. All right? And then I get involved after that. There's been people that I work with in behavioral sciences that have been here from the outset of the investigation. But really, at this point in time, I mean, when I go in and look at your history, there's very little on there. Like I say, you've flown under the radar. You haven't had any major problems with the police. Okay.
He was
And all
doing
of
it
a sudden
right.
You're involved in this situation, and it's a serious situation, and it's a scary situation. I'm sure you're quite upset and quite concerned about what's going on here. All right. Now, the last one I was involved with like this, I don't know if you're aware of it, was a girl named Holly Jones in Toronto when she went missing, and the guy that had abducted her, his name was Michael Breer. And what he was doing is he was watching on his computer for hours and hours and hours. He was looking at child porn to the point that he decides, I want to go try this. And he goes and he grabs Holly and he does some things to her.
Oh man.
And then he realizes, what am I going to do? Okay.
Yeah,
And
that's
he
a bit.
panics. He doesn't know what to do.
I'm
She's a
sure
witness
you.
now. He
I'm
said,
sure you
"Let's let
have
her go.
something to say about
She's gonna
that.
tell on me."
What do you
He
mean?
decides that he's not going to let her go.
Well, we just
right?
spent a long
All
time
hours
talking
of
about how
simple
thinking about it doesn't
watching
lead
child
to
pornography for
doing
hours.
it.
Yeah, but that doesn't.
I know.
I
I
guess
get it. It's
Hold on,
You know,
let-
it's
let me go
confirmation-
back a
It's
second.
confirmation bias, right? I get it.
Well, let me
but still,
replay. I was trying to multitest and I shouldn't
it's
have. So.
apropos.
Now,
They also have a little
last one I was
asterisk
told
there
was
you have
like
to read
this,
on
I don't know
screen.
If you're aware of it, was a girl named Holly Jones in Toronto when she went missing. And the guy that had abducted her, his name was 𝐕𝐞𝗽𝗍𝐻𝐿. And what he was doing is he was watching on his computer for hours and hours and hours. He was looking at child porn to the point that he decides, I want to go try this. And he goes and he grabs Holly and he does some things to her. And then he realizes, what am I going to do? Okay? And he panics. He doesn't know what
I
to do
would
because she's a
say
witness now.
17
He says, "If I
gigabytes
let her
is
go, she's
a
gonna tell
decent
him."
amount, but not
So
a
he
ton,
decides that he's not
depending
gonna
on
let
if
her
it's
go.
videos or photos.
And all that was from something as
Not
simple
that's not to make it
as
okay
watching
though,
child
but
pornography.
just as an
like
observation.
1 kilobyte
These things
is too
happen,
much.
Okay, and we can't say it happened close to home. Toronto's not
Well, I
that
mean, it's
far
more
away.
than just a couple
Okay?
accidental photos. It's definitely an important point.
These things
Yeah.
happen all the time, all right? So what I need to do is sit with you. I already know how. I know the who's, right? Why? I mean, why is up to you, but I can actually probably fill in that blank for you, but that's not what my role here is. If I'm going to assess risk here and see, number one, do you even feel bad about what you've done? That's the first thing I look for. And number two, do I think, okay, he doesn't feel bad, so in turn he's probably going to do this again because he really doesn't care about it the first time it's happened, okay? I'm not at
This is a
all,
very aggressive and assertive interview.
upset with you. I'm not
Yeah,
mad at
I would
you.
definitely say
I
that.
don't mind sitting here
He's
talking
not
to you.
afraid of
You'll know
being
if I don't wanna
open.
talk to you 'cause I'll just simply
Yeah,
leave,
I think the
right?
investigator's
From
looking at
reading about
Rafferty
you,
and saying,
this to
like,
me
this
seems
guy-
like a character. Now, I
This
could be
guy is
wrong, right?
childlike, so I'm
You
going
may
to
have,
assert
you may have been
parenthood
planning this
over him.
for a long period
I
of
don't
time.
I don't know.
You may
I
have
think it's
thoroughly
more
enjoyed
of
this. And if I'm
it's
wrong,
more.
then
I
you
think
tell
it'd be
me,
different than that at
right?
this point, maybe.
But I also
I
know
wouldn't
that
have
all my
qualified
mistakes,
this as
okay?
aggressive.
No,
That's why
not this
pencils
isn't
have
aggressive
erasers,
though.
okay? 'Cause
He's
we all make
more
mistakes.
forward
It's
than
that
anything.
Yeah,
simple. Spending time with you
authoritative.
here,
I
and
think
if I'm
authoritative
wrong,
would
you
be the
tell me, but
best
it looks like if you could
descriptor.
turn back time, maybe
He's
there's a
like,
few
I'm in
decisions
charge.
that might
I'm
be a
asking the
little bit
questions,
different,
right?
all
I know what happened. I know
If I
who
could
you
turn
are.
back
I know what
time
you're
for
about.
you,
It's
I'd
more
say,
matter of fact
But it's not
than
this.
it is
Okay.
anything
Now you
like
and I have to
that.
sit
It's
here
like,
and face
dude,
what's
this is the
happened,
situation.
okay?
This is
I
how
can
fucked you
tell you what
are.
happened. I can take you through the day of her disappearance, okay? I mean, I've seen the video, all right? And I know that you didn't do this alone, and but at the end of the day, we got to deal with this situation, okay? Because it's a young girl that we got to talk about
And Ken, how hard
But
is
you and I
it for
don't
the
sit
investigator?
and talk about your side.
I mean, it's
and
probably
people
never
will
easy,
think the worst,
but
right?
I mean,
It's human nature.
you build up coping
You've
mechanisms
done it
to do
many
this
times.
kind
We
of work.
always think the worst until we know the facts.
I mean, I have
okay?
mine.
So that's what you and I need to sit here and work and discuss and work through. Again, if I'm
He's
wrong,
probably
you tell me,
thinking, like, if I can
okay?
put this
But I
monster
really
away
believe
and
if
do
you
it
could turn
right,
back time, you would deal with this
you know,
a
another
little bit different,
he won't
okay?
do it to another girl.
I'm gonna argue differently. And again, I think that's a biased point of view. Is if you're coming into this, your goal isn't because if you're coming into that as a psychiatrist or as someone in that role, and you're coming into it like that, I'm really concerned because then it gives you the ability to bias it.
That's
and
a
you don't
hero
want-
complex.
You can't because I could make every single person in this chat go to jail for a long time if I wanted to bias myself with a diagnosis. You have to let the facts speak for themselves. You have to let the client speak for themselves, or in this case, the suspect. Let him speak for himself. Let the evidence come to light. If it shows that he's not safe or guilty or not guilty, that's what's needed. So let that show itself. Don't put extra shit on there.
Well,
You don't-
so
There's no
Um,
impetus to actually go for the truth, though. The police are like almost given bonuses to get the prosecution. That's the thing.
yeah.
So
Um,
they
Which is a-
want the prosecution.
Yeah, Nick has once said, right? You know, as a lawyer, how do you justify defending a pedophile in court? And
one
Nick
deserves
said,
their right to their day in court. To fair
and at the
treatment.
same time, it's if the person actually is guilty and committed the crime, I want to ensure that the process was done correctly so that there's no chance he gets out on appeal.
Exactly. So you don't want to fuck it up by putting your own bias into it. So that's where I would say,
Okay.
just shut
I
up.
get it.
You know, is the psychiatrist or the professional or whatever your role is just let the evidence and facts speak for themselves. Because
So you think that, like, he probably took a couple of minutes, right, to just kind of, you know, clear his mind, maybe, I don't know, distract himself or something?
I mean, at this point, you probably have, because like if I get a client, like a new client, like I get a little bit of information, or they fill out at my old job, you know, you filled out like a 5 to 7 page like profile history of yourself and your situation and what you've been going through, or if they've got records from another therapist, I might read them, but in my so I have a rough idea, but I don't take them as the gospel, because I want to talk to them and get the information from them myself, because I don't know what the other person they've seen before. I don't know if what they're telling, I always try to take everyone at face value, because that's how I work, and it's worked for me, whether they're good, bad, or ugly. Like, I want them I take them at face value, because that's how I build rapport, and then that's how you would get something good out of an interview, in my opinion. That's how it's worked for me in therapy, so let's continue.
And there may have been a rush, it may have been exciting for a period of time, but then reality sets in, and you have to sit and live with the fact of what's happened here, okay? And that's what we're doing here. We have to sit and deal with what's happened. Really, at this point, what you have left is your word and your credibility. And people always think the worst, okay? Until they know the truth. You do it and I do it. It's human nature. So we're all going to think the worst until we know why this has happened in your mind. And again,
Good
if it's
point.
something where you're like 𝐦𝗂𝗽𝗍𝐻𝐿, where you looked at a lot of child porn and then decided you were going to try it, then that's fine. If it wasn't your idea, then that's fine too. But we can't change what the case facts are. All right? You know deep down that this is
I
your
like that
chance
he's being
to get it
honest with
off
him.
your chest. So you're not sitting
That's
there
a good
the
way to
rest of your
approach
life
it.
saying, I guess I should have said something. All right? I guess I should have.
It also helps that they
checked
already,
inside.
because they've got
This is your last
Terry
chance to do
Terry
it.
Lynn
The fact
McClintock's
that you're
confession,
here,
right?
and
So
the
they
fact
know
that,
most of the facts, and that's a big
they've
advantage for
already,
them.
I would think,
They
yeah.
know where the victim is, okay, and they know your steps. This is it. You have to take the steps now to live the rest of your life, okay? This is what you have to do. You and I need to talk about this, okay?
It's always interesting to examine a suspect's demeanor while being interrogated, especially compared to how they most likely were while committing their violation. The suspect
His
here
hand
is a
shaking.
quivering mess,
Did you see that,
acting
Ken?
like a helpless victim,
I think so, yeah.
wallowing in his own self-pity while vying for sympathy. Essentially,
Hold
the
on, one sec.
most likely were while committing their violation. The suspect here is a quivering mess, acting like a helpless victim, wallowing in his own self-pity while vying for sympathy. Essentially the opposite of how he was while attacking Tori Stafford. It's ironic that the powerless and vulnerable complexion he is trying to portray here is exactly what his victim would have felt at the time she was attacked. The sympathy he is trying to garner for himself is clearly what he lacked for the 8-year-old child he raped and murdered.
So I've got to determine, as part of my job,
Very
when all is
bluntly
said
put.
and done here,
Yeah.
I think Mike's done. This is it. He's made his mistake. He realizes how wrong the mistake that he made, and he's willing to look past it. Or do I have to sit here and say, all right, my report's going
Yeah,
to
you
say
can see
very
his
simple. I
fingers,
think
his
this
hand
guy's
shaking.
gonna reoffend. And that's what our job is. We deal with these types of situations and the reasons why people do this stuff. Okay. Like I say, this may have been a thing that you just snapped and did something. That stuff happens. Or it may have been something you planned for many months and got some enjoyment out of the plan.
I didn't do anything.
Well, that's not entirely true.
That is
Okay.
entirely true.
No.
I didn't do anything.
No, you can try and cement yourself into that, okay? But at the same time, you're not doing yourself any good by not being truthful, okay?
The investigator wants to come across as empathetic and understanding, yet still needs to keep the suspect's confidence low. He watches for denials and stops them immediately. Letting the suspect deny his guilt will only increase his morale, thus increase his psychological endurance and constancy for self-preservation. This needs to be stripped away as much as possible, as early as possible.
Because by not being truthful, all you have left is your credibility, Mike. That's all you have left, okay? You're not the only person who's been arrested and charged, okay? And there's no surprises left anymore, okay? It's not even a surprise, it's why this happened.
I'm also not the only innocent person who's ever been arrested and charged.
Well, and that's true. There's been people that have been arrested for things where there's no evidence, but unfortunately in this case,
Asserting
there's
himself
lots of
without
evidence.
making eye contact, because making eye contact is a
The
vulnerability.
girl who's on the video who walks away with Tori has been
It'd be
identified.
one thing I would
And
notice.
she's been identified as her and Tori being in your car. And the three
Totally
of
wasn't
you,
my car.
You and her and Tori, go to the Guelph area, go to the Home Depot, okay? And the grabbing of Tori, there was a planned event that you were gonna grab her, you're gonna grab a girl. But this other person was going to do it, and the other person got the girl, put her in your car, all right? And then there's other steps that are taken from there, okay? There's things that happen at Home Depot, there's things that happen outside of Guelph, and there's things that happen to Tori, all right? Before she's gone, and you're involved in that, and you can't mask that, you can't change it, okay?
No.
Because what's happened has happened. I can't turn back the hands of time, and neither can you, okay? There's nothing I can do to turn back the hands of time and say, I wish Mike would have reacted to this situation a little bit differently, okay? There's no doubt in my mind, okay? There's no doubt in my mind that you're involved in the abduction, okay, of Tori. No doubt in my mind at all. I followed the evidence.
Yeah, I know, Twisted. It's the auto-generated ones, but I need to read whenever I listen to shit.
The only
Yeah, I
concern
know.
or the issue that I have
Sorry.
is why you did this. What caused you to do this? Was it something you, like you say, is this something you've done before and you've been involved in the death of other people and you enjoyed this? Am I sitting across the desk from Paul Bernardo here? Am I sitting across from someone who's made a mistake? Okay.
I like how he's making a
That's gonna
reference
be
to
the
Canada's
question
most
that's asked.
notorious serial
All right.
killer,
I'll get you a bucket
Paul
of boots in
Bernardo.
a second. You gotta get sick, pull your boots there. Okay. I've seen it before. You're not gonna offend me or bother me. So if you gotta be sick, Mike, go right ahead. Okay. I'll get you some paper towels or something.
Music. God damn
If
it.
you're gonna be sick, just grab the, I'll have the bucket there handy for you, okay? Just leave it right there. You and I need to have a discussion. This isn't a parking ticket, okay? This is reality, okay?
That's a
People-
bit of a
I've already
statement.
told you know this. People assume the worst until
It's
they
just
know
not
the
a
truth,
parking ticket.
okay? And people
Now,
are
I
going
mean,
to
if this
assume the
guy's
worst
putting
of
on,
you.
if
Unless
this
you
is
and I sit
purely an
here
act,
and
it's a
clarify.
very
Okay,
good one.
Something's pushed you to do this.
Yeah.
It's really hard to fake a
You can't
wrench.
just fly under the radar your entire life.
A bit
Okay,
like,
Mike?
yeah.
It doesn't happen. It's not realistic. I'm not gonna sit and tell you that.
It's
something
going to
brings
depend
this
on his.
When you sit and talk to
It
How he
sounded
really
like Twisted
feels.
was trying to lift a
troubled life like,
chip bag.
𝐕𝐞𝐽 and just gets pushed into doing this and panics and thinks, what would it be like to take a kid and touch and rub a kid and then wish you could stop, okay? And people can't, and that's the whole issue here, all right?
The detective seems to be almost rambling here, but this is a common strategy used to keep the suspect's mind racing. When Rafferty is concentrating on what the detective is saying, it doesn't give him a chance to conjure up his own thoughts, making it very hard for him to either think up a lie or disassociate from the situation altogether. It's a methodical process of breaking a suspect down through mental exhaustion and slowly chipping away at his psychological stamina piece by piece.
We can't control every emotion, all right? We can't control some of our urges, some of our thoughts. None of us can, okay? And I can't look you in the face and say I haven't made a mistake or made a bad decision in life, because I have. But the reality of it is, you and I have to accept that and move on, okay? Because I can walk out there and never see you again. Like, I can do that, right? My job here is done. The job here is done, as you'll find out tomorrow, as things start to be released. There is no more questions. There is no more long drawn-out investigations. They're already sending people home to spend time with their families, okay? They're scaling back what's happened because it's been cleared and they know what's happened. And the pieces of evidence have been gathered. So that's reality. I can't
You
downplay
have
that.
no hope.
But you and I need to walk out of here together, okay? With what happened here. You and I have to sit and say, this is what pushed Mike over the top. This is what pushed Mike to get involved in something like this. Because if we don't, then you sit here on your own and you have to take it. Okay, and is that necessarily fair? All right.
I have to sit here on my own anyways and take this.
To an extent, you do, yes. And you
There
have
was
to
a
sit
giggle
there.
And
decide, am I going to get
Well, it
rid
could
of
be
this and get
nervous
this off
laughter.
my chest so people understand
But
To be
my
fair.
life,
like,
or am I gonna sit
nervous
there
laughter is a
curled up
great
and
coping
keep it in
coping
for the
mechanism.
rest of my life, all right?
He's trying to build
You need to
defenses,
be
right?
realistic about this.
It
okay?
depends.
You have no battle plan.
There's a lot of ways you could
to
take
deal
it,
with
though.
this,
That's my
right?
thing.
It's happened, it's spun out of control, and you're
let's
thinking, okay,
see.
if I ever get caught for it, what am I gonna do? Well, your plan isn't gonna work, okay, because you're not built for this shit. This isn't what you're about, okay? You're not some sick bastard, right? That sits there and gets enjoyment out of
Dude, I feel
hurting
like I would end up
people, right? So now
shooting
you
this
have to
guy
live with
out
this,
and then like
okay?
eventually
And to
falling
live with it,
asleep.
one of the first ways, right? It's like if someone's an alcoholic, what's the first thing they
If
have
you're
to
in
do?
this room, you're not
Acknowledge
you're
they
not
got
going to
the
ignore
issue,
him.
all
I
right?
promise you that
We
much.
have an issue here in that there's overwhelming evidence.
There's way too much.
Compelling evidence that indicates you're involved in what's happened to Tori, okay? And
I don't know.
can't change that and you can't change that at this stage.
I
It's
don't
really hard
think
to
that
put
this
yourself
guy
in the
is-
mind of either of
You need
these
to
guys, right?
understand
Because
your
we've
credibility-
never
Hold
done
on.
anything like this.
Bill, what were you going to say?
I don't think you're actually talking this so-called perp down. He looks nervous as fuck, kind of ideas. You're not putting his mind at ease. You're not dissociating him away from like any story that he's potentially got or anything like that. If you've got this guy banged to rights, just tell him, tell us the truth or we're going to lock you up. That's all you need to do as a police officer. All of this talk is just rhetoric.
This isn't a, so when you're dealing with someone like this, because there's a you have to think about someone who, if they're doing this, they likely have symptoms or signs of like psychopathy. So you have to remember to factor that into that, because if I just say, well, just tell me what happened, they could go defensive and like, well, I didn't do shit wrong or whatever, and put that wall up. And it's hard to break it down if you open up. By doing what he's doing, he's laying the shit out on the table like, here's the shit we know. You fucked up, but I'm giving you the chance to set the record straight, because and the guy's going to want, like, because for example, this is going to get taken out of context, I swear to God, but he could be like, like they said, they've got so many gigabytes of CP. They've got all this other evidence that shows we know you did this. And he could be like, no, that's not true. I only downloaded 10 gigs and I only watched it like 3 times. That's not what happened. You don't know shit. And get like defensive. And in that you get kind of more information. Like there's a bunch of ways you could milk the information out doing this. So there's a lot that, you want them to feel like they need to respond. And by doing that,
if you want them to admit to something, then you don't have enough. Well, that's the thing. And that must have gone through your mind, because when you're being brought to the police station itself, it's like you must be thinking sort of like, well, what are they going to ask me and why?
Shortest Mike puts it really well. His interrogation method is to keep his mind going so he can't settle in and cement himself into a position to lie and convince himself he's innocent. By doing this, like Shortest Mike is saying, you're just throwing shit after shit at him and like, we've got your ass, motherfucker. Or
I do notice the interrogator, look at how the interrogator leans into him and got a lot more assertive after that nervous laughter, after that little giggle came out.
Well, you get close because you want to try and build, you're invading their personal space a little bit, sort of. Like you're close, you're not, because if I'm sitting across the table from you, it's a little bit easier to put up my defenses. If you're close to me and I have to really work to avoid eye contact and shit like that, it says to me as the person talking to you, whether, this is this or whether I'm just talking to a kid who's misbehaving, it lets me know that something's sus, right? Right now, yellow is sus. So, or blue is sus, depending on what you consider his outfit. So, but let's see how this
looks like
plays out.
banana docs, don't you think?
Little, but let's see how this continues.
Is all you have left. All you have left from here on in is your credibility.
That's a really good way to get him to.
Doesn't do you a bit of good, because no one's going to know. And then
ironically,
all of a sudden,
that's
10
actually
years from now or 5
the
years
best
from
way
now,
to
you
handle
say
it.
something, who's going to listen? Nobody. Okay? This is your chance to say your piece. All right? Like I say, if you want, and you can see probably I'm trying not to, out of respect actually for you, but I can sit and get as graphic as I want, okay? Because none of this stuff bothers me, because I've seen it hundreds of times, okay? But if I sit and go over what's happened here with Tori, you may not be real happy about it, because it's going to cause you to relive all this crap, okay? And maybe you want to, because I can tell you, I've sat with guys that wanted me to say it again so they could hear what they've accomplished. And I've had that, where they want me to say it 2 and 3 times because they get a rush out of that. I don't think that's you, okay? You're not some sick guy, okay? I'm not sitting across from Paul Bernardo, okay? I know that, and I know people that have sat across from him, okay? And I know 2 officers that have in different stages of their lives, okay? And I know what he's all about. You're not that guy, all right? But at the same time, you can't just sit here and say, well, I hope this all goes away, right? This isn't like a list your girlfriend gives you to say, here's a list of things to do. Can you go pick up a few things at the grocery store for me and get some gas? This isn't what that is, okay? This is a lot more serious than a to-do list.
He always trying to give him like this benefit of the doubt kind of thing, or trying to give him like a little bit of, this, hey, you might not be this bad guy. He's trying to let him show him like, hey, I'm giving you a bit of an out here, try and take it. Is what I'm kind of getting from that too.
No investigators lined up in here sitting with you. Why do you think that is? Right? Because they've been working at this for weeks, okay? They're tired, and they've been away from their families, and none of them want to come in here and talk to you, okay? I have no
That sounds
issues.
sweet.
I'm neutral. I don't have these issues. I haven't been away from my family. I don't mind talking to you. Like, I've talked to people that have been involved in things far worse than what they're saying you did here. Far worse, okay? I can sit and list the things that I've been involved in, where people have done things that have been.
That was very
threat to our
subtle,
national
right?
security,
What people
terrorism,
say you've done.
More or I've dealt with people that have been involved in murdering more than 3 people. All right, I've been
You
involved
can also
with
read
people
into
who have
that too much
abducted
too as well.
and
So.
taken the life of children. I've been involved in that. I've dealt with many people who are sex offenders that habitually and repeatedly touch and molest children. I've dealt with that. That stuff doesn't bother me, okay? But what's going on here is that you're just in there, you're just a big bundle of nerves, and you don't know what to do. You don't know whether to sit here, shake, shit, puke, you don't know what to do. But the reality of it is, at the end of the day, the evidence is the evidence, okay? And the evidence clearly shows you're responsible for the abduction of Tori, okay? And I also know that she's no longer with us, okay? And you're responsible for that too, okay? And there's a sexual component to this as well. So you might want to sit and get this off your chest and go through your side with me, all right? Because if I just walk away, at minimum, that's what people are going to think, at minimum. But you have some explaining to do, okay? That's reality. I can't change that, okay? If this is something that got out of control, that you just planned on taking her and you thought you were going to put her back, or just take her for a ride, that's fine. It got out of hand, then we need to talk about that, okay? You need to sit and explain that and say why, okay? If not, then I say people think the worst until they know. There is no other way. You don't have any other option. There's nothing else that you can do to change what's happened to her. We can't turn back time. However, we can explain how things got off the rails, whether it was something that happened slowly or just went right off the rails right from the beginning. Why do you think the OPP has a behavioral sciences section? This is all the stuff that we deal with, okay? We deal with occurrences that are unusual. We deal with situations that aren't regular situations, and that's not what this is. This isn't a regular situation. This is a couple of people that made a series of decisions that hopefully they understand aren't quite right and that they feel bad about. I don't think that you're some kind of monster. If I did, you'll find me pretty candid. You'll find that I'll come right up and tell you, Mike, okay? I don't think that, okay? I think this got out of control. I think it got out of hand, okay? Are you some kind of monster? Or did you make a mistake here? You made a mistake, right? This is a mistake, right, Mike? You take it back if you could. This is a mistake, right, Mike? You take it back. If you could turn back the hands of time, Mike, would you do this a little bit different? Mike, talking to you. If you turn back the hands of time, you're not some monster. You made a mistake, right? You take this back if you could. This is a mistake, Mike. You need to deal with this.
I am no monster,
I know
but
you're
I
not a
did
monster.
not do what you think
No,
I did.
I know you did. We're past that, okay?
No.
We're past that, Mike, okay?
Mm-mm.
I know you're not a monster. If I thought you're a monster, I would tell you. I'm gonna be honest with you. I wouldn't just walk out. I would spend some time with you. If I thought you're a monster, just because I want to see what makes you tick, but you're not a monster, all right? This thing has consumed you. Look at you, right? You can barely eat or drink. You haven't touched your donut, right?
This guy
Why
must
is
have
it?
an
Because your
interesting
guts are
sex life.
Eating yourself up inside, okay?
Yeah.
You can't sit and say that you're innocent and did all. What's the first thing you did when you got in here? You just laid down and curled up, right? It's all over. You know it's over, okay? You know it's done, okay? You don't have to be an expert in body language. All you've done is lay around in the fetal position since you've been here. That's not how innocent people act. That's not how people that are falsely accused of something act. It's the
Couldn't be
last
that
thing
it's
they do.
possibly that it's
It's the last
freezing. I
thing.
haven't eaten since noon. It couldn't be that this is all just a huge shock to me. No, it
Yes.
couldn't have been any of that at all.
It's probably all of that, but it's also the fact that you're involved in it. It's probably all of that, Mike, okay? The fact that maybe you haven't eaten that much and maybe you are cold, there's no question. The first thing you said to me was you're cold and hungry. So that's why I grabbed you that stuff, okay? And I'm willing to accept that. Maybe that is part of the issue, okay? But there is a larger issue here, okay? And it's the issue of the evidence and the issue that you're involved in this, okay? And we can't change that. I have no ill will, anger towards you. I have none. You don't make me mad. You don't upset me, nothing like that, okay? The only issue I have is I don't fully understand. I volunteered to come here and shoot the shit with you because I've talked to people in worse situations than you, okay? And like I say, you've been pretty respectful with me. You're not giving me a hard time. You're not being rude to me. So I'll sit with you because, but you know, the reality of it is I can walk away and you're gonna sit and deal with this on your own for the rest of your life. You're a smart guy. You're nobody's fool. You know the situation. You know you're in a tough spot. And again, this is your opportunity to say your piece. But you got some pretty serious explaining to do here, okay? In the big picture. Now, without me, if I just leave you here, you got some stuff that you need to explain. I've acknowledged already what my thoughts are of you, okay? I've told you that from the beginning, that this is out of character for you, okay? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's why you don't want to talk, because maybe you're thinking, you know what, Chris, you're wrong. You know, maybe I've done this before. Maybe I plan on doing it again, all right? I don't think that, but I mean, you could be sitting here planning me, right? How the hell would I know, okay? I can tell you that I don't think that's the case, because I've sat across from a lot of people, again, that have been through stuff a lot worse than you. You made a mistake, man. Deal with it and we move on. I am concerned that you're just gonna sit here and, oh, well, take a chance. Maybe I'll just leave it and it'll all work itself out. Well past that, Mike. This is not gonna work itself out, okay? We're past that. You need to acknowledge what's caused you to do this. And I never said for a second that you went and took that kid from the school, because you didn't. But that kid was taken from that school, all right, by Terry and put in your car, okay? And you were there, and you were part of when the kid was driven to Guelph, okay, in the Home Depot. And then from there, the kid, into the demise of the kid. But this is the stuff we need to explain. Nobody can control your destiny now but you, okay? I can. I mean, I've already told you. I've already put my cards on the table. This is your chance, man. Do you not think you're going to feel better getting some of this off your chest?
I'll just compliment the psychiatrist guy here. He's really good at talking. That's the feature of being a therapist.
I feel like every single word of his is on purpose. There's not a wasted word.
Find a starting point.
Pretty much.
Yeah, but the problem is this
It's all
entire
has-
interview is very coercive.
Well, and that's the thing too. If you told me that this video came from Guantanamo and Michael was a terrorist from Afghanistan, I'd believe it. Like,
Yeah.
wow, this guy's going into him pretty hard.
This type of interview is specifically not allowed in the United States because of this technique.
Yeah, it's very
And because it
coercive.
can get false confessions.
Again, you have a big advantage in already knowing the effect. You already know the facts.
I mean, that's
You have
fine
a
and
big
everything, but
advantage.
I don't like that type. I don't like this type of interview because it's coercive.
Let me correct the record real quick, because I was under the impression that he was a psychiatrist. It seems like he's just a detective.
Yeah.
So, okay.
He's a behavioral analysis. I don't know what the qualification for that is, but at a
It's
minimum,
different.
I imagine you
It's-
had
it's-
to.
It's different. It's something different.
Well,
It's something
forensic
different.
psychology is his field.
Yeah.
You basically
Forensics-
just have to take a class.
Forensic psychology has its own issues. We could do a whole series of shows on that. But
They are
it's different.
incentivized
It's
to get the
different from.
confession, right?
It's about the same as being a forensic detective.
So I can get locked up.
Well,
for the rest of
no,
my
I mean
life.
DNA
Hold on.
isn't the same as interrogating
I
people.
want you to tell me things you did not do? No. I'm going to ask you a question. What's your biggest fear or your biggest concern now that you've been charged with this? What's your biggest concern here?
Losing my life.
Okay. All right.
I want to know what this girl Terry said.
Okay. She acknowledges that she grabbed Tori and brought her to your car. That it was your wishes. That you sent her there with certain things that you were looking for in a victim. And she took her. And you guys drove on the highway and did the Home Depot thing, which I talked about. Left the Home Depot. Went to a secluded area. You had sexual relations with Tori. And Tori was killed.
Looking away.
This is your time, man. This is as good as it gets, unfortunately. All right? This is it. And, I mean, I can get into more detail if you want, but in a nutshell, that's a polite way of saying what the allegations are. But if there's stuff, if there's other people here.
Oh, that was interesting. They left all that stuff in there.
I think it's just paper.
Well, it looks like there's a recorder or something over there too. He could have stopped it.
What's happening, man?
Oh, yeah.
Or a phone or something. I can't really tell.
It's a tape recorder. It's a digital tape. Digital tape recorder.
Yeah, so I mean,
What's this process? What happens?
What happens next? After you and I are done talking, you go back to your cells. Tomorrow morning, you'll have what's called you'll be brought into court, and the charges will be read to you again. And there'll be a discussion if you get out of custody for bail, and then they may schedule a bail hearing to determine that. And then from there, it's a matter of where it goes from the courts. The investigation will go on for a little while yet. There's a couple things that, as I told you, there need to be done. And then in the big picture, you're facing these charges. The reality of it is we can just sit and deal with the issue here, just as easy.
I'd rather deal with this yesterday in court.
The suspect remains unyielding after 95 minutes of psychological pressure, so the investigators commence the next stage of the interrogation. They initiate the Mutt and Jeff technique, most commonly known in pop culture as good cop, bad cop.
Hey, staff, how are you? Come for a sec. I understand Mike here wanted to see what Terry Lynn had to say. Mike, Terry Lynn's still speaking to my partner, okay? This is the girl you killed, all right? She's not missing anymore. She's dead.
Oof. Wow.
Terry Lynn was asked today if she wanted to call a lawyer 4 times. She said no, all 4 times. She went through 2 boxes of Kleenex.
no, that was
Right.
bad cop.
She
Yeah.
says on the 8th of April.
He just
Wednesday,
shoved
the
that
8th
thing
of
in his
April,
face, though, and made him look
2009,
at it.
At 3:30 in the afternoon, you drop her off at 𝐕𝐵, south of Fife, south of the public school.
Yeah, new guy's bad
Tori
cop.
walks out of.
Just
You
to
tell her you
clarify.
get a girl and you want her young. She walks up the street. You drive up to the old age home where you park your car. She walks up to Tori. Tori's nice to her. She trusts her. She holds her hand for a little bit. She walks up the street with her. Terry Lynn tells her about her little dog, gets her across the street to your car, opens the back door. Tori doesn't like it anymore. She pushes her in the car. You start driving. She says she's freaking out. She says she's worried about you. She's scared about what you're going to do. She says you guys hit the 401. You start driving to Guelph. You park outside a house. You go in for a little while. You come out with some drugs, she thinks. And you drive to the Home Depot. You park at the end of the parking lot. You tell her it's her turn to get out of the car. You tell her to go in there. You give her some cash because you don't want to use your debit card so you don't track it. She goes in there. She gets garbage bags like she's told to do, and she comes back out. Then you go driving, and you pull into a farmer's field, right across from a house, to the point where you're even asking her if anybody can see you. And what does she do? She says she goes for a walk, because she doesn't want to see what happens. And then she comes back, and you're not sitting in the front seat anymore, Mike, you're sitting in the back seat. And she's not liking what she sees. So she walks away again. Then she comes back, and you make her hold one of those garbage bags while you put some of your clothes and her jacket and a hammer in the garbage bag. Then you drive to a gas station. She never sees Tori again. You drive to that gas station, you get out, you wash up, you dump the bag. You drive back to Woodstock. That's Terry Lynn's story, Mike. That's Terry Lynn's story while she bawls her eyes out through 2 boxes of Kleenex. And I ask her 4 times, hey, you want to call a lawyer? She says, I don't need to call a lawyer. I feel so bad about what happened. I just want to tell you all about it.
I don't know if that's true or not, but
That's
it's
what you're up against.
it's meant to get him to
Well,
try and say, "Oh, I
One
fucked
person
up,"
can tell us
basically.
Yep.
I just did.
You gotta be careful.
In
like
fact,
some of the shit she
as I
said.
mentioned before, the reason she got off so easy
Not just
was
video,
that
but other evidence.
She cooperated, probably.
she cooperated. She showed them where the body
She
was.
did as well.
She probably showed
testified
remorse
against
too.
That's
Maybe
that's a little more graphic.
But-
than I said it,
a little late for Tori,
some
isn't it?
stuff that she says
To be like, hey, this is fucked.
I'm not gonna say it's not, but
how old are you, Mike? 28 years old? You want to tell us your side of the story? Get rid of your fucking security blanket and start being a man.
That was mean.
Because it's not going to
Bad
be
cop
her
is-
semen.
he's not
that we
kidding.
find on her body.
He's not
When
kidding.
we
That's
look
a
at the
bad cop.
areas underneath the parts of the seat that you cut out.
That was transphobic. It could be her semen they find on her body.
Do you know how blood works?
God
Do you know
damn it.
about red blood cells, white blood cells? White blood cells are thinner. They look like spit when they're separated from red blood cells. They're the ones that seep through into the foam. That's what we get the DNA from. Skin cells from her rubbing up and down against your seats in your car. Tori Stafford is all over your car. All over it. And Terry Lynn explains everything that she knows we're going to find. You're explaining nothing. So I don't give a fuck if you say one more word and tell you the truth.
All right, we're done then.
Well, I'm done with you anyway.
Okay.
This officer here is trying to understand what the hell you're going through. I don't care.
Who are you?
Dick.
I'm the lead investigator here.
Okay.
Okay?
Terry Lynn's full of shit.
Well, that's going to be a funny thing for you to say in court, isn't it?
No.
Because how's the DNA going to be full of shit, Mike? Huh? How's the biologist from the Center for Forensic Sciences going to be full of shit?
Friends of science? What the fuck?
How's the pathologist that examines her body going to be full of shit?
I mean, to be fair, DNA is wrong every 1 in so many
Explain that
hundred
to me.
million or something. To be fair, the odds are
I thought it was
relatively
1 in a
low, but it's
billion.
possible. It's something like that. I don't remember. It's just stupid
Yeah,
low.
I'm okay with being wrong 1 in a billion
Can't just
times.
sit her with a blanket
I'm okay with that.
statement She's full of shit because there is some things that's truthful, and then by you saying that takes away your credibility. So we got to be very careful with that.
I have something to add to the end of this once we're done watching. It's really interesting.
He's got a different job than I do. For my investigation, you keeping your mouth shut is the best thing can happen. So
Ha,
keep on
wow.
keeping it shut.
Okay.
God damn. He's not wrong.
The theory behind good cop, bad cop is known as the fear, then relief response. It's believed that when the immediate shift from one emotion to the next is so extreme, a suspect can become disoriented, and their ability to think critically can be affected. This specific state of disorientation makes compliance more likely, as the rapid change of emotion can evoke the feeling of uncertainty, and a suspect's positive response to an oncoming request is a form of coping with this uncertainty. This is of course not a guaranteed system, and a suspect will not always respond in the desired manner.
Well, you know more than I told you anyway. It wasn't quite as eloquent as I would have put it, but anyways. At the same time, what he's saying is right. Like I did watch what she was saying, and she was very emotional. There's no question. And she did go through Kleenex. There's no question of that. And she was upset, and there's stuff that she said that was clearly known ahead of time by the investigators, and there's stuff that was said that by her saying it later proved out to be confirmed other ways. So don't, no, I can't say don't, you can do whatever the hell you want, but just be careful going up that road. Anyways, but like I said, I have no issues on that. That doesn't change my opinion from our discussion, to be quite honest. They got
God,
their opinions,
WD-40 on that
so
chair.
they're sick of listening to me, so they've come in and said their piece, but like I say, I've got no, I'm not pissed with you. I'm not, but like I say, this is your chance. This is your chance to say your piece. And I'm sitting here willing to listen to it.
Well, he just told me not to say anything more, so
Well, it's up to you. You don't say anything.
that's what he said, though.
He
So
doesn't want you to talk to him, but that's fine. I'm still interested in listening to you. If you want to talk about the part of the school where she's grabbed, we can discuss that and see what your thoughts are there.
I'm not saying anymore.
Why?
Because of the officer, because of what the lawyer said. Now it's everything. I just don't.
What do you think's going to happen next?
I'm not sure. I don't know. Someone runs in here and starts barking. You just want me to say whatever. You just want me to say things. So it's open and closed.
No.
So it's over and done with. That's it. This is how it is. Nothing more to talk about.
No, actually, because you know, actually, that's fair. That's a very fair statement, actually. But I got to tell you, in this case, it's not. It doesn't matter. So yeah, I'm compelled and I'm interested to listen to what you have to say. But does it open and shut this case? No.
I'm done.
Why?
I'm not talking anymore.
How come?
I've already told you why.
Just because of all the different angles and all that?
I just don't feel comfortable talking about it.
Which, to be fair, he could be very uncomfortable talking about it. It's difficult to admit to doing something like
Then
that.
I just leave it like this, and
Unless you have
you're gonna write it out from here, see where it goes.
like true psychopathy, and you don't have that emotional connection.
I don't know. I've never been in this chair before. I don't know.
Any questions of me?
No.
Need something to eat?
Yeah, but you don't care if I need something to eat.
Why would you say that?
Because you don't.
I wouldn't ask if I didn't care.
You're here for your job.
Nope. I could have walked out. I don't have to ask you to eat because you got it right here, right? But the reality of it is, I know that you're going to go back and sit and sleep or do whatever for a while, and you'd be better to do it on a full stomach. That's all it is to it, man. But I don't have to ask you if you want food, but I am prepared to get you food.
So I
That's
can
reality.
eat, and then you can say, "Oh, look, he had an appetite. This is how he must have been feeling. Oh, he drank his tea. This is how he must be feeling." Forget the fact he's just starving and.
You're reading too much into it, man. No, that's not what it is at all. I offer you something to eat because I thought if you're hungry, you can eat.
I mean, to be
don't care
fair,
if you eat it or
he's
not.
kind of not wrong.
It's up to you. It doesn't
True, but
Is he gonna eat that donut?
And that doesn't
Well,
go
Really?
anywhere in any of
Really?
your reports.
Do you eat
No,
a plain
Twisted,
donut?
That I
you
ate or
can't
not
have it,
eat.
Well,
Twisted.
actually,
No.
yeah, you would eat
No,
everything.
it's on the video. It doesn't matter. Eat or not. I don't have to write any report. My report doesn't say if you ate or not.
Yeah, shit, all
My
this talk
report
of
says
food,
what
I'm
you
kind of
want
getting
to.
hungry.
This is a very intriguing moment of the interrogation, as the suspect's state of mind seems to be in two places at once. He is undoubtedly clinging on to hope, made evident by his outright refusal to admit involvement, yet he still has situational awareness. He knows deep down that his act isn't being bought, giving reason for his guilt in requesting food. He would have been starving at this moment, yet his primary concern was how he would be perceived while eating. He is caught between wanting to satisfy his hunger and trying to appear so guilt-ridden by the circumstances that he doesn't even care about his hunger.
No, I don't think so. It's your appetite at this point doesn't matter, really. I come in here, I sat to explain to you what the evidence was, had a discussion. Actually, I don't think there's any animosity between us. So we had a discussion about what the case facts are, and that was it. So it doesn't matter to me if you eat or not, but it was a legitimate offer. If you want something, I'll arrange for you to get it. There's no issues that way. But you read too much into it, man. Do you want something to eat?
So to me,
Something to eat, yes.
if this person had committed the crime, again, I'm not a criminal investigator or anything, but I would expect someone who's truly, like, has connection to the act that happened. They're gonna be a fucking
In
mess.
reality, no food was coming. The suspect had it right when he
He's
stated
not.
that the investigator didn't care about his hunger, and he wasn't about to go out of his way to get a takeaway meal for a child killer. The Mutt and Jeff technique, although very well executed, was unsuccessful on this occasion.
Hey, Mike, I'm a pretty get down to the facts kind of guy. I'm sure you've realized that from our brief encounter earlier, all right?
Brief.
This is not rocket science. I've got what Terry Lynn has told me this afternoon, and I've got you. This is your opportunity. Terry Lynn's sitting right here. Tell us she's a liar. You've had no problem at saying without her in the room.
Terry's a liar.
Yeah. That's what you're hoping.
I'm not even looking at her.
I don't need to look at her.
Yeah, they're looking at it anyway.
I don't need to look at her anyways.
He's actually staring at that guy's dick.
See, Mike,
Hot.
you know what I was hurting when I walked in here, okay? And I'm not gonna pull any punches here, okay? I'm not gonna try and kiss your ass, all right?
Detective Smith's behavior in the following moments is not associated with any techniques nor strategies. He knows the suspect's inclination is virtually set and unlikely to be influenced any further from this point onward. The following onslaught doesn't have any tactical purposes related to the investigation. The detective has understandably become emotionally invested in the case and proceeds to give the prime suspect the psychological grilling he deserves.
I mean, let's face it. I'm a cop, all right? And the last 5 weeks, I've been trying to find out who killed an 8-year-old girl. Okay? And I know the guys from behavioral sciences, they got their thing. They're trying to understand why. That's what they do.
You guys all work together.
Yeah, we do. They're good people. They know their job very well. And sure as hell, I'd like to know why. All right? I'd like to think that we don't have people walking around our communities who just because they're bored on an afternoon say, hey, why don't we grab that girl and rape and murder her, okay? I'd like to think that we live in a community where people think a little bit more about what they're gonna do than that. Do you think you're coming off as an innocent guy? Do you think you're looking like somebody who's been wrongfully accused here?
You're gonna see it however you want to see it. My lawyer, or the lawyer, instructed me to just say...
Yeah, I know, Mike. I know what your lawyer instructed you to say. But that doesn't make you an innocent man. That makes you a man who's saying, holy fuck, what am I gonna do now?
Nothing I do is gonna change your opinion. So I might as well just follow the lawyer's advice.
Well, you're right there, Mike. Nothing you do is gonna get you walking out of this police station tonight without being charged with murdering Tori Stafford.
So
You're right.
why isn't the lawyer there with him?
That's a good question. I don't know, actually.
And why is the interview continuing without a lawyer?
You
And-
know
I think
how much media coverage this
we might
has.
want to
He
reach
may-
out to
You know
𝐕𝐵𝐁,
what
who would
the
know a lot
newspapers
more
want to
about
do
this
with
than I
this.
do.
And to your family.
I can dig more into
Come on.
it and answer that later or
You
something,
think
but
the cops are going to be talking
Another
to
reason I
everybody you
don't
ever
like
spoke to in
Canada's
your
court
life?
system.
Oh, wait, actually,
That's
technically,
nothing
he's
compared
never
to what the
asked for
media's
his
gonna be
lawyer.
doing. This is a huge story.
He
for
said,
him.
my
This is
lawyer
the
said
next
to do this, but he's never
Paul
actually
Bernardo.
said, I want my lawyer.
Whether you like it or not,
I
a
don't
girl
know.
and a guy kidnapping an 8-year-old girl and murdering her. That's one of the most sensational things that have happened in this province since Bernardo and Carla. It's going to be a frenzy, and you and I both know that. You know what a psychopath is, Mike?
I have never met one.
Well, I just met one tonight.
Ouch.
I just find it funny how you can go full sure on something when you don't know.
Well, Mike, when somebody tells me that they were present when a man killed an 8-year-old girl,
Okay, somebody told you that.
She did.
Okay.
When that happens, okay, we don't say, oh well, maybe after we go golfing for the week, we'll go and see Mike and see what he has to say. That's not the way it works.
No, so let's just pick them up and then say, yep, you did it.
So, real quick, I'm going to
Because
pause.
that's always-
We have someone else who jumped into the stream real quick. Cool Frog, you're live now. Welcome. You have some stuff to contribute, or you want to finish watching with us, or what's up?
Let's finish watching first.
Okay, so I'll leave you on if you want to jump in at any time. Feel free to kind of
it's gotta
contribute.
be the right way to go about things.
I noticed that now Mike's getting combative with the detective, challenging him.
I mean,
his
you're at
assertions.
3 hours at
So,
this point with this
the
guy,
last thing I
so
cover off with everybody I talk to in situations like this, Mike, is pretty straightforward. Okay. Rodney Stafford and Tara McDonald have to be notified of this. Okay. First question out of their mouth is going to be what? Did they say why they did it?
I'm sure one of those two will have the answer for you, why somebody would do it.
What are you getting at, Mike? You throw it out there for me, buddy.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You're gonna talk to them anyways.
You know what, Mike? If you're gonna claim you have no involvement whatsoever, don't play games with me and throw out little hints and see what comes of it.
There's no game, there's no little
Okay?
hints.
There's nobody involved in this except for you and Terry Lynn.
We're done.
Is that what you said to Tori before you killed her? We're done.
Funny man.
That was
Funny
pretty
man.
oof.
That's what you think this is funny,
I
Mike?
think you're a funny man.
I think you're a cold-blooded killer. Because you and I haven't spent too much more
It's
time
being very
now
forward now.
than you forced
Oh, yeah.
Tori Stafford to spend in your car. You could have let her out anywhere along that route. You could have killed her without sexually assaulting her. And that's what I wanted to sit across from tonight. See what it's like to sit across from a guy who, when he abducts an 8-year-old girl, is so turned on by it that before he kills her, he has to have sex with her. So if you ask me why I'm sitting in this room, I'm sitting in this room for Tori. Making you squirm, putting you through some of the grief that you put her through. That's why I'm in here, Mike. And I'm having a good time. You are a sick puppy, Michael. Eight years old, Mike. 8 years old, buddy. All she wanted to do was go home and have a little party for her friends because her mom just redecorated her room for her. That's pure evil, bud. Exactly.
I like the Canadianism that came out. Pure evil, bud.
Yeah.
That's what you
Go
are.
for a dart, bud?
No remorse. No empathy. No nothing. You're just hollow. The nice thing about the place you're going to be spending a good chunk of your life is they actually have glass cells. So you and Bernardo can make googly eyes at each other all day, whatever you guys do in there. So
What the fuck was that?
I have no idea. Canadian thing?
This is the kind of room you're going to be spending it in.
Is he giving up on the interview?
No. Oh, God, no. I think it's the end of the video, though.
Well, it's like over 3.5 hours. Uh-oh.
And it was all for this little girl right here. Not just Tori, but for every little child in Canada that doesn't deserve what happened to her.
Good evening. Thanks for joining us. 31-year-old Michael Rafferty has been found guilty of murdering, kidnapping, and sexually assaulting 8-year-old Tori Stafford. It's been nearly 10 very long weeks of trial in London, which is where Laura Zilke has been covering this story since the very beginning.
In the courtroom, when the verdict was read out, there was a collective sigh of yes for each time one of those guilty verdicts was read out through friends and family. That came with the reading of each verdict. Guilty of first degree, guilty of abduction, and guilty of sexual assault. Lawyers from both sides of the story came out to speak with us as well. Their reaction, everyone appreciating that justice was done here, and every one of them also thanking the work that the jury had to do for having to sit through this case for, as you mentioned, Carolyn, almost 10 weeks.
It's been a long and difficult trial for everybody. The trial is finally over, so that's a good thing. But the verdict means that the jury has found that Michael Rafferty did kidnap, sexually assault, and murder Victoria Stafford, and our thoughts are with Victoria's family.
Is it a hard decision for you to take a case like this?
It's never easy, but honestly, I mean, somebody has to take them. I get asked that question more often than almost anything else. How can you do a case like this? How can you defend such a person? The reality of it is that everybody in our system deserves a strong, proper, and effective defense.
Even before going into the courtroom, there was really a sense of excitement. I think a lot of the family thought that because the verdict did come so quickly, just just over a day of deliberations, they truly believed that this was going to be a guilty verdict. Then going into the courtroom, that simply continued. The relief that went over this, it was really almost unbelievable to hear the sighs.
The reporter's having a hard time with this.
Carolyn.
Both Michael Rafferty and Terry Lynn McClintock were sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole for 25 years.
They forgot. So Rafferty is actually on the dangerous offender. He's not getting parole. McClintock actually did get parole, and it's been less than 25 years, actually.
So his reaction during that was kind of what I would have expected from someone who that emotional piece is missing. What I did do recently, and this was probably a couple weeks ago at this point, is I listened to it was the do you guys remember the Slender Man stabbing that happened a while back?
Yeah, I
the 12-year-olds or whatever.
Yep.
So there's the police interrogation of both girls that were involved in that stabbing, and one girl is 12 years old. She was diagnosed with schizophrenia, and it's obvious. At some point you're kind of like, yeah, she's got shit going on, and then the other girl, her friend. If you watch that, and you can see like the difference between someone who's got a severe like mental disorder, like schizophrenia, psychopathy, the disconnect to the emotions, versus say someone who participated, maybe did believe that, for example, did believe Slenderman was real, but feels awful for what happened. Like the kid is fucking bawling. The one girl, she's like, I wanted to get help, and you can get a sense of genuineness in it. Doesn't mean she didn't fuck up and do wrong, but to me, that was an interesting, like, and I might do an episode on that. We'll watch that, like those videos, and just see the difference, and you can see the behavior difference because it's really insightful. And
Ken,
like,
did you get? Did you take umbrage with anything that the analyst had said about Michael's behavior?
What do you mean about him being with the psychopathy stuff?
No, not the interrogator, but the person who did the breakdown of the video.
I like him. I've seen some of his videos before. He seems pretty very well versed on what he's talking about. I think he was kind of more hands off on the video. There wasn't too much. I think it was more of, here's what's on display. Here's some things like I can kind of point out. I think I've seen other videos of his where it's more like, what is it? More in depth, more analysis is added. Let me see, where the fuck is it? Because if, for example, because he called him a psychopath, and if I look at the diagnostic criteria of it real quick, I don't know enough about him.
Who called him a psychopath? The
interrogator.
Oh, so, well, you got to understand that we use that word quite loosely.
Well, he's a forensic. He does forensic psychology stuff. So in his job, in his interrogation capabilities. So
but
I think he would know.
Too, like, because remember I asserted before that like every single word he chooses is purposeful, right?
To some degree, yes.
That. Yeah, I wonder too, because remember, you're interrogating someone who's got the layman's understanding of psychiatry. So I wonder if using that word, he used it incorrectly on purpose because he knew Michael would interpret it as a certain way.
Yeah. So like, here's your diagnostic criteria for psychopathy, at least the upper part, because the other shit all can kind of be like, it's whatever. But this is the part that most people are going to like care about. Is, pervasive pattern of disregard for and violation of the rights of others occurring since age 15 years as indicated by 3 or more. Also, antisocial personality doesn't mean antisocial in the sense of like, I don't talk to people. It means antisocial in this context means like against like social norms and social expectations and stuff, because that can kind of trip people up. I know people I don't like the way it's named like that. But normally you'll see sociopathy and psychopathy fall underneath this category because they no longer exist in the DSM, but they tend to overlap with the symptoms in ways. So like failure to conform to social norms with laws, repeatedly performing acts that are grounds for arrest, deceitfulness as indicated by repeated lying, use of alias, conning others for personal profit or pleasure, impulsivity, failure to plan ahead, irritability and aggressiveness as indicated by repeated physical fights or assaults, reckless disregard for safety of others or self, consistent irresponsibility is indicated by repeated failure to sustain consistent work or other work behavior or honor financial obligations. Lack of remorse is indicated by being indifferent to or rationalizing having hurt, mistreated, or stolen from another. So this right here is something I would say would probably be present in his behavior, right? So he wasn't an emotional mess because of what he did, right? And he also wasn't like, because if it was me and I didn't do that shit and I'm stupid enough to talk, I'm going to be standing up for myself. Like, I'm going to be like, you have it, even though, you know, I'm wrong to talk because you shouldn't talk to the police. You know, I'm going to be like, no, it's not something I would do. I would never like.
But Ken, points 2, points 2, 3, 6, and 7 are exhibited by every woman that I know.
No comment. But
that's true.
He's not wrong.
Also, I wanted to correct something I'd said incorrectly earlier. Terry Ann McClintock is still in jail. She has not been paroled. She's actually in the Edmonton Institute for Women right now, so that's not far from where I live.
What was her sentence?
She was
length?
transferred to a healing lodge, which is a prison. It's a minimum security prison.
A fucking lodge?
Yeah, so a
Of course
indigenous
it's fucking
healing
Canada.
lodge. Okay, so, oh God, this is a whole video on its own, but I'll try to very quickly sum this up. There is the 𝐒𝐨𝐷𝐻𝐿 decision, which asserted that Indigenous people have rights to trials and punishments consistent with our spiritual beliefs and teachings.
Mm-hmm.
Consistent with, not, you know, it's consistent with. So Terry Ann McClintock claimed she's Indigenous.
How do you verify that?
Well, you can't. The threshold to
That's
be
my
Indigenous
question.
in Canada is very low. You simply need to find your ancestor. Right?
Okay. Do
Which
you have to
means
DNA
if
prove it,
you're-
or can you just claim it?
You can just claim it.
Oh, sweet.
And
Doing
which
my
she
crimes
did.
in Canada from now on.
Which she did, and was accepted into the healing lodge.
Sweet.
Now, the justice minister in Canada, so all of Canada's criminal stuff is handled at the federal level. So the justice minister in the Liberal government, which hang on a second. No, that was not Justin Trudeau. That would have been before him. That would have been the Paul Martin Jacques Chrétien government. I think it was Paul Martin. It was Ralph Goodale was the he was the minister at the time.
What was her sentence? What's her sentence length now that it's switched or whatever? Like
They were
with
both.
the-
It does look like they were both sentenced to 25 life sentence without possibility of parole for 25
so
years.
then how does she have the pussy pass? If you said that earlier.
That she got to the fucking
Oh,
healing
the
lodge.
lodge itself? Okay, just making sure. So Cool Frog joined us while we were finishing up the last like 5 minutes of the video. You have some interesting stuff to contribute, I think, from what I was seeing in the chat.
Possibly.
Go for it, man.
So
Floor is yours.
As the young man is sitting there, and he's got two cops that are sitting there. I've actually been on that young man's side. Only the fact that I never actually did anything. I was actually an innocent man. And having a cop, a psychologist, drill you and ask you questions, even though you didn't do anything, you look at it and you're like, why are you planting this information on me? No matter what, it's super difficult.
I would imagine.
Have something like that happen. To have that second cop come in there, oh my Lord, I would have flipped. It was nice enough for me where the one cop left and the other one come in and tried planting more, information on me or whatever. And I'm just like, I'm like, no, you got this wrong. And they're like, no, we have this right. And I was in a small town. So the jail was full. They wanted to hold me. So
damn.
With the jail full and they wanted to hold me, they went and they put me and the young lady that was in the house where this child was in a hotel room so they could keep surveillance on us for 3 nights. Basically a 72-hour hold. Did a little bit of a tried doing some psychology stuff with us or whatever to see if, you know, if we actually did anything or whatever.
Yeah.
It happened to be that the child had, you know, passed from SIDS, so it, you know, it was a natural thing. It wasn't anything that either one of us could have prevented from happening.
Yeah,
other
it's
than
still
the fact,
awful.
other than the fact that if we, you know, we could have actually been there to actually, you know, physically stop, you know, the child from choking on itself or whatever. I mean,
Yeah.
when
It
you can only,
an
you can
awful
only,
thing.
it is a very awful thing. So anybody that doesn't know anything about it says, look it up. Oh my Lord, it's something. It's very scary. And
That's yeah.
I've been
Sorry that you had to go through all that.
No, right. It is very difficult, and especially when you have cops that are drilling you or something like that. That cop that sat there with him for what seemed to be 3 hours or whatever. That was a little drastic. I would have seriously. I mean, even I didn't, you know, last that long with a psychologist sitting in front of me or whatever. I'm like, I need a lawyer. And he's like, what? I'm like, I need a lawyer apparently because you're not believing me. And
so, okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
So then it took the 3 days of investigation or whatever for them to actually get the documents back from the coroner or whatever that said that it was actually SIDS, so that it took us away from actually being charged with anything.
Still, it's the several days that you just don't want to have to deal with. Obviously,
exactly. 3 days that we couldn't go anywhere, we couldn't do anything. We were actually allowed to walk across the street to the local Hy-Vee and come back. You know, so we were able to go get something to eat and come back to that room or whatever. And, you know, it was a long 3 days. I dissolved the relationship with that person immediately afterward. As sad as that is, the child wasn't mine. It was hers and somebody else's. So I mean, it was very scary, difficult. I was young.
How long?
I want to say I was 21. Not to age myself too much, but I'm 44 and a half. You know.
So okay. So it's been a while.
It's been a long while. It's been a long, tedious journey for me. I mean, it led me down to a path of doing drugs. So kind of leads into the segment that you had just before this that I kind of come in on was having ADHD and OCD and really liking to play games, which is the only thing that really kind of keeps me calm. Other than the fact that I do have a child that I'm now able to take care of, and I'm an at-home father to this child. So it's kind of a strange household, but at the same time, very normal. As she goes to work, I stay home with the child. I make sure that there's food on the table for her. But I am a man and she is a woman, and that's the way it is.
Someone asked, do you face any stigma after that, or do people treat you differently, or how has that been?
Absolutely, for a long time.
Was your name ever cleared legally, or does it still pull up as a charge?
No, my legal name, if you actually looked it up, you would actually see there's an extensive line of things that actually did happen, from car theft to drug use. Nothing major.
But does the charge come up, or did they charge you, or were they just holding you?
No charges. It was just a hold for the 3 days. But it was just watching this young man go through what he had gone through. It totally brought up how I felt sitting with this psychologist in front of me.
Was it a psychologist, or was it an actual investigator?
There was a lead
detective,
investigator. There was a detective. And then there was this criminal psychologist that was the one that talked to me the most. I was currently dealing with a credit card fraud at the time, which it was the stupidest thing I had ever done. It put me on 5 years of probation.
God damn.
Yeah, it was the worst thing that I ever freaking did was sit on 5 years of probation. You get asked that you want to go on probation and you want to go to jail for a year, go sit in jail for a year. Don't sit on probation for 5 years is so hard because you can't do anything.
Yeah, you really can't fuck up.
You're on a chain. So every time not to dox myself too hard, I'm in the state of Minnesota. So in the state of Minnesota, on probation for 5 years, each time that you got in trouble, she's like, "Oh well, we'll go and we'll put you. We're gonna give you 10 days."
So can I ask you a few questions if I don't mind?
Yeah,
if you
go
don't
ahead.
mind, and feel free to tell me no or don't answer them if you don't want to.
No, absolutely.
It is having gone through that and especially the stigma following it is what I'm interested in. And Phil, I'll love your take if you have any at this.
Very long, hard.
How do people?
road.
How do they treat you? What did they do? Do they say things to you? Do they avoid you? Like, what was that? Like, what was that like?
Absolutely. There's a lot of people that immediately took it to the point of, "Oh, you murdered this child." It's like, no, I did not. I did not. And it's hard. It's so hard when somebody comes up to you and says, "Oh, I know you did." No, you don't. You didn't know anything of what I did. I know what I did. I know a lot of things that I did.
Does it still follow you to this day, or is people pretty much
Only
kind of let
personally.
it go? Okay, because I know you said you have a child, so I didn't know if people would like.
I have several children, so I mean, as far as that goes, long hard road of drugs. 20. Oh, I'm older than that. 23-year-old son, 13-year-old daughter, and now I have a 2-year-old son that I'm taking care of.
Well, congrats on moving past all that shit somehow.
10 years apart. I was such a leftist, such a ridiculous leftist for the longest time. I thank Donald Trump. Seriously, if it wasn't for a lot of this stuff that happened, George Floyd actually changed a lot for me. A lot.
George Floyd was a positive impact on my life too.
As much as people actually say that, he was he was this, that, or the other. He died from fentanyl. We all know what he died from. Sorry, I don't want to get you demonetized, but we all know that's the truth.
Too late.
We all know
we were
that's
talking
true.
about a child abduction and rape in the last hour. I think this
Phil, I want your input on this if you don't mind. What are your thoughts on hearing this gentleman's story, and as it relates to the MGTOW movement in a way, kind of not to like segue off.
I got something for you on the MGTOW stuff.
I'm sure you do, because I see Phil there, and I'm like, I know Phil's got a spicy take or two I could probably get from him. So what do you got for me, Phil? I know that there's something.
Well, just given that you get accused of something, you've got to prove innocence as a man, whereas it's almost a given as a woman. They'll just let you off easy.
Man.
Yeah. All of that sort of thing. So, given all of those dangers, I mean, is it worth interacting? But I mean, like, you would expect me to say this, like, as a MGTOW guy. I mean, it's pretty vanilla stuff from a MGTOW.
Don't interact with women. Buy doll at the-doll-house.com.
Well, to be honest, I mean,
the robotic monotone voice.
So sorry to interrupt, guys, but I got to get going. We got to record our bonus episode.
Oh, you're good. Thanks for hanging out, Lost.
Can't wait to see it.
Also, Cool Frog, if you're interested and you want to tell your story a bit more, you're welcome to that if you'd like to. If you want to come on here and tell that story in the future, kind of give people an insight into what that experience is like. What
I'd love to go
do the emotion. Go through the kind of the emotional roller coaster of it,
I'd love
and
to.
like what it was. The hours, the days, the weeks, the months, how it's impacted everything from social, like just saying hi to your friends to dating. Like there's so much shit that could be like fallout from that.
So
it's been a long 2 years of being clean.
Yeah. So the SIDS incident was like what, 20 years ago or something?
Yeah,
something
that would
like
have been 20
something years.
20
back in the 90s.
Yeah, 23 years ago. Yeah, back in the 90s.
Yeah, so
I'm like I said, I'm 44. I was supposed to graduate in 95, 96. I got a GED instead because I was old enough to.
No shame in that.
State of Minnesota at the time.
Hey,
we were
that still counts.
Right. State of
Yeah.
Minnesota was 16. You could drop out and you could do whatever you wanted. I still stayed in high school until I was 18, but I felt like all my friends were already gone because they all graduated in 95. So I went and I jumped on the get that GED, whatever, and
Yeah.
aced it in the 98th percentile. But then, still hung out with my drug-addled friends. And
Yeah. So
hey, you got your shit together, though. That's all that matters, man.
it took me a long time.
No one takes that from you. Don't let anyone ever take that from you either.
It took me a long
the thing
time.
about SIDS is that it was really, really prevalent for like decades until like doctors figured out what was causing it or at least how to mitigate it. And once they figured that out, they started giving like parents advice on, how to put your baby to bed, like always put them to sleep on their back and whatnot. And that's actually reduced the number of SIDS cases dramatically in the past 20 to 30 years since doctors started doing that.
Yeah,
that's good.
Having the multiple children or whatever and going through child birthing classes with each one of them, all 10 years apart, the class has totally changed, and they totally made that a big thing between the 90s and the 2000s for sure. It was a huge thing.
Oh yeah, because that's what the pediatrician told us when my nephew was born.
Yeah.
So what did you think, Phil? Oh, go ahead. Sorry, Cold
Even how you dressed your child was necessary for them to tell you where the snaps and where the zippers went. So you had to make sure that you dressed your child correctly so that they didn't roll or they didn't do whatever and they didn't move. There's a lot of change that they did in there. The last one wasn't. They didn't go so much into depth on that one in the last 2 years or whatever. They kind of weaned away from it a little bit. So
Phil, what do you think about shit? What was the way I was going to say this? What did you think about the video? Did you see the guy as someone who seemed remorseful for his actions? Do you think he's like a true, like someone who was used, like kind of what our intention was to see if it was someone who had a sexual interest or whether it was something outside of like a sexual attraction or interest? What are your thoughts on that? Because of knowing some of the facts of the case from that.
Well, the forensics are leaning hard against him, but for his reaction, it could go either way. He could be guilty, he might be innocent. Although it's hard to sort of like think of somewhere that he could be, given the way the forensics are. But I wouldn't have said he wasn't screaming guilt in his reactions to me.
Say, I didn't see that either at this point, and as far as he didn't say much, but his behavior was also to me suspect. I would say it's not what I would expect to see from someone who fucked up, or if they did do it, some people might want to claim ownership of it and say, oh yeah, I fucking killed that bitch. Because think about it, if it's someone who's suffering from like delusions, that might be like, yeah, that girl was clearly asking for it, or she was eyeballing me, she was a threat. It was like anything. Like there's so many fucking ways I can go. And
I just posted a tweet the other day about Alec Baldwin and his stuff or whatever, and I said if somebody was shot in front of me, yeah, damn right, I pulled the trigger.
Ouch. Yeah. That's a bit of a.
It's the truth. I'm seriously. I'm so sick of the lies and the bullshit that people go around and tell. I'm so sick of it.
I could see why. With all that,
I've dealt with so much, and being on the left for so long, and being such a leftist on everything, you just kind of you're like, why was I so gross? Why was I so disgusting?
So what changed you?
My wife. I met my wife on the 20th of September, and I married her on the 27th of September 3 years ago. We had a child, and we couldn't ask for anything better.
So kids can be very beneficial to
religion helped too.
Say, I'm not a religious person myself, but I don't knock it because I've seen the benefits people get from it. And if that's what you need in your life, I'm not going to tell you no.
Right. As a child, my parents, they baptized me and confirmed me all the way through, Christianity or whatever, through the Roman Catholic Church. After that, kind of like, nah, that's a cult, and I kind of revolted or whatever, and did a lot of, whatever. Still went back because I still believed that there was a higher God, spirit there or whatever, and I still read the Bible. It's more of a Christian side of it, more as opposed to that Roman Catholic is, so forced and disgusting with some of the stuff that they do. It just kind of, it's kind of hard to go back to that.
Say, and like I've said, if that's what you needed to get yourself together, to get your shit straight,
and that's
help,
exactly that's what it comes down to is what makes you feel better about yourself, about being you, as opposed to being something that somebody else wants you to be. I'm so sick of people's attitudes about stupid crap.
No, I definitely would agree with that. It's people, and especially when you've been through something like you have, that totally that can skew a lot of things for you, right? So how do you, in a way, how do you begin to repair that? Do you ever? And, I don't.
Somebody else's help is always the best.
Well, I mean, I'm always actively going to tell people to do therapy because I see a benefit from it.
Exactly. Somebody
there's
else's
so
help
much
is
shit
always
you
the
can get.
best, because you can actually talk to somebody and you can actually explain to them what you did, how you feel about it, and why you did it. And they can explain to you why you shouldn't do it and how to get you past that.
It's true. Sorry, God damn it, I clicked the wrong button on. Sorry. I meant to do something and how the fuck do I fix this? Oh, there we go. Sorry.
I see this comment here. It says the simplest red pill to lefties. The simplest red pill to lefties. Seriously, PragerU. Just show them a couple PragerU videos, and they'll totally be like, "Wait a minute here, really? That's oh." They'll do some more research once they actually see something. I don't.
Or mostly, it's just to remember you have critical thinking skills.
And
also a former lefty.
Right, having critical thinking skills kind of doesn't go well with doing drugs. So
I haven't done those unless they're prescribed to me.
I did enough
experience with that.
Right, I did enough for probably all of us, and it's not worth it.
Thanks, I guess.
Lucky for me, I actually watched friends actually go further than I did. I've lost so many friends to suicide from using drugs.
That's shit. I hate seeing people do that.
When I say so many, I mean I lost a brother. I lost
goddamn dude
5-6 close friends, and probably a good dozen whatever, acquaintances. Like I said, I have some ADHD and some OCD problems, so some of my thoughts come out a little choppy. And
no, you're fine. So it's understandable. I got ADHD, and you see the shit that I do on my show. So.
I do. I actually, that's what I'm like. I was super. When I see people have open call links, I'm like, ooh, I want to get out there. I want to try getting my name out there because I play games. I don't have a video editor though, so my games are really raw and hard to watch. I have like 5 subscribers on my channel. But I want to try changing. I want to try changing.
If you want to make, if you're trying to, I don't know what your channel's focused on, but if you want to grow your channel, I think take the concept of, I don't know if it's just something you're trying to do in general, if you don't have a direction yet, because I
really just doing anything. I like seriously, like I said, this channel of Cool Frog is a gaming channel. There's like 13 episodes of City Skylines on it.
You have a story and a history with everything that you've gone through that if you use in the right way can be like one of the reasons I love doing this is even though there's only 15, 20 people watching a day, is I've hopefully made some impact today. Whether it was educating people and about things they were maybe incorrectly informed about, helping people understand mental health and psychology better.
I just met Dollhouse Phil last night on Flashcast for the first time.
Phil is the shit. He's amazing.
He's straight up dude. I like him. He's fun.
He's pretty cool. So hopefully you'll like Phil a bit more after today.
I don't dislike people until I actually meet them.
So
it's seriously wrong to dislike somebody before you actually meet them. I mean, obviously, obviously, we can all dislike actors and actresses and politicians or whatever because they're shoved in our faces. So we all know who they are.
I did want to point out something. I don't want to say it's funny, but based off of what Twisted and a couple other people were saying in chat earlier, and it's kind of sad Tim's not here for it, but that famed detective Jim Smith's interrogation techniques derail murder case, that would be the interrogator that was over the one we just saw. Basically, I read this a few minutes ago, and basically he ended up a judge overturned his slide charm and ruthless percent of confessions that derailed a major prosecution, leading a judge to rule a suspected murderer's admission of guilt was involuntarily and possibly false and therefore inadmissible. With no other evidence against him, 𝗫𝗄𝗄, 26, was cleared of second-degree murder over the 2006 shaking death of 3-month-old Jaden Lindemann in I'm not even going to try and pronounce that. Fuck that.
Gilf.
Yeah, okay. Gilf. Gilf. Got it.
I think it's Guelph.
I think it's Gilf. I think Phil knows why I'm saying that.
Okay.
So, do you not know what a Gilf is? She doesn't. Don't tell her. Don't tell her. Don't tell her, guys. Don't tell her.
I think I'm happy not knowing.
Yeah, you are. You're very happy not knowing.
God, don't Google it.
Not Googling it.
Yeah.
Google image.
Yeah. You're safe. You're safe. Interrogation lasted over just an hour and ended with a vague confession that the judge ruled was involuntarily and, quote, obtained by threats of harsh, severe, and unsympathetic treatment from the courts if Mr. 𝗷𝗫𝐻 did not give up the right to remain silent and confess. Oh, wow. So that was a bit. And the fact that Canada said that was not okay is interesting in itself. Because, yeah.
Did it say it was the first cop that was unsympathetic or the second one?
Well, no, they were saying that the guy who came in and that was in there, the main.
God damn it, Stegus! Why did you have to spell it out?
God damn it! Say, no, it's not G. It's always been Gilf, not Gmilf. It's always been Gilf. What the hell? Gmilf takes too much to say.
Well, no, I saw Stegus and he said Gilf. And I'm like, are you fucking serious, Stegus? I was better off not knowing, asshole.
Well, now you know.
Now you know. Welcome to the party. He writes that, so this is the judge. Criticism of Detective Smith is biting, even to the point of doubting the honesty of his testimony under oath. Holy shit, Judge. He writes that Detective Sergeant Smith lied to Mr. 𝗷𝗫𝐻 about the evidence against him, engaged in a, quote, relentless monologue. I wonder where we saw that. At a suspect who wished him to remain silent, undermined Mr. 𝗷𝗫𝐻's lawyer's advice by suggesting the lawyer was ignorant of the overwhelming evidence against him. Damn. Claimed to speak for the courts and offered leniency in exchange for a confession and placed a false choice before Mr. 𝗷𝗫𝐻 confess or be damned, in which innocence, though still technically presumed, was not an option. In the effect, the 100-page analysis, oh my God, I need to read that, of Detective Sergeant Smith's interrogation techniques sketches the limits of police interrogation under the charter and reveals weak points in the central technique of minimizing, maximizing, in which the interrogator implies that a suspect is a nice guy who snapped rather than a cold-blooded killer. But is minimizing...
Was he charged?
The guy was charged with killing an infant.
No, I mean the police officer.
No, he was probably just fired.
Because the thing is that the police officer
wasn't
does
fired.
this. Yeah, but like if he gets his way, he then imprisons an innocent man. So I think that should be chargeable.
So
you could fuck somebody's life up really hardcore by doing that.
So the suspect they're talking about says dim-witted with an IQ of about 70 and intellectual functioning in the extremely low to borderline range. Mr. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 started dating Kayla Lindemann in the summer of 2006 when she was 8 months pregnant with Jaden, her second child. And by November, he was living with her in the basement of her relative's home. She viewed him as, quote, pretty useless and, quote, just a placement. And both police and Mr. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 believe she was in a sexual relationship with Jaden's father. He got cucked. After Jaden died from brain injuries consistent with shaking, police also interrogated Kayla but failed to pursue inconsistencies in her evidence, Judge Langdon wrote. Oh, he's calling out the P-Pass possibly. You see that, Phil?
Good man.
Based in red-pilled judge. Based in red-pilled Canadian judge, potentially.
Judge Langdon did not kill himself.
Oh, God damn it, Phil. No. Why are you ruining this for us? Now, Rip. I don't know if he's still on the bench because this is old, but 8 months after the crime, investigation stalled. Mr. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 was arrested out of the blue and charged jointly with a sexual assault the judge described as minor and which was ultimately not prosecuted, but which likely added to the sense that police were overwhelming him, the judge wrote. In custody, advised by his lawyers to keep silent. So I guess the lawyers aren't allowed to be present when they interrogate them?
That's shocking.
I don't know.
Her Majesty's Canada.
I don't know. Is that how it
that's
works?
That's why in the United States, that shit's not allowed.
Off with his head.
Hold on.
Sounds like a dissolving of Parliament is actually required.
I think we just need to give them a nice prescription of 1776.
I think we need a 51st state, sir. And a land bridge to Alaska.
We finally need to make the hat ours. So
exactly.
You won't
make it a MAGA hat.
You won't do 52.
So apparently this is from 2010. It's a news article from CTTV.
We'll talk about 52 later, damn it.
It says no right to lawyer during questioning SEC rules.
That's bullshit.
Canadian suspects of serious crime do not have a constitutional right to a lawyer present during questioning by authorities. The Supreme Court of Canada said today. This is in 2010. I don't know if it's changed. It's just one of the first articles I found on it.
The bullshit that happened to that dude is why they need to have a fucking lawyer present.
So in 3 decisions released Friday, a sharply divided court ruled that a suspect's right to have counsel, specifically where the charter's right to counsel extends beyond being able to call and talk to a lawyer after being arrested. In the central case, the court ruled 5-4 that Canadians have no right to a lawyer sit in during an interrogation. The charter does not mandate the presence of defense counsel throughout a custodial interrogation. The majority decision said precedent is against this interpretation. The court said police cannot force a suspect to participate in an interrogation, but that the suspect does not have the right to have a lawyer there if they choose to participate in the interrogation. The police are not empowered by common law or by statute, and still less by our Constitution, to prevent or undermine the effective exercise by detainees of either their right to silence or the right to counsel, or to compel them against their clearly expressed wishes to participate in interrogations until confession, the court stated. The court specifically noted Canadians do not have the same rights as Americans do during interrogations. We are not persuaded that the American Miranda rule should be transplanted in Canadian soil, the majority decision said. Adopting procedural protections from other jurisdictions in a piecemeal fashion risks upsetting the balance that has been struck by Canadian courts and legislatures.
There is no balance in Canada, and that fucking case right there is why.
But
that is a fine example of how there is no goddamn balance.
Let me pull the article over to this window. Oh, it didn't work. God damn it. Hold on. But yeah, this is fucking crazy. Like, how? Like, just how? Like, that just doesn't make any fucking sense to me. Why would you want that as your country? So here, this is where we left off. In the same case, along with 2 other judgments, the court said the suspect has no right to reconsult a lawyer midway through an interrogation, except under some particular circumstances. Now that's even worse bullshit. So think about it. You could be halfway through your interrogation, be like, maybe I should redo this or talk to my lawyer because I'm not sure if I should answer this question. You can't ask them. if you should not answer a fucking question or something. Police must give the detainee an additional opportunity to receive advice from counsel where developments in the course of the investigation make this necessary. Oh, so
See,
the
problem
police...
is that the person doesn't actually get a choice as to whether or not they want to participate. They get put in the interrogation room. The cops keep going in and out.
It says here that the interrogations are up to you, according to this. I don't know if that's the way it works.
That didn't look like he freaking participated in that voluntarily. He got led into that room. And
listen to
sat there
this.
and starved.
The Supreme Court said that there is no right for a suspect to have a particular lawyer if that lawyer cannot be reached within a reasonable amount of time. 2 of the 3 cases had pointed dissents arguing for looser rules. Writing in dissent, the majority cited for a continued reduction of the right to counsel. So this is a dissent. They said what now appears to be licensed is that a presumed innocent individual may be detained and isolated by police for at least 5 to 6 hours without reasonable recourse by a lawyer, during which time the officers can brush aside assertions of the right to silence or demands to be returned to his or her cell, and an endurance contest in which the police interrogators, taking turns with one another, hold all the important legal cards, he said. Damn, that's a nice dissent. So,
That's
God
coercion.
fucking damn.
That's coercion techniques.
This
keep
is
the
fucking
room cold,
ridiculous.
keep them from eating, keep them from sleeping. That's bullshit.
That is fucked up. I hope that's changed.
It's also torture techniques.
That's ridiculous. How can you do that?
Canada's cucked and people don't have rights up there.
But Canada's better than the U.S.
No, they're not. Grass is always greener on the other side, isn't it?
So, but you get free healthcare.
No, you don't.
Well, there's pros and cons, I suppose. I mean, the right to remain silent is wrong. That should not be present.
So you say that. The next article I stumble across is, you have the right to remain. Oh, never mind. This is Canada. Is literally the title of the article. I'm not even joking. I'm not even joking. You have the right to remain. Oh, this is Canada. Literally the title of the article. Mm-hmm.
But your right to remain silent is because you might incriminate yourself, right?
That's from fucking NYPD Blue. He's actually really good in that show.
Phil is correct.
See, the point is, if you're trying to get,
yeah,
but the point is, if you're trying to find out what actually happened, the right to remain silent just kind of implies guilt. So you're just preventing justice from happening if you do that.
Say, well, are you being serious, or is that a joke? Just to make
serious.
Okay. Well, the thing is from the way, and I think Nick's explained it, and I agree with it, is that it's on the state to prove beyond a reasonable doubt you did something. You don't have to do anything to help them with that process.
Correct.
So so you could be completely innocent and don't want to say shit, and that's fair. Because knowing how, if you've ever watched the "Don't Talk to Police" video that's on YouTube, highly recommend the fucking thing. Because you hear both from a lawyer and from a guy who's in law school who used to be a really good fucking detective who went to law school and tells you all the ways they trip your ass up. And I watched that the first time and I went, motherfucker. I was like, I ain't saying shit.
I haven't got anything against that, but when you get to like court, I'm going to plead the fifth or whatever, it's like, really? What level of innocence can you have if you're not going to say anything?
I mean, I could see where you're coming from.
Yeah, but you do have here. It's one of those things that we built into our Constitution that you don't have to say anything that could possibly incriminate yourself.
It's the difference in charge is basically what it is. Is if you between a 5th degree and a 1st degree charge, if you go and you break somebody's bone, it's a 1st degree charge in the state of Minnesota anyway. You go and you get charged with an assault, and they're like 5th degree assault immediately. You have the right to a speedy trial. You go in, you get the speedy trial. You don't say a damn word. You get the 5th degree assault. All of a sudden, the broken bone comes into play, and you're like, oh, he's already been charged. You don't get charged with that broken bone because they can only charge you once. It's a $50 fine instead of a broken bone, which is, I believe, $1,000 fine and maybe a year in jail or something. So, I mean, shut up.
Yeah, like this right here. This is from a 2014 article, so 4 years after that Supreme Court thing. No, you're fine. It's an interesting point. And the right to speedy trial is actually really good. It has big benefits and big risks, because it makes the state have to put together their shit real quick.
Right.
But it also means you don't have time to mount a defense as well. That's why a lot of people waive it.
I use the simple, easy one of like a broken bone or whatever. You go and you break somebody's finger or something or whatever. There's a difference of getting a 5th degree and getting a 1st degree.
So nor do the police have an obligation to stop questioning a detainee. Okay, apparently they don't have to stop. Even if he repeatedly and emphatically asserts his right to silence. In fact, God damn, I'm tired already.
It's okay.
It is often the case that police interrogations are far more determinative of the outcome of a criminal matter than any part of the trial. So that's sad that the police interrogation is where they make the court's where shit's supposed to be determined, not in the fucking interrogation. That's to me like the court has a purpose.
Next sentence or whatever said something about the prosecution. The very next sentence is more often than not decide the course of the particular prosecution. That's why they say shut up.
But they said in that small interview room.
The small interview room is what does the most.
Well, if you agree and admit to something, then they're just going to run with that, aren't they?
Because they can lie to like a motherfucker to you. You can't.
If you make a mistake though, and you actually say something that you didn't mean to say, they can still hold you for what you said.
Like they can trip you up for little things.
You have the right.
I mean, in terms of not saying anything specifically as well, in lieu of actually having a lawyer present, I don't have any problem with that. But when you get to a court level and we need to know actually what happened to be able to exact justice, I don't think anyone should be able to fall silent.
I just don't feel comfortable with forcing anybody to speak ever, though.
No, exactly. Well, if I did something and you come and you're going to charge me with whatever you want to charge me with, and you're going to drag me through court, I'm going to sit there and I'm not going to say a word the whole time.
Well, I know, but the whole American idea for silence is because you might incriminate yourself, which means that's on the supposition that you are already guilty.
Well, it's also that people say stupid shit in intense situations.
Thinking.
Yeah, they say things without thinking, and you might say something that it sounds extremely suspect, and you're completely innocent.
Yeah, absolutely.
But you fucked yourself because you said something suspicious.
In court.
Especially
in
when
court, in the interrogation, whichever.
No, in the interrogation room, I'm with you. But like in court, that's when we're supposed to be actually finding out what's going on.
Well, technically, that's when you're being tried, and that's when the state is presenting the evidence they have to prove that you did what they say you did. That's how our system's set up.
Or somebody else did to you. And if they can then just like say, no, I'm just not going to say anything. And they get
if you're a witness, if you're a witness and they call you as a witness to a crime that was committed to you by somebody that they're putting on trial, that's something that's a little bit messed up. You don't get to plead the fifth too much with that unless you were involved in the crime that was being committed against you.
Well, I mean,
like
so somebody did something to you and they then just sort of plead ignorance and silence. You would feel somewhat aggrieved by that, surely.
Well, I mean, yeah, probably, but the entire point is that the state still has to prove it because we have the innocent until proven guilty. Them. The onus is on the accuser, not the accused, and that's a big part of how our system works. Is that when you make a claim like that, you have to prove it. So, like, if somebody did something to me, and I want to have something, have them punished for it, or like put in jail. If the state takes the case, the state then has to take my evidence and my statements, and then prove to a jury, or a judge, or mostly a jury though, that the person that I said did this actually did it. And they have to present the evidence and then let the jury decide.
Maybe I've thought a little bit too deeply on this one, because like I don't like the way the court system is set up as well. I don't like the idea of a jury, completely untrained set of people to just decide on someone's future. I don't like it.
It's set up like that by design, so that it's open, so that everything's out in the open. You can see the process, and we don't have things like what they had in England back during the time before the creation of the United States, when they had, like, I guess was what Nick was calling like star courts or something, where everything was done behind closed doors. You didn't know what was going on, and people just disappeared. And like they did that type of stuff back in World War II and everything, in Nazi Germany, and also in the Cold War with Soviet Russia and whatnot. People just disappeared.
Oh my God.
You didn't get trials and whatnot.
Read this. Look this shit. So apparently, because there's two constitutions in Canada, the French and the English version, the charter or the charters or whatever. Apparently, the French charter has a stronger guarantee of rights for assistance to counsel, but when there's conflicts, they take the broader reading takes precedent. So that means this more specific of assistance of counsel doesn't get the precedent. And as far as some have argued that allowing lawyers to be present during interrogations would unjustly impede the ability of police to properly investigate criminal matters. Still, others argue that not only would fewer people confess, it would be more difficult ultimately to ultimately obtain convictions.
I don't know. We do pretty well in the United States. We even convict innocent people.
Hey. I love this though. However, 50 years of academic research in the United States have conclusively shown neither of these fears is founded. Like, it's fucking own in like one sentence. Like, you can't do better than that. Like, you're full of shit.
We have an entire foundation that's dedicated to getting innocent people out of jail that were wrongly convicted under our own system.
In a series of studies conducted in the wake of Miranda v. Arizona, a common thread emerged. There was virtually no effect either on the confession or conviction rate. Oh, wow. Police were not unduly frustrated in their attempts to obtain legitimate confessions, and the wheels of justice did not grind to a halt. Why would one expect anything else in Canada? Yeah. Wait,
So
other opponents of these rights have argued that it's impractical for lawyers to be present during police interrogations. Would counsel really show up? Could a lawyer unwittingly become a witness to events that transpired in the interview room? Oh my God, this is fucking retarded. It's a concept, not to use the word offensively, because apparently
why can't the police just force confessions? Oh my God.
Is that not what they're making the argument, like that the argument is being made for those people who apparently support it?
Yeah.
That like, it's not just me. Phil, do you agree? Or do you, like, do they make a point that we're missing as Americans?
Hard to say. I don't know which is better.
Feels like y'all are fucked either way.
I think we're all behind the times, actually. We're holding on to like systems that we've been using for like a long while, and I think we could actually do better. But I mean, like, for example, say if you take the jury out of a particular criminal case and you've got a judge who can pass judgment, rarely does, but can do. I would like judgment to be fully automated. I would like to take the humans out of it. So then the law does become somewhat blind, deaf, and dumb, as I previously said. Because, you know, you get these male judges, like, oh, this woman, she's only killed 45 children and, like, ate all of, like, their insides and brains and stuff. All right, well, you can have a 2.5-week prison sentence. Some guy actually looked the wrong way to a woman. That's 45 years. So, like, you'll just rid yourself of all of that sort of stuff straight away. And as I've previously said, I don't like the idea of a jury who are essentially lay people with no profession in judging anything. I know it takes a lot of the responsibility of convicting somebody away from, like, the judge who we pay handsomely to judge these things. So that you can see where I'm going with this. I mean, I'd prefer a judge to do it over a jury, but I'd also like to take the humanity out of judging.
I don't trust the judge, to be fair, though.
Especially in the United States, because we have an issue with judges being ancient. Most of them not understanding technology. So, like in civil cases, you get issues. Well, not all of them. A lot of them are white women. But anyway, you get cases like in the Parler versus Amazon thing, where in the federal case they had this judge that was appointed by Carter. Like that's like before I was born. And this person, shut up. And this person, this person is deciding on a case that is technology that came about in the last 15 years or so. This person has no idea what's going on with any of it, and how can they possibly be expected to rule on it? Because they don't know how it works. They don't know what the speed of the internet is. Are you saying the
judge is incompetent?
Yes.
Well, I know that.
Or like family court cases, where you have people that are wholly unqualified to make judgments on what's best for children.
I have a feeling you're hinting at something specific here, but I don't know what that would be.
I think the entire family court system needs to just be abolished, and we'll just handle it in civil court. Damn it!
You literally missed the joke.
If you're gonna treat children like property, yeah, I know what you meant, son.
Okay, I was just making sure, because I'm like, this is a perfect fucking joke for this. But
yeah, if you're gonna treat children like property, just deal with it in civil court anyway, and drop the pretense.
True.
Well, they are effectively, aren't they?
I mean, they do have minds of their own.
They do, but they don't have the right to give consent for anything. They can't vote, so they are effectively in the ward of their parents, right?
Apparently, yes.
So, can I bring up something that, because I couldn't defend myself last night in chat properly. I don't know if you were paying attention to that shit or not. So, I make a small comment about how one of the reasons why spanking is an issue, in my opinion, is because of the inability for a child to consent to, like, they don't understand the physical, like the damage that can come from it, or like how it can be overdone, or things like that. And fucking MP the whole fucking time is like, oh, you're sitting over here arguing about
police?
No. Yeah.
I know who you mean.
But he's like, oh, you're making this dumb argument about how children can't consent to spanking. What kid would consent to spanking? I'm like, you're missing the fucking point. Kids can't consent. So, and it goes back to the core of the issue of needing to use the fear of physical violence to get your kids to listen.
Right. There's a level of violence that comes along with the spanking. Where you spank them really makes a difference. Spanking them on the cheek as opposed to their butt, especially when they're a little baby or whatever, and they still need to wear a diaper. It's the diaper on, they kind of like they can't feel that. It doesn't hurt them.
The problem that comes with it is that even if the kid is a bit older, and even if you don't hit them hard, right? I've seen kids lose their shit over like the thought of getting a quick spanking, and even though it didn't look painful, the parent didn't look like they were doing it hard. That type of fear instilled by a parental figure, like, to me, that's where you can cause lots of long-term issues. And there's been digging on that and research about the psychological impact from it. Not that every spanking is going to cause it,
but that's if you do it too much. And
too much and too often.
Yeah, and too often. Well, I mean, too hard, too often, like that, and that's
anything with a 2 on it. I mean, it's just too much.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think my parents spanked me too often, definitely not too hard.
No,
but
seriously, I only got hit like maybe once or twice. My parents, my dad hit me with the belt once, and my mom slapped me across the face, and I deserved it.
I got spanked multiple times.
I straight up deserved it. I looked at my mom and I called her a B, and she slapped me straight across the face. I deserved it,
bro. My brother called my mom that one time. And my dad knocked him over the couch and across the room.
Well, I was lucky.
I don't recommend you do that.
In the house, and I was already the same size as her in high school, and I still, it shook me, and I just, I stood back, and I totally thought about that one never again. It's like,
I am never doing that again. That was a stupid decision.
Never again. That was the stupidest thing I ever did.
So
obviously, I lost a lot of respect with my mom.
I only ever got spankings when I was little, and they got less frequent as I got older. I did get smacked in the mouth one time when I was in like high school, and I legit did deserve that. I called my dad a bastard because I was overly emotional at that moment. I called my dad a bastard, and he smacked me across the face.
See, that to me is like.
So I deserve that. I literally deserve that.
I know. To me, the idea of like hitting a kid, just.
I mean, I was close to being an adult by that time.
I don't care. You still are a minor in the eyes of the law. You shouldn't
I think I might have actually already been 18.
But the thing is if you're having to do shit like that, like because I've seen kids that are I've worked with kids that are like fucking awful, and I've been able to help make an impact and help change the family behavior, the dynamic, without ever needing to spank, to do threats of violence. And you know what the best part is I can get families to work together where the parents and the children decide together on what the proper punishment should be for the household. And it fucking works.
Yeah. Well, years later.
That's what you have to do.
My dad doesn't even remember doing that, but years later, he actually does feel bad about smacking me.
So, it's a personal issue for me.
Wanted to do.
I think there's better ways to do it, and I sidetracked, sorry. So, but first, Phil, you look tired, so we should probably get wrapping this up. I did not mean to just drag on for an extra 2.5 hours, buddy. I'm so fucking sorry.
It's okay.
I'm sure you hate me right now.
No, I was gonna say, actually, I mean, for what you're saying about like striking children, surely it depends on the type of child. Because I mean, like if you had a fairly intelligent child who can understand like lots of different concepts, you can actually talk to them and reason with them and stuff like that. And then you get some absolute deadhead children who just pick up a hammer and then destroy most of the living room furniture. And then do you just put them on the naughty step for a little while or something like that and just talk to them harshly?
So how old are we?
Absolutely.
How old's the kid? How old are the kids we talking? Like that's what matters.
I mean, if they're able to pick up a hand, yeah.
So picking up, what you said they picked up what again? Because
a hammer.
A hammer.
If they're destroying your house, I mean, obviously you're gonna look at them. You're gonna be like, "What are you doing?"
My first question is, what is causing that behavior? Because
I talk to my child like he's a human being. So I don't goo goo gaga with him or whatever.
Yeah,
so
my parents never talked down to us either.
I look, and he's 2 years old. I look at him and be like, "What are you doing? Why would you do that? That doesn't make sense." If he broke his favorite toy or whatever, be like, "Why would you break your favorite toy? You don't need to break your favorite toy." Because hitting him because he broke his favorite toy is not gonna. He's not gonna want to play with any of his toys.
It comes back to, like, for kids, people tend to forget, and I think parents tend to forget that they think kids are dumb, but they're also smart, but they also don't remember what cognitive because even though they're smart, where they're at cognitively in their development, biologically, like if they're a certain age range and certain understanding, like they may be stupid smart, crazy smart at something, but they may not be able to process, like, say, abstract concepts if they haven't crossed that threshold yet. So trying to get an abstract concept across to a very smart kid, even though they're really smart, they still might not have the ability to process it. It doesn't mean they're not trying to ignore you or understand. And so people don't always factor all this other shit in when you're thinking about making decisions as far as discipline and punishment and all that stuff. So
I see this one that says smack the bottom of their feet. Smacking the bottom of their feet when they're like maybe one kind of stops them from, thrashing about while you're trying to change a diaper. When they're two, slapping their feet, yeah, go ahead, try catching them when they're trying to run away from you with no diaper on.
Turkish prison torture, that.
Jeez. My nephew responded real well to the timeout corner. So we would do timeout, and if he did something that was not acceptable, like he intentionally, like it was something that had to be like an intentional act, like we told him not to do something, or he kept grabbing at something and we kept taking it away, indicating that we didn't want him to play with it or whatever, and he kept going at it, or like if he would throw a fit, we would go sit him down in a space, and he had to like stare at the wall. And this is like when he was like 2 years old, so he was still in that range where it was probably too early, but he still responded to it, and we would have him do it no longer than 2 minutes or so. And we would stand there next to him and not talk to him.
Breathing exercises to do the same thing or whatever. So we stop him and we, get him to just sit there and, take a deep breath. Try getting a 2-year-old to take a deep breath. It's really hard to do or whatever. I can get my son to actually take a stop and take a breath or whatever. Sometimes if he gets to that level where he's just tired and he wants to go to bed, and everything's just happening too fast for him, and he starts just to thrashing about, he'll start rolling around on the floor, banging his head against the wall or whatever, because he's tired and he's confused because everything just changed in the room. That's the hard one, because you just look at him and you be like, stop, you're okay. And you just kind of hold, you stop. And I don't know if you can hear him. You hear him in the background. He's screaming right now.
Just a little bit. He's just a little bit.
He's screaming at his mom right now because something's just not going right for him.
One of the things that, like, when you come to, like, even with younger kids, even with like 3, 4, 5-year-olds, you can come to an agreement with them. Like, my wife just helped my sister-in-law implement a chore chart system and a ticket system to where they no longer just get shit. They no longer get to get away with shit. If they want to get something, they have to earn it. And the first few days were not necessarily pleasant, but by the end of the week, when they were able to redeem their tickets and stuff, apparently it went down really well. And the kids are like really buying into the system now. Like, they'll pick up quickly. They just have to agree to be, they got to be part of the conversation. You can't leave them out of it and just set up all this.
Right. I mean, to go along with it, Amazon just sent out a magazine with all the new toys for the season or whatever, what's on sale for Christmas and whatnot. And my son he's flipping through it or whatever, and he stops and he sees the fire truck, and he knows it's the fire truck, and he really wants the fire truck.
Fuck yeah, I want the fire truck.
So then I'd look at him and be like, if you want the fire truck, you'll learn how to go on the toilet, because he's still in his diaper. I mean, he's just over 2, so I mean, he's fine. He still has, another maybe year,
still plenty of time,
depending on who's training him. I'm with him for most of it or whatever. So, like I said, when I'm with him for most of it, I'm with him with all of it. So it's like the second that he starts pointing at his diaper that he knows that he has poop, and it's like, no, come on, man, you got to do it before you go poop. And try.
It's a process, but you're doing it how it sounds.
You got to talk to him, and you got to explain to him why he's doing it or whatever. It's not the easiest thing to do to teach a kid to do something.
Say, it's hard, and you gotta. And a lot of parents will get frustrated with it easily, and then they can it's because parents will sometimes accidentally make mistakes. It's easier to recover from a mistake where you don't accidentally hit your kid too hard.
Right.
That's my thought on it.
I don't know if I finished the thought on that or whatever. It was basically,
oh, sorry.
You get the fire truck if you learn how to go to the bathroom. So there's a little barter system there or whatever. So it kind of, his ma looked at me and she's like, oh, we're starting something like that already? And I'm like, well, he's old enough where he's understanding what's going on. And when we say certain things like, are you hungry? He knows that, he says certain words. Ham, I want ham. He walks to ham. You walk into the fridge. He says he wants ham. He says the kids are that way. So.
Well, sorry, anyone else? No, you're good. So I think we've hit a good stopping point here, a good discussion. We've been across a wide range of topics. We went from sex dolls to child discipline. We need sex doll discipline now to make sure we wrap. We have to go full circle. How do you discipline your sex dolls, Phil? So
a good spanking. What can I say?
He's a good daddy. God damn it. I'm going to regret this later. No, but thank you. Thank you, Phil, for coming today and enjoying this lovely, whatever it is. I don't even know what this is anymore.
It was a thing.
It's always what it ends up
7
being.
hours.
It was supposed to be over 3 hours ago.
That's
This is
not my fault.
all. Yeah, no, it's my fault because me and Time are not good friends apparently.
So then to close this out, my name's Cool Frog. I do have like 13 episodes of City Skylines out there. They're very rough and raw. Anybody that knows how to do any video editing, I'll totally let you edit my videos for me. Until then, come subscribe so I can get some subscribers. I want to do something. It doesn't have to be just City Skylines. I don't know what I want to do, but I don't want to just sit around on my downtime. I want to actually get on the computer and talk to people like you guys. So
why would you want to talk to me?
I don't know.
I'm an asshole.
Well, I see. Like I said, I was such a leftist when I first came in here. I went and I found Ben Shapiro. That was a little far. I came back a little bit and I found Nick 𝗏𝗏𝗽𝗏. Nick 𝗏𝗏𝗏 is pretty much I watch him on a nightly basis. Anytime that he has a show on, he's like the only one that I actually joined. And he actually gets money from.
Nice.
Which that'll end here eventually because I'm running out of money. Like I said, I'm an at-home dad, so I do have this name, Cool Frog. That's a K with 2 G's on almost everything. When I say almost everything, Twitch, Rumble, Locals, Instagram, Subscribe Stars, Patreons. I believe I have 5 followers on YouTube, and that is it.
Hey, if you want to grow your channel, do it the way I did, through hard work and getting doxxed and losing.
And that's what I'm doing is putting in the work, and I'm here talking to somebody, and I'm actually talking to the rest of the world. Hopefully, there's somebody still out there on hear us.
So I'm gonna do the new unofficial survey on the show because it's gonna piss a specific person off.
Awesome.
So based off of your interactions with me so far today, do you believe I'm a real therapist?
No.
Well done.
Will I talk to you about my issues?
You win, Michael. But I'll
talk to you in private. I know damn well you're a real therapist.
I can show you the fucking bookcase full of fucking books from grad school. Jesus Christ.
You use too many freaking therapist terms to not
I can't.
be a therapist.
Look, how do you talk for 7 hours? You be a fucking therapist as a job because it's fucking easy.
Right.
I can talk. I could if I didn't stop myself during sessions, talk the whole session. Just because there's a lot to communicate.
Books and the piece of paper, you're sitting here, you're listening to us. You're a therapist.
Get wrecked, Ken. Oh shit! No wonder why you figured that. There's your problem the whole time. You're on.
Not a therapist.
That's on Ken's casting couch. Ken's casting couch is that channel. That's the Ken's casting couch channel that I don't have any subscribers to, and it's because fucking OnlyFans won't verify me. Assholes.
OnlyFans.
They will literally not verify me. I've had to send them my
account, and I do not have an OnlyFans account. So
I have sent them my.
And then is not me.
You have to take a picture of your driver's license. You have to take a picture of you holding your driver's license. Some tasteless nudes. Not the last one, but the first two you have to do.
That's
and they
kind of sort of like what Parler did.
Yeah, but they still won't verify me. They want a bunch of other shit that.
Twitter asks you to take a picture of your driver's license too if you want to get verified. That's just standard.
OnlyFans wants me to send them links to other social media because I guess they don't understand that I'm using a fucking moniker and a fake pseudonym. Apparently, that's too hard to understand. I thought I explained it.
I mean,
apparently not.
Just send them a dick pic and get it over with.
That didn't work last time either, and they told me not to do that again. But so let me.
Subscribe to verify.
What's that?
How do you get Subscribestar to verify?
I don't know. I don't think I have had to do. I don't use Subscribestar. I only use Locals.
I've been dealing with them for about 3 months now, and I cannot get them to verify me.
Talk to Tim from Tim Lost Bullets that was in here. He's in. He's the producer for Midtown Podcast, and he's in and out of Nick's chat and stuff all the time too. He might, because I know they have their Subscribestar. I don't know if he has a contact over there that might be able to help, because I like locals, and I like the idea behind locals. Just I don't want to have more than one place because it's already complicated enough trying to post to a few different places. So, but so thank you, Cool Frog, for showing up. Thank you, Twisted, for jumping on. Thank you, Phil, for bringing you and the ladies. It's been nice to look at the whole time. You know, hey there.
Nice to meet
you want to
y'all.
go on?
I mean,
Can I take
they
you
look
off
like
for?
they're having a fun time.
Can I take you out for some mineral oil and or mineral based oil to lubricate your TPE body or something? I missed the self-care instructions on the TPE material. I bet it's been a while. I remember some of it, but
yeah, Penance is she's a cheap date. Just a bottle of baby oil and she's good.
Fair enough. Unlike that other guy, Nick Stream, it's his cheap date's a bottle of baby powder. So I'm sorry, it was open. I couldn't help it. But
Better be talc free.
Everything's talc free now, I think. I don't know of anything that's still doing talc, but because I know they got sued like a motherfucker for that. So thank you everyone for showing up. Thank you, Phil, for the stream today. I appreciate it. We're finally going to jump into Q&A for the Discord. Finally. And so game night. So there's a slight delay on game night and in Discord. So if you go to the locals, if you're a local subscriber, if you're not, you can still subscribe for you get your first month free if you use code BABYSHARK, all one word. Go to kenscounseling.couch.locals.com and I will put that up on the screen and I will post that in the chat as well. If you just go there, you can get your first month free to join the locals. I'm going to start doing locals only streams and start putting some other content up on there. Actually, if you want to get the direct link to get straight to how to sign up, go to this link instead. So go to kenscounseling.couch.locals.com/support and it'll take you right where you need to be. And so let me put that in the chat too. So let's see. Let me try and type and talk at the same time. So, and I'll also pin that to the top. So use code BABYSHARK to, oh God, did I just put myself in timeout? Oh no, it wouldn't let me. I almost accidentally, almost put myself in timeout. I was trying to pin it in the wrong fucking chat room. So there we go. So pin that to the top. So I'm gonna leave that at the top while, wait, what do you mean it failed to pin? That's weird. I have to unpin the other one first? Okay. I'm boomering the fuck out of everything today. Message failed to unpin. I don't even know. So, fuck it. There's your link. So, use code BABYSHARK for your first month free on the locals. So, wait. Oh my God, I actually put myself in timeout.
Oh my fucking God.
How the fuck did I do that? Could someone unban me? Or untime me out? God damn it. How? Yeah, you have been placed in timeout by the owner of this video or moderator. Edit. Oh my God. Are you fucking kidding me?
Oh shit, son. Hold on.
How? I didn't think you could do that to me. Ken gets the belt. This is what happens whenever you use spanking. Okay, did it undo it? Is it fixed? Did you fix it or no?
I'm looking to see how I can.
Can you
It's
write?
not showing me anything. What the fuck?
Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, yeah, I think I'm fucked. I think I'm screwed. God damn it.
Oh
How
my
do
God,
I
dude. How
fuck
the
this up? I don't even know.
Stag!
No, I think I'm literally screwed for 5 minutes.
Oh my fucking God.
God damn it. How the hell did I do that?
There's not even anybody banned or anything. I can't see the banned list.
I think I'm just in timeout. Let me check the ban list. I cannot believe I just did that. Wow. I totally am doing this like a professional setup. I know exactly what the fuck I'm doing.
I can't even pin your damn message. What the fuck?
Jesus, what the hell did I do? I am so sorry. Let's see here. Okay, I'm not in the ban list of hidden users, so that's good. I didn't fuck it up that bad. So I just checked that on my end. So, but still, I've muted myself.
Good job.
Yeah, probably screwed. So, yeah, you guys, Phil, you can leave at any time. So I'll sit here and show my locals for the next 5 minutes.
It's okay. I'm just enjoying the train wreck.
Wait, well, no. This is a successful stream. This is a successful and positive stream. I don't know what you're talking about. Let's see.
That's why I'm still here.
God damn it.
Oh god.
Boom, says Cartoon Face.
That didn't work. God damn it. All right, so let me post the link. So I'm gonna post and
I posted it.
You posted the link or pinned it or whatever. Thank
I can't pin it for some reason.
Looks like both of you posted it.
You're a mod. You should be able to pin things.
I can't pin things.
Oh, I
It
think
just
I
says
would.
remove.
Oh, I think I'd have to make you a channel, like one of the channel, like Nick. There's it's a special permission with brand accounts kind of thing.
Yeah.
Can I? It's really weird. So I can't. That's the biggest fuck up I've done today.
Oh.
Outside of going over 3 hours and being behind on schedule and everything, but let's not talk about that.
You weren't too bad off schedule. I made you stay on at least on time. At least
Did you?
it started on time.
I did start on time. I wasn't late and gay for once.
You're welcome.
Thank you. You only sent me literally like 100 messages and tagging me in the
every
Discord.
fucking channel.
He wasn't late.
That's right. He wasn't late because of me.
All right, today's. It's not funny, guys. You don't have to laugh at it. So you don't have to laugh at me.
It's not funny. It's hilarious.
Thank you, Phil. Really doing great for my self-confidence.
Well, you can cancel yourself. You'll be okay.
I've already been canceled once. So, all right. So I'm gonna notify users in real time. So Discord Q&A will start. So it's 7:02 now. What I'll do is we'll probably end the stream and I will run and use the restroom, and we'll probably pick up the Q&A in the Discord at like 7:15 Eastern. Phil, you're welcome to join. I can get you permissions if you want. If not, you can go to bed because you look exhausted.
Is that in QA chat, is it?
Yeah, it'll be in QA chat, and then I'm going to make a QA voice channel too because I'm still trying to finish the permissions for this specifics for the server because there's a lot of roles and stuff I'm still trying to iron out.
Yeah, he broke Discord too.
Yeah, I know.
You've got a lot of women in your server, haven't you?
I think there's only 3 of us.
The correct answer to that is because I'm a motherfucking PIMP. So you're welcome. I'll be here all night, literally. So, all right. So view channel.
Of course, where's my mates who we've got here? There's 𝐿𝐵. I'm looking at, is it Cariana? Or Karina?
Yeah, I gotta clear out the channel of the other because that conversations aren't supposed to be there. Yeah, you should be in the right one. So if you want to hang around, if not, you don't have to because you've been up all day. I don't know how many people are going to show up. This is the first one. So plus we were running behind like a motherfucker. So
Here, I'll
we'll
just
see.
delete the messages manually in there. Jesus, that's all I can do.
Yeah, there's a command to do it. I just don't remember what it is off the top of my head. So I'll figure it out at some point.
I ain't
I'm
afraid
sure.
of work, dude.
There's not that many messages at this point to delete. So
Yeah.
So you said you're working on that. All right. So
Yeah.
Yeah, Phil perked right up. Yeah, it's only funny when it's taking cheap fucking shots at Ken.
If the shoe fits, wear it, fucker.
I've been supportive all day, and everyone comes in here and shits on me. So
that's what we're here for.
I wouldn't have brought you on if I hadn't expected anything less.
That was quite the cackle there, Twisted.
Twisted is
it's what I do.
fun. That's what she's good at. So,
It
but
really is.
Toil,
so
bubble, toil, and trouble, eh?
So
Pretty much.
let me test on my test account to make sure these permissions are right. Because even when you do the whole preview as role thing, it doesn't actually preview them properly, which is stupid. Like, I had to make a whole separate account to make sure that the thing was set up right. Okay, good. So it looks good in the test thing. Perfect. All right, so I'm going to do that. So I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream, and I'm gonna post this link to the Discord. Live Q&A will start at 7:15 Eastern time. All right, so that gives everyone a few minutes to kind of filter in. So publishing that, did I make that for locals only? Please tell me I did that one right. I swear to if I did that wrong, I'm gonna be really sad. Okay, this is a premium.
Isn't showing anything.
It's not. What the fuck? So it's not working at all when you type?
Well, all I can see is you've cleared it down nicely. Oh, you're typing now. Yeah, I can see text.
Okay, I just typed that. Okay. So yeah, I cleared it on purpose because I guess we were shit posting in there earlier, so to some degree.
Yes.
All right, so this is a premium post. Thanks for your support. Okay, there we go. So there's the link. I'll assign the proper roles and shit sometime later. So I will make sure that gets dealt out. So I'm gonna use the restroom. Thank you everyone for your attendance. Thank you for everyone who's shown up and joined the discussion today. It was a great discussion. I honestly love the doll stuff. It's a great subject. I think we can do more of this. If you ever want to show your stuff here, Phil, you're always welcome. You've got an open invite to the channel.
Don't forget the website. Show the website.
At the-doll-house.com. You can find access to lovely ladies like Belle on the left, and then I don't remember the chick's name on the right. Penance. You need to go pay some penance later. So you definitely do those techniques that I don't approve of to her. I'm sure you'll be okay. So you can spank her instead of spanking kids. So that definitely came out wrong. I'm getting clipped like a motherfucker today. I swear to God.
Oh my God.
All right. So let's go ahead, and I don't have the new outro finished for this just yet.
Guess
so
we're just gonna do it, baby shark.
No, I don't. Don't you get? I'm already worried about being demonetized for this. So I'll let.
Kenny shark.
Oh, also, I guess since we're on the topic, even though we've totally went off topic, since we did talk about sex dolls earlier, if you would like to help support me in a way that is related to that, you can go to supportken.com/toys, and you can, with that link, get access to some really nice discounts on Lovense branded sex toys and personal devices. They are probably they're really high quality stuff, I hear. No personal experience with that. No, not at all.
Special vibrators. You'll never be able to sit down again.
But Lovense is actually one of the leading brands in developing teledildonic stuff. So being able to use your device anywhere, like with Bluetooth, anywhere from across the room to across the world. They actually have a fleshlight that will sync with a penetration style toy, like a dildo / rabbit style toy that you can sync the thrusting and the use of the fleshlight to.
Do they call that the Demolition Man? Because that's like having sex without having sex, isn't it?
It is. It's actually interesting. It's they have some really neat toys. They're pretty high quality for what they are. So you pay decent. They're not terribly priced for what they are. So hopefully, if anyone's interested,
tell you how to use the 3 shells.
What?
Yeah, I don't want any 3 seashells anywhere near my ass. So just the way.
Oh, you pussy!
No thanks.
Why? What's wrong with this? Did I miss something last night?
I think you could cut something.
Demolition Man, for fuck's sake,
It's
dude! The 3
goddamn.
seashells, goddamn it!
It may have been a while, or I don't remember the movie. So stop hating.
I haven't seen it in over 10 years, bro.
Aren't I supposed to be the boomer here?
When are the dolls getting teledildonic support, Steakhouse asked. Actually, I can help you with that if you want, because I know the libraries that are being used to help incorporate that. Or someone I know. Teledildonics is like the being able to use devices wirelessly, like the Bluetooth, syncing stuff across the internet.
Oh, God. I mean, it'd be easy enough to build that in. There's been, Christ, I think it was about 3-4 years ago, we started to build electronics into the heads of various dolls and stuff like that. So Bluetooth and stuff like that's all old hat. So we can build all that in. Not a problem.
Yeah, because they're like the ways that there's a library called buttplug.io So I'm not even joking. That it's literally meant to work with more common sex toys.
.io, .in-out, yes.
No, if you go, if that's what you, buttplug.io, if they have the different libraries for some of the more popular languages to do like interfacing with like movies, video games. That was a really bad time for a scream to happen in this middle of this presentation. Really,
I'm helping you with quick.
thank you for that. Thank you. Tell your child I said thank you for that
absolutely. I'm sure he's listening.
I'm sure. Give him a long and lengthy explanation as to why that was great and helpful. So, but no, they're the ability to do that. I think is probably the next step up for dolls, for example. So you might see a benefit in that for some customers. They might want that ability somehow. I don't know how, and you could use it to track vital signs and other stuff too. You could get, if people like data, you could always get like thrust rates and duration and stuff like that. You could do fun stuff with it if you really wanted to. But of course, I find interest in that. So
people are concerned that you're not going to make it to your other show.
I will make it to my Q&A on time. So I'm gonna remove everyone from here. I'm winding down. So thank you everyone for showing up. Definitely thank you, Phil, for all your time. And I will see everyone in the Discord. Like I said, if you're not a supporter, you can still do it. We'll be doing game night afterwards. Cards Against Humanity, Among Us. I think Jeopardy still. We'll figure it out. So everyone have a great evening. So I'm gonna start taking everybody out. Thank you, Twisted. Thank you, Killfrog, and definitely thank you, Phil, for showing up today. Thanks, everyone have a. I'd wave, but you can't see anything but my cartoon face that I'm hiding behind because I'm such a chicken shit. Apparently,
just use the 3 seashells. It'll be okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna put that on my avatar for next time. So, but I'll just make like a little something. I don't know yet, but thank you so much for coming today, Phil, and I will see you in a few minutes in Discord, hopefully. So,
see you soon.
All right. Thank you, Phil, and thank you everybody for showing up. We'll be finishing out the rest of Supporter Sunday here shortly. Don't forget, use code BABYSHARK to get your first month free on Locals at kenscounselingcouch.locals.com/support. Takes you right to the sign up page. It's really easy to do. If you have any questions, you can always send me an email if you're having any trouble. You can also hit me up on Discord at Ken space Jennings hashtag or #0878, and I can help you figure it out as well. So just send me a message if you have any trouble. So take care, everyone. Have a great evening, and it was a pleasure getting to talk to everyone and have this opportunity today. And again, I hope it was worth the pushing back of everything. So let's take care, and let me see how I can do this. All right, so thanks, and have a great